scale on your own. But I'm bringing that back to, if I go out there and I change that hero, and now I got 2 more phone calls just by changing that up, and I apply that times 1,000 pieces, I just got 20 more extra phone calls. That's really important. It really, really, really is important. If I can get a 4% return up to a 6% return, that is a huge increase. That's where split testing comes in. You can split test across everything. If I'm doing text messaging, if I'm sending text messages to homeowners that have vacant properties or absentee owners, if I open up the gate with, hey, I saw that you had a shitty house, can I buy it from you? That may or may not get me a solid return. I've seen Corey Thompson do some marketing. I've seen Corey Thompson do some marketing campaigns that I would have never in my wildest dreams done. But he got returns out of them. Why? Because he was able to find a way to connect with people in a way that made sense for him. Like he understood low-income rural people. And he talked to them like it. He wasn't scared to talk to them the way that he would talk to them at Walmart, the way he would talk to them at the car wash, the way he would talk to them, meeting them at the local, whatever you do in the middle of nowhere. But I loved that about Corey Thompson. He wasn't afraid to do something. So he would send out, he sent out divorce marketing. He's like, getting divorced sucks. So did you. He would say stuff like that. I was like, are you kidding me? And he'd close deals. I have no clue, but understand that, you know what? Sometimes getting risky might set you so far apart from everybody else that you got their attention. Okay? Use your split testing. Do not just go out there and go to Google and say, probate letter, download, email, or direct mail, and just keep going and say, this doesn't work. You have to constantly analyze what you're doing to see if it's performing at its best possible scenario, and do not get afraid of getting outside of that box. Everybody says we buy houses. I get it. It's very concise. We buy houses. But you start getting outside of the norm, you might find yourself to stand out. And while you might not be able to resonate with everybody in the room with the message you just said, hey, you got a really shitty house, can I buy it? There might be some people within that list that really resonate with that message. And while you might not be able to collect the whole, you're now able to close more deals because you were able to connect with somebody that no one else could. So don't be afraid of showing who you are. Okay? Free versus paid. Getting into this as a wholesaler, you have 2 ways to pay for this business. You have to pay for it with your life. That is time. And I like to use that word life because anytime that you apply your time to something, you are giving your life to it. Be very careful what you give your life to. But I can either give my life to it or I can give my money to it. Most of us exchange our time for money. As you progress and you learn to live through abundance and you learn how to adopt and grow that life, you will start exchanging your money for time. Because which one is more important? Time. We are conditioned and we are brought up in a society where we are trained to exchange our time for money, i.e. employment. The better we get at upping our chances of winning this game by stacking our cash is now allowing us to buy other people's time. Okay? When you purchase gas, you did not buy gas, you bought somebody's time, you bought somebody's life. Money is a storage of life. The more of it you have, the more life you have. If you start looking at it that way, it's like, do I want that new car? How many years of my life am I going to give up for it? Do I want that new house? How many years of my life am I going to give up for it? Do you know what mortgage means? Broken down to Latin, mort, death, gauge, death contract, mortgage. Money is a placeholder of life. If someone's paying you $9 an hour, they believe that your life is worth $9 an hour. How much do you think your life is worth? The only difference between somebody gets paid $9 an hour and somebody gets paid $9,000 an hour is this. Ryan Harper helped me shift my mindset considerably because growing up blue collar, I was always taught that my worth was equal to my output of performance. How much pipe could I lay? How deep of a ditch could I dig? How many shingles could I throw on a roof? How many studs could I throw up in a day? That was my worth. And when he helped me understand that the greatest paid people in this world are the people that think. The better I can get at turning this, all of this, into money, the more money you will make. And I struggled for a very long time with equating my worth to my physical output. Where I started learning is that my worth is what I can do in my head. So blue collar people will start feeling like they're lazy if they're not out there, doing something. Well, you are doing something. And the better you get at training this to make $9,000 an hour, $90,000 an hour. Now, when I say $90,000 an hour, I might hit some people in this room with a roadblock of like, that's not even possible. People in this world make $90,000 an hour. If you want to do the same thing, figure out what activities they do in their life to make that happen. Repeat that process, and now you have a brain that's worth $90,000 an hour. The only difference between $5 an hour, $5,000 an hour, $50,000 an hour is where you apply your time and learning where to apply that time to make that money. We all have the exact same amount of time in our life. Okay? I went on a rant there. Advertising options. Let's talk about some advertising options. We got multiple different ones, free versus paid, but you must value your life. Free is not free. You gave up your life for it. We've got some paid services. Mail. Mail starting out, I think mail works really good if you are on a low budget. Mail works if you're a sniper. What I mean by a sniper is you went out, you did your data mining, and you really drilled in on some very key people that have a high probability of selling, and you spend $500 and you put them on a multi-touch campaign. Yes, sir?
Got a quick question from Sonia in Arizona. When you analyze your data, what time frame would you use? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days?
It really depends on the list I'm targeting. Like it's all determined. Like I could probably throw out a list of 192 motivating factors that somebody might lean towards to sell their house, but each and every single one of them will be different. Like if I'm doing water lead lists, I found 2 key pieces of that water lead list. People that shut off in the last 30 days, those are very new, fresh leads. They're right in the midst of that pain point. And then I also found through that if I altered and I started targeting people that have been off for at least 6 months, they're now in a super pain. Like the property's been abandoned for at least 6 months. The water does not stay shut off at a house for 6 months unless it's abandoned. Okay? So I found 2 things. I always want to try and get the person right at the moment of it, and then I also want to try and get the person 6 months in. So it's really that's why I say master. I can't give you a blanket statement because there is no blanket answer other than it depends. I will answer a lot of questions with it depends because I do not want to steer you wrong on a path that I'm not familiar with. If you're asking me how to do tax liens, I'm not a tax lien investor. I'm not going to answer your questions. Okay? So with mail, what I meant by a sniper is if you get really good at your data mining and you're able to narrow your lists down to very small numbers and you market to that very small number religiously, like you're going to send that one contact 7 postcards, 5 RVMs, 3 text messages, and that's in the first 4 hours, you're probably going to get that deal. Now, where if you're starting out and you're on a budget and you're trying to hit a very broad list and your budget's only $500, you're wasting your money in my opinion. Like if I'm going to market to absentee owners and I've got a direct mail budget of $500, can you lock up a deal? Yes. You're not going to retire with it. That $500 a month might mean you get 1 deal that year. 1 deal a year is not going to change it up for you. But if you learn how to stack that data and get very precise with what you're doing, you can make your direct mail budget extend. And that's where I think direct mail is applicable to a newer real estate investor with limited funds. Now, if you're a big boy and you've got $100,000 a month to drop it. People do it. like, what's her name? Christina Cross. The company she's running through, she does about 1.3 to 1.4 million a month in direct mail. So if you're seeing the performance of some big boys, understand what the big boys are doing. You cannot build your startup business trying to do what they're doing. You can try to build your business to scale to what they're doing, but if you're trying to knock out 200 transactions a month, well, you got to understand their budget's $1.3 million to do it, plus their employment base and everything else. Build what you want to build, and that's why I started out, my very first slide was build with your end goal in mind. If your end goal is not to have 15 employees, which is not really retirement in my opinion, then you need to understand how to build a business differently and build with that in mind. All right? Postcards versus letters. I can send postcards for a lot cheaper than I can letters. I can send postcards for a lot cheaper than I can send letters. But I would want to look at my KPIs to see which one gives me a better return. Just because I can do more postcards for cheaper does not mean that is the better option. I might find that I can design a direct mail piece that's a letter that gives me a higher response rate than my postcard. And whenever I run the metrics behind the two, I might find out that while that letter cost me more, it created more revenue for me. And the only way you're going to know that is if you're tracking your data. Does that make sense? Okay. Printed versus handwritten. These are some things that you might want to split test. What I found for me on probates, if I am marketing to a probate seller, printed envelopes did not give me near the return as a handwritten envelope. And since I now knew for a scientific fact that if I handwrite that envelope, I will increase my return significantly, I found that that was a worthwhile investment. I will pay somebody to sit down and hand address every single one. Why? Better return. It's an investment. And if you treat it like an investment, you'll get a return out of it. Okay? Bulk mail, can I set up bulk mail? Yes. I did bulk mail on certain marketing strategies. Like if I am going to do pre-foreclosures, I'm never in my wildest dreams going to do bulk mail through a pre-foreclosure campaign. It takes too much time, the lead's gone dead, and everybody else has already gotten to it. But would I mind doing bulk mail to a water lead list? Probably not. Why? Because whenever I pioneered that strategy through the assistance of some of the network around me and scaled it up to the scale that I took it to, I wasn't too worried that anybody else was marketing to that list. I knew for a fact, hands down, I was the only one doing it in many municipalities. Why? Because I spent several weeks arguing with them, discussing with them, explaining to them how to do it, why they were going to do it, and why it was in their best interest to get it done. If I had to spend several weeks meeting with them to get that list, I now know no one else is marketing to it. If no one else is marketing to it, speed's not that important to me. I can reduce my costs by going through bulk mail. Now, if you're going to start doing large amounts of mail, bulk mail is something you need to look into. I'm not going to do a class on bulk mail today, but bulk mail is available to you. Get your letters, postcards down to 20 cents, 22 cents. How's that even possible? Postage costs more than that. Well, you got to learn the game. It's a game all on its own. We could do a 2-day class just on letters, copywriting. Skip trace your dead mail. This is where a lot of newer real estate investors will drop the ball and drop the ball hard. Every time you do any kind of direct mail campaign, you need to go to your mailbox, and all of those returned letters are gold. They are your best leads. They are your most qualified leads. Why? Because they are now an indication of some of the hardest ones to get a hold of. If everybody else is marketing to an absentee owner list and no one else is skip tracing the dead leads, well, this is your chance. You start getting a bunch of non-contacted people, you start skip tracing them, tracking them down, figuring out why that envelope got bounced back to you, you will put yourself in the top 10% of investors. Yes, sir.
You're talking about skip tracing there. That's like, I get tons of those back. That's like my biggest problem right there.
Okay.
With I'm wondering how do you, I get the letters returned to me and I pay to make sure they go out.
Okay.
And then I get them returned, no signature. know nothing on them, like the
Okay.
people's not even there.
Then what I'm going to say on that side is if other people are marketing to that list as well, which they probably are, and they're ignoring that returned mail, which a lot of them are, you're going to now find yourself in a situation where that property popped up as an indicator of motivation, but they're not being contacted. And if you take the time to really just drill in on all of those mail pieces, I'm going to skip trace that owner. What? I just found out that owner's passed away. Let me find out who the possible heirs are. Let me find out this. Let me find out that. And you spend the rest of all of your time, either yourself or someone on your team, getting in contact with each and every single one of those people. I'd almost be willing to bet you've got $30,000 sitting in your return mail.
Yeah, like I get those letters back constantly.
That's not a bad thing. That's because everybody else that's doing the same thing as you, if they're not skip tracing them, then that's just that many leads that you can now perform on that no one else did.
So I just keep hitting them back up.
I would skip trace them. Well, what I mean by skip trace is, so there's like resources like skipgenie.com, TLO, batch skip trace. These are all Propelio. Propelio's coming out. We've partnered up with Skip Genie as well as batch skip tracing to get you this information. But what you'll do is you'll go in there and say, blank, blank, blank address, show me all potential occupants and their contact phone numbers and their contact emails, all of their potential relatives. Are they deceased? Okay, well, if I skip trace 123 Main Street and it comes back and it says that the owner is 97 years old, there's a good chance that person has now deceased. It's just probabilities. Okay, so now if I've been trying to get in touch with that person and I can't, it's probably because that person has honestly deceased. Can I figure out, now, okay, I now know that Mrs. John Smith or whatever it was, I can find out them, who their potential heirs are. This lead is starting to get difficult. And what you'll find is whenever a lead starts getting difficult, the more difficult it gets, the more people that stop doing it. And you start drilling in, okay, Mrs. John Smith was the widow of John Smith. John Smith, I can find out, had blank, blank, blank children. I can skip trace those children, call them up and be like, hey, did Mrs. John Smith just die? Yeah. Okay, I worked from there. Okay? Those are your best deals. Here, grab one of these real quick. So, skip trace your dead mail. Every door direct mail, EDDM. That's like if you got the budget, what I can do is just say, I really want to market to 76085. That's my marketing zone. I want to hit not just a property in 76085. I want to hit every property in 76085. Now, there's several different ways of taking that approach, but the Postal Service does offer EDDM. And I'm not going to get deep in on the weeds from this. What I want you to know is that EDDM is kind of like a flyer that's got 19 businesses on it. And you get to be one of those 19 businesses. Has anybody seen those? Do you pay a lot of attention to them? No. That's why this marketing is cheap. It's subsidized. You can get yourself in front of a lot of people. But if you do it right, you might be able to pull a deal out of it. I'm not a big fan of it, but some things that you might be able to do is if you've got the marketing budget to do it, is to really start marketing in an entire neighborhood. That right there is kind of like a bandit sign. If I just take a bandit sign into an entire neighborhood, everybody in that neighborhood is likely going to see what? That bandit sign. That is, I do like bandit signs. Like if I was to go right back to the streets, start wholesaling, my primary entrance strategy for acquisitions would likely be bandit signs and then hitting some niche lists.
As far as bandit signs go, I know that it's illegal in some municipalities, some cities to put them in
So
certain
code
places.
violations across the board, yes. And we'll talk about bandit signs here in a second. I came up with my own system to create a bandit sign system that was not an infraction of code enforcement. But I have to take into consideration where my comfort level stands.
Yeah.
Is it a code violation? Yes. Is it technically wrong? Yes. You have to become, at a point, okay with that. If you're not okay with that, I get it. If you are okay with that, I get it. But at the point in time, I can drop a $3 sign in the ground and make 30 grand. Like, I'm probably doing it.
I'm totally okay with it. I was just wondering if there's any fines that end up assessed with it, and if
Yeah.
there are any fines.
Yeah.
Can you take and, divert it by putting a 1-800 number through Vonage?
So there is a lot of things that we can talk about that, and we'll go into bandit signs. What I want to do through the course of the next 2 days is explain wholesaling. Like, I could do a full 2-day class just on marketing. I could do a full day class just on bandit signs. So what I don't want to do is think that right now I'm going to give you all of those details, because I would need 2 weeks. What I want to do is give you all of the details that I can of wholesaling so that you understand it from beginning to end, and I'll answer those types of questions as I move through. But like on bandit signs, it's like, can I get fines? Yeah, I can. Can they be big? Yeah. Can my payday be big? Yeah. So what's my ROI? If I have to pay $14,000 in fines this year and I made $193,000,
Worth it.
that's my marketing expense. But I'm not sitting here and trying to encourage anybody in this room to go out and commit a bunch of code violations. This is your business. This is how you want to operate. Some people would consider that to be extremely unethical. I personally, like, if you go on to biggerpockets.com and you start talking about bandit signs, they'll roast you. I personally thrived off of bandit signs. That's my opinion, though. Some people might say I was wrong for doing it. Well, at the point in time, I have to feed my family, and I now know that instead of standing on the corner, I can just drop a sign on the corner, and I make 30 grand. I'm going to do it, man. I'm just going to do it. If I have to choose between doing something illegal that's beneficial to the neighborhood or something illegal that's not beneficial to the neighborhood, and those are my only choices, I'm going to drop that sign there. Like, when you're broke, you're broke. You got to figure something out. All right? Guerrilla marketing. Guerrilla marketing is where I see a lot of opportunity for someone that's new and doesn't have a lot of budget, and you're just getting out there and getting some stuff done. If anybody in here has ever heard of Donovan Ruffin, whenever I first met with Donovan Ruffin when he was first getting started, like, he went to Walmart and bought poster board. Not even bandit signs, just like poster board. And with a Sharpie wrote, "We buy houses" on there, and was stapling them to poles. Like, it's paper. He was putting paper on poles saying, "We buy houses," and he knocked down his first deal. He was broke, but he pulled it up off the ground with his posters. So guerrilla marketing is a way to pull out. Bandit signs being one of them. I really like bandit signs. I like the way I transitioned out of bandit signs into putting signs on cars. It reduced my capital expenditures, and it increased my ROI because I could pay for it once and I'd have a sign forever in the marketplace. I have a full class out there on that on Propelio's Academy, not Academy, but on Propelio TV, YouTube. You just go out there and look at the car signs on wheels things or whatever it ended up being. Full class on how to get your car, your sign on hundreds of cars. I did that when I got up to about 70-ish cars. I taught that to some other people. Tang Nguyen, also somebody here local that has really done a great job. He took that exact same campaign that I designed, and he got up to 300 cars. Could you imagine if you had 300 cars driving around with your sign on the back window? Opportunity. See where I'm saying? Get outside of the mindset of tradition and start thinking about what can you do to get in front of as many people as you possibly can and tell them that you buy houses. Bulletin boards. And what I mean by bulletin boards, not billboards, just bulletin boards, like little pegboards. Could we possibly find, a lot of the times if someone's moving and they're not necessarily planning for it, might they have to surrender their pet? Most of your Humane Society surrenders are from people moving. If there's a billboard at that Humane Society that I can put a business card on or a flyer on that says "We buy houses," is that a deal? Are you going to retire off of that? No. But if you can just add one more deal to your pipeline, maybe that's a deal for the year. If that deal was $8,000 and I can find 9 other resources, I just made $80,000 that year. If you're used to making $15,000 a year, $80,000 a year is a pretty damn good payday. Okay? Hospitals, bulletin boards at hospitals, courts, funeral directors, attorneys, apartments, unemployment offices, bail bonds. These are areas where people might be congregating that are in stressful situations. If I can figure out how to market to those people, whether we do those Bluetooth key fobs, put those in those areas, we do the bulletin board, whatever you do. I'm trying to get your thought processes boiling. Okay? Blanket business cards and flyers. Every time you go to the gas pump, tape one of your business cards on there. Just getting crazy with it. You go to Home Depot, stick a handful of them in the water packages. It's not going to make you a ton of money, but it will start creating opportunities. And if all you're needing is that first deal and you're working on a budget, just telling as many people as you possibly can what you're doing will increase the chances of you closing a deal. This is something that I think is going to be really good for people that have that gift of gab, the person that knows no stranger. Network marketing is a free resource that can land you a ton of deals. One of the guys I grew up and went to school with is a very good communicator. He's good at talking to people. He has no problem walking up to a stranger and striking up a conversation. If you get really good at that, every person you see is an opportunity to ask for a referral. Like, you can be broke as hell, but you can still run your mouth. It's true. Like, if you're good at standing in front of any place and just like, hey, you know what? Hey, striking up the conversation, and then 15 seconds into the conversation, you nail that elevator pitch. I'm a local real estate investor. I work with a lot of people to help them out of difficult situations with their homes. If you or anybody you know of is in a situation like that, I'd love to get in contact with them. Oh, yeah, well, my cousin, I know they're in foreclosure. Boom. How much did that lead cost you? Cost you some time. But if you're good at it anyways and you're already in line at Walmart, why not? So these are not things that are going to scale to a point starting out, but can you scale network marketing to a very viable resource? Yes. I was talking to you earlier today about Gabe. Gabe's out of Houston. 100% of his deal flow is coming out of networking with real estate agents. That doesn't cost him anything. It takes some of his time. But he lets enough real estate agents know what he does in his business, and there's his entire business model. Okay? Network marketing can work. If I had different initiatives, could I be standing here at the front of this room talking to every single one of y'all, teaching you what I want to get deals from you? Network marketing. This could be network marketing as I stand right here. That make sense? Okay, so network marketing can scale. Social media, you can pull a lot of deals out of social media. You let enough people in social media know what you do and what you're doing, you will start being remembered as the resource that does that. The better you are at staying top of mind with these people, the better the probability of closing a deal will be. Try to connect with BPO agents, court-appointed guardians, blank, 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 blank. Connect with everybody. Everybody that you can find that knows that you do this is going to increase your chances of making that happen. One of the things that I would recommend is that as you are making these connections, that your marketing campaign now becomes following up with those connections. So you constantly stay top of mind. If I meet a postal employee and I'm like, hey, I'd like to blank, 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 and I never talk to that person again, are they going to remember? They might be able to remember the interaction, but they're not going to remember my name, my phone number. But if I take their contact information down and I make it a habit to automate my follow-up with them, whether that be a reminder to tell myself to call them up, or I set them up on a ringless voicemail drop to ringless voicemail that postal employee once a month saying, hey, I met you a couple months ago. I just wanted to touch base with you and see if you came across any other properties. You are constantly reminding that person you're still in business. The better you get at that, the better you'll do. You get a long list of contractors. Contractors get called out to houses for bids. When they send over those bids and the homeowner can't afford them, is that an opportunity that you might be able to buy something? Okay. How much more time do I have? All right, we're going to start speeding up. What I want to do here, I cannot give you a full class on digital marketing, network marketing, direct mail marketing, guerrilla marketing. I cannot give you a full class on that. What I need you to do right here, though, is understand these are your channels, pick one, and then you go to another class on that one and study it and work out from there. Digital marketing. You need to create landing pages and websites. Propelio.com can do that for you in about 5 seconds. Like seriously, if I come over here, boom, I go over here to Propelio.com. If you do not have a website for your business, I suggest you get one. If I come over here, I log into Propelio, boom, I sign in.
Change your display.
Oh, change my display. Ha! Boom. Yep, y'all can see that up there. All right, so now I can't see it over here. But once I'm in there, where's my mouse? All right, boom. In about 5 seconds, I could have a website just like that stood up. Like, it says Daniel Moore at the top because I don't have a logo for my Daniel Moore business. But if I wanted to put a logo up there, logo's up there. It doesn't take long for you to have a website set up for your business. At this day and age, with as advanced as technology is, websites are not difficult anymore. So if you're out there doing and operating your business under an @Gmail account, spend the $49 a month to have a Propelio website and a Propelio email. It's well worth the time. Like, it's 49 bucks. Like, if you can't afford it, I understand. I've been at a point where I couldn't afford that either. But if you can't afford 49 bucks a month, get yourself out there on the internet. Get yourself a website. Get off your @Gmail. Get off your Hotmail. And start setting yourself up with a business. So that is that. Like, it doesn't take long. Now, let me get this back over here somewhere. GoDaddy's where you can buy a domain. You can also buy a domain through Propelio. And the website's already built. It takes 5 seconds. You're done.
Put in your business name, a few more things, and it's up.
It's 5 questions. It's done. Answer 5 questions. You're done. All right. So coming back over here. Oh, are we good? Are we good? We are good. I got to figure out my spot, though. All right. There we go. All right, but having that website on its own is good for credibility, but if you're wanting to use it as a lead source, you're going to have to learn about pay-per-click marketing. We just partnered with Steel Marketing. Steel Marketing is coming in to teach SEO, teach PPC. They're going to do a great job of that, and if you are a Propelio customer and you are using a Propelio website, they are going to start doing weekly webinars starting here in January. Our first one's going to be like January 13th. So if you are a Propelio customer, you will get directly coached by Steel Marketing to teach you how to use that website as a lead generating funnel, either through pay-per-click or SEO. So moving forward from there, we need to understand click-through optimization. We need to understand search engine optimization. But just because you have a website does not mean that leads will start coming in. You've got to work on creating that as a funnel, okay? Going through from there, mass media. I can start doing billboards. Billboards, everybody that drives down I-30, I-35, I-75, wherever you're at is going to see your marketing. That's mass media. Get it in front of everyone you possibly can. Bandit signs, mass media. Radio ads, mass media. You're touching as many people as you possibly can. That's like the epitome of a shotgun. Shotgun approaches are expensive. You know, if you do not have a large budget, shotgun approaches are expensive. That's why I suggest anybody starting out to become a sniper, because most of the bigger people are not going to be snipers. They're going to be shotguns. So if you're going to compete with a shotgun, you're going to be a sniper. Okay? Coming through. Phone marketing. What do I mean by phone marketing? Phone marketing is in like ringless voicemails, text messaging, auto dialers, phone systems in general. So going through this, phone systems. I like to assign a specific phone number to my specific marketing types. Like if I'm marketing to probates, my probate will have its own phone number. So that way I can track how many probate calls I'm receiving. If I am doing split tests on my probate marketing will have multiple phone numbers. This is how I am tracking my split testing. Every time I get a phone call, I now know where that lead came from because of the phone number it came in on. I would use, from back in my day, CallRail. There is a lot of systems available now that can help you through your business, but CallRail is what I used back in the day. I could take CallRail and assign a specific phone number to a specific marketing campaign, and I could then track how many phone calls I was getting per campaign. Okay? I'm going to want to start text messaging. How many people leave their text messages unread? I'm to a point I am now. Like, the number of people that have my phone is just wild, so it's overwhelming. It drives me crazy. But all of that to be said, text messages almost always get read. If you learn how to start using effectively text messaging campaigns, your open rates will be high, your delivery costs will be low. It costs like $0.01 to $0.02 to send a text message. Okay? Lead Sherpa, I know that they were offering that. There are other resources out there beyond that. It's a service that provides text messaging blasts, but there's a lot of them out there. Like, there are a ton of them out there. Just find one that you'll use and you like and use it. Ringless voicemails. When I first started, there was a company out there, and I can't even remember the name of it right now. It was 9 years ago. So everybody's getting hot on ringless voicemails right now. Ringless voicemails have been the thing for the past 2 years. I was doing ringless voicemails 9 years ago. Ringless voicemails are a way to hit 20,000 people in 45 minutes. Has anybody in here ever received a voicemail but their phone didn't ring? It's a ringless voicemail. I'm just dropping little hints in your voicemail box all over the place. So if I did want to blow an absentee owner list, there's 14,000 of them in Dallas County alone, I would likely try to touch them with an RVM. It's my lowest cost per touch that I can hit at mass that I believe. That is my opinion. So if I did want to hit all of them at once, I'd RVM them. Okay? What else to consider? While I am doing this marketing, I need to be crucial piece to that is my lead management. Every lead that comes into my phone system, I paid a lot of money for it, or I paid a lot of my life for it. If you paid your life for something, would you ignore it? No. That lead took your life to get. Respect it. Nurture it. Follow up with it. I do not know metrics right now, but my feedback from the conversations I have is that contract is normally coming on 4 to 7 follow-ups. Almost no one is getting contract day one. So if you go out on your appointment, you go out and you make that contact, and you do not get your contract, that is not the end of the game. That is just the start. You need to religiously follow up with that lead consistently for months, 8 months, 9 months, 16 months. My longest follow-up that I scored a contract on was almost 2.5 years, and it was about a $90,000 payday. Once you have that lead in your system, nurture it and follow up with it until the house and opportunity is gone. Every single one of them. Your money is 100% in the follow-up. I cannot stress that enough today. If you learn anything at all today, your money is in the follow-up. You're going to need to develop some follow-up systems to automate and or control that. Yes?
So when do you get to the point where the lead's dead? Like when they say, no, I don't
When the house is sold. Nope. When they say they don't want to sell the house, 30 days later, you call them again. 30 days later, you call them again. And until that house is sold, you just keep calling unless they hit a do not call list or something like that. Like you can't go that route. But if they hit a do not call list, well, then I'm going to slide in with the postcards. Boom. You just keep going. It does not stop. It only stops when the house is sold. Okay? You're going to need to set up some sort of email system. Like email blasting is, in my opinion, a little more dead than what it used to be. But in my days, email blasting was still a pretty big part of the business. But I think email blasts have kind of gone to the wayside. But ultimately, if you are going to be a master wholesaler, you must first become a master data miner and then a master marketer. And until you have done those two things, you will not be a wholesaler. Okay? I'm going to take 2 questions, and then I'm going to move on to the next one. Either I taught it really well, or y'all just that ready to get the F out of here.
On these follow-up systems, do you recommend any app or business or way to go to keep up with all of it? How you contact?
Propelio has a lead management system. You would need some training to understand how to use it. I would literally have to sit down and show you how to use Propelio as a lead management system. It has tasks follow up in there. It has a way of organizing the leads based upon the due dates of your tasks. But beyond that, there's a lot of CRMs. Any CRM will function. Podio is a free one, but it's going to take you some understanding of how to build it. But ultimately, even just an Excel spreadsheet starting out is capable, but Propelio's CRM side is free. And if you understand how to use Propelio's lead management system, it is free, 100% free. But if you understand how to use the task manager on there, and you understand how it operates in regards to follow-ups of the tasks, then Propelio can be a really good follow-up system for you. Okay? Hey. Yes, Fred.
RVMs or even cold calling for that matter. Do you have any concerns regarding like the TCPA laws and
So
getting
I've
sued?
I've read them on the text messaging side, and my understanding is if it's not an automated system from a dialer and it's just person to person, it's not illegal. But that is my understanding. I'm not a lawyer, and you need to talk with a lawyer on that side. Anytime that we start doing something at scale that's functioning to get in touch with people, it's going to piss people off. And so we'll constantly be in an ever-changing environment. You know, right now, RVMs and text messaging has picked up really big over the past couple of years. Well, you know what? Maybe direct mail's starting to come back. You know, markets move in cycles. Marketing moves in cycles. Real estate investing strategies move in cycles. So while there is that, if the legislation comes through that says that's dead, then, you know, on my side, from what I've read on it, I am of the opinion that it can be done within compliance. So I don't worry about it too much. The biggest thing I would worry about is the do not call list. You know, you do have potential litigators that come through that. So, all right. One more, or was that the two questions? That was the two questions, I believe. All right, so we're going to take a short break. We're going to give this one another 5 minutes, and we're going to come back for the next segment. The next segment is going to be on, hold up for everybody that's watching on YouTube. The next segment is going to be on creating a schedule around this and setting your business up for processes through time blocking and stuff like that. So pay attention to that. We're coming right back in about 5 minutes on that subject. As soon as I get a thumbs up from the back of the room that we're live, we're going to start this back up again. All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all for sticking around. Thanks again to Quest IRA for giving us the opportunity to use their building. Thank you very much to them. Moving forward here, we already received this question a little bit earlier, like what should my week look like? What should my schedule look like? This is going to shift as your business grows, but I'm going to touch on 3 essential people. The person that's just now getting started that's never done a deal, the person that's done at least 1 to 10 deals, and the person that's doing more than 10 deals. The schedule is important to you, but I'm going to give you my experience and how to function and make this move forward. So, creating a schedule is imperative to keeping you on task. When you become an employee at a company, you know when you show up to work, when you go on break, when you go to lunch, when you go home. It's structured. A lot of entrepreneurs or a lot of new people that are going into the path of entrepreneurship feel like that they are free from that structure, and there is nothing closer to a fallacy than that. Your life needs to become very structured. You are now responsible for yourself. You need to create a schedule around those responsibilities, because now that you do not have to be at XYZ at 9 a.m., you have to be somewhere within your mind, within your business at all times throughout the day. And if you're not paying attention to that, then you are on the losing side of this business. So, some things that I see a lot of new people do and do often is they get stuck doing busy work. Busy work is absolutely the death of most newer real estate investors. We need to focus on RGA, revenue generating activities. There is no way for you to get paid unless you are focusing on the things that get you paid. Does cleaning off your desk get you paid? No. Does getting your CRM all brand new and clean and you've never done a deal before get you paid? No. Does spending every single night going to the REIA get you paid? Depends upon your marketing strategy. For a network marketer, maybe. But for most of y'all, no. It does not. What are RGAs? My wife helped me out with this tremendously when I first got started. She saw me often spending my entire day working and not really accomplishing anything. She went out and bought me a little journal, a little spiral journal about that big, and she placed it on my desk right next to my computer with a pen. And what I became in the religious habit of doing at that point in time is I would write down all ideas of what I needed to do for that day onto that piece of paper. Everything. And then I would structure my day around what is going to get me paid, what do I need to do, and what do I want to do. Okay? And my day did not end until my items that get me paid got done, and the items that I needed to get done got done. And that was my day. My day did not end until those 2 things were done. And I would prioritize everything on that list into that. And if there was a bunch of things at the end of the day that I wanted to do and I didn't get to do, then I didn't get to do them. But you know what? I got paid things done. And I got the need to do things done. You know what need to do things are is like, you know what? Taxes are due tomorrow. I need to get that done. Does that get me paid? No, but I need to get it done. Okay? If you start balancing your exchange of time throughout the day with revenue generating activities, you will see an increase in your revenue. Okay? Revenue generating activities for newer real estate investors is going to be these first two presentations I've done for you. First, if you do not have knowledge, you're going to need to spend a considerable amount of your time consuming knowledge. But you do not need to get into an endless loop of I do not have enough knowledge. Once a knowledge has been received, it must be applied, otherwise it is useless information in your head. Knowledge is not power, knowledge applied is power. Brittany Washington was the first person I ever heard say that. Knowledge is not power, knowledge applied is power. So if you go out and you get all of this information through free resources like the Propelio Academy, if anybody in here has never heard of propelio.com/academy, it is a 100% free resource for upping your education in real estate investing. People like John Jackson have came in and contributed to this academy. He taught on lease options. I personally have taught on mobile homes, pre-foreclosures, wholesaling, and some other ones that I can't think of. But it is about 400 or 500 videos that break down real estate investing like I'm doing right now. It's a 100% free resource. Go check it out, propelio.com/academy. So let's say my start out is going to be education. The next piece behind that is going to be my week needs to be full of data mining. And then after I've got that data mining figured out, my next week needs to be full of marketing. And then my week will stay full of marketing until I go out of business. Marketing will never leave my schedule. It might end up on somebody else's responsibilities, but you always have to market. We'll talk more about that as I move forward. I may have confused a few people on that. Let me do this. Everybody, I'd like to see you do it this weekend. Just pull out your calendar and look at your calendar, and you can set a repeating schedule inside of your calendar. Like every Monday, this happens. Every Tuesday, this happens. Block out your calendar for your business. Because what you will find is that you'll look at your calendar and there's nothing on your calendar, and someone will ask you to do something, you're going to do it. Well, your calendar's full, it's just not on there. You have activities that you need to be doing for your business, and you need to be doing them regularly. So some of the things you need to do is say, every Monday I'm going to block out 4 hours for planning my week. Every single day I'm going to block out 3 hours for driving for dollars. Every single day I'm going to block out 3 hours for lead follow-up. Every single day I'm going to block out 3 hours for marketing. Well, now you've got a 9 or 10 hour day every single day, and you now know what your damn job is. Is your marketing going to be different every day? Is your follow-up going to be different? Starting out, you don't know what this looks like, but you at least need to get it on your calendar so you understand that it's a commitment you're making to yourself and you need to perform on it. And when someone calls you up and says, hey, you want to go out? Nope, I can't. I've got RGA in front of me right now. Don't become the entrepreneur that gets caught up in, I don't have anything to do anymore. You've got a lot to do. And starting out, it's going to look like an 80 or 90 hour a week. Okay? So time blocking is critical. Get it on your calendar. Find out what your RGA is and make sure that it is on your calendar. And then you start penciling in all your needs around that. Okay? You're going to have to be very disciplined in how you operate your time, because it's how you operate your time that's going to result in what you get back. Okay? Avoid gaps of income. This is another big issue I see with newer people, is you'll get a paycheck, and then you'll have to go 4 months without one, and then you'll get another paycheck, and you'll have to go another 2 months without one, and you just keep finding yourself with gaps where you're not filling up your pipeline. Okay, I'm going to give you some of my feedback on this, and I'm going to open the classroom up to be really more communicative after this. But what I found for me starting out, and this is why I stress the abundance mindset of we work in teams, is I was the marketer. I was the incoming call. I was the negotiations. I was the due diligence. I was the appointment. I was the dispo. I was the transaction coordinator. I was all of those pieces. And while I was able to do that, and while I was able to achieve a volume of property, you're going to hit a level where you are no longer able to perform all of these duties and do them all well. So what was happening is I'd go through as the marketer, I'd put my marketing hat on, I'd do a bunch of marketing, and what's the marketing going to cause? Phone calls. Well, now I'm spending a lot of my time doing this. If I'm doing a lot of this, I'm not doing a lot of marketing anymore, am I? Well, when I take phone calls, what does that turn into? Appointments. Well, now that I'm doing appointments, what am I starting to fail on? Phone calls. Well, now that I'm doing appointments, now I've got contracts. Where does my focus go to then? Transaction coordination. And then I got to work on dispo. And then I got to work on close. That's like a 90-day cycle. Well, if I go through that 90-day cycle and my marketing starts getting ignored and my incoming phone calls start getting ignored, my income's going to start doing this. You've got to find a way to make sure that all of those activities are occurring whether you're doing them or not. And that's going to be hard for you to do starting out. So your days are going to look long. You're going to work 2 or 3 full-time jobs. You're going to be working 80, 90 hours a week to start creating consistent income. If you've already got a full-time job and you're looking to replace that job, well, then you might as well accept that you now have 2 full-time jobs because you're going to take a lot of effort to get that off of the ground. I don't want to discourage anybody in here because the results can be extremely rewarding. It can definitely retire you in ways that you might have never expected it to before. But it takes effort. It takes considerable effort to pull this off the ground, okay? But to avoid your gaps in income, you must say, no matter what, every single day, I've got at least 2 to 3 hours applied to my marketing, depending upon what my marketing strategy is.
What time of day do you usually use for following up with your leads?
What time of day do I usually use for following up with my leads? Back in the day, I would just call anytime. I didn't get very scientific about it. One of the things that I have to admit to everybody in the world is I was not the world's greatest wholesaler. I did not create a team of 25 employees and generate millions and millions in revenue around wholesaling. I was a solo shop. It was me and one assistant. With me and one assistant, I was able to accomplish enough that it's made me to where I'm at today. I used wholesaling as my stepping stone. If you want to turn wholesaling into your business, great. I never wanted to run a wholesaling business. I wanted to own real estate. Through wholesaling, I was able to accomplish around $20,000 a month in cash flow off of my real estate investments. It has taken me a long time to realize that and get that to a point that it's stabilized. But now that I've done that, I'm financially retired from that one asset. If my life was designed around spending as much time with my friends and family and et cetera as I possibly could that one deal set me up for the rest of my life? I had to grind off my ass for 2 to 3 years to create what I did not have to start out with, which was the capital I needed to get into an investment like I got into. But once I got into that investment, do I still need to wholesale? So what I need to say is that this can either be a stepping stone to get you up to the next level, or if you boil down and apply business principles to it, it can become your full-time cash flowing business. So when people ask me questions that really get into the business aspect of wholesaling, I must concede and say that's not my specialty. I can teach you wholesaling from beginning to end, but if you really want to learn how to build a business out of wholesaling real estate, you might want to talk to people like Donovan Ruffin, Carlos Reyes, RJ Bates, and Jason, yes, those are people that have turned their businesses into that. That was not me. So I'm going to give you as much as I possibly can, but I'm also not going to stand up here and just try and pretend like I'm a know-it-all. There are things that I'm very confident in speaking to you on. There are other things that I'm not very confident in speaking to you on. Okay? But your revenue-generating activities must stay on your calendar every day and get executed. And that's where it sucks. Is because when you are filling all 5 or 6 seats starting out, your days are going to be long. It's going to be tough. And if you don't have a network to rely on It's going to make it very difficult for you. So fortunately for me, I had a very supportive wife. Fortunately for me, I had my father that was willing to help me out on keeping rehabs going and stuff like that. All of that is my stepping stone to get started. So lean upon working with other people and just understand that you must time block your calendar, and your calendar must be full of revenue generating activities and need to do's. Okay? Other things I'd like to incorporate into that is personal growth, should be on my calendar. And personal growth being my education, being my networking, personal growth being my mentors, my coaches. Something that gives me the ability to expand my mind to the next level must be on my calendar at all times. Other things that must be on my calendar at all times is marketing. Marketing never leaves my calendar. It might leave my responsibility, but it must maintain on my calendar all the time. And whenever things leave my responsibility, how do you manage that? Systems, processes, and accountability, KPIs. You can never let your eyes leave those KPIs. Otherwise, you do not have a business. Okay? That is how you manage the growth. That is how you manage your team. That is how you manage everything around you. Key performance indicators all day long. And then appointments in contract management also get thrown into my schedule. If I have a motivated seller on the phone and they're like, I can meet you at noon today, and my calendar already has marketing on it for noon today, does that marketing get moved? Yes. Why? Because that appointment is a higher ranking revenue generating activity than my marketing. But does marketing leave my schedule for that day? No, it gets shifted down. And that's why you'll find yourself often working late into the evenings, because it does not leave your schedule for that day. It just gets shifted. There is no negotiations. It stays on that schedule. I must work through follow-up and systems on my calendar regularly. What did I say earlier about follow-up? That's where the deal is. That's where the money is. Follow-up must maintain and stay in your schedule. Why? Because that's an RGA. Marketing is an RGA. Personal development is more so a future building process. And you must always be building towards the future. I'm going to open up to some questions here. Now, I hope that I was able to express a little bit about that, but do we have any questions here? Like, what should your calendar look like right now? Do you have a fairly confident understanding of what you should be doing during your week? If you don't, this is your time to ask, man. Some of the key things that I want to say on that, it's like, okay, starting out, you may not have marketing developed yet. So what does those marketing hours on your calendar look like? Developing marketing, data mining, all day long. Data mine, data mine, data mine, and then move into your marketing campaigns. And then as you start marketing, then other stuff's going to start absorbing into your schedule.
At what point did you find that the VA was necessary, like, for you to bring in? What did you delegate first?
What I delegated first, so this is going to be a question or an answer that I'm going to reply with from my mentors like Grant Kemp and Gary Harper. The question was.
At what point did you decide that it was time to bring in a VA, and what was the first things that you delegated?
I am not going to give you my answer. I'm going to give you Grant Kemp and Gary Harper's answer. Whenever I first build my business, I'm going to build out an accountability chart. The accountability chart is going to show, if I built this business the way I wanted it to be, who are all of my employees going to be? I need these 7 people in my business. Whether I have them starting out or not, these are the 7 people I'm going to have in my business. Starting out, I'm going to have to fill all 7 roles. So the first person that I hire out is going to be the role that I am failing at the most. So whenever I'm sitting there looking at my business, because I hate data entry. I can't stand it. But there are some people that love data entry. So if I sit here and say the first thing you need to outsource is data entry, well, that might apply to some of y'all, but it might not apply to all of y'all. So once you've built out your accountability chart, the very first person you hire is the person that you're failing at the most. Okay? Any other questions? The scheduling piece was light, but it is extremely important. I consider this to be the backbone to keeping your business thriving. The data mining and marketing is going to create the opportunity. The discipline of managing your schedule is what's going to keep your revenue generating. Okay? All right.
Do you have any?
Let's get you a mic. Let's get you a mic real quick. You want one, Astrid? Good one.
Do you have any suggestions for a shared calendar app, something that you could put a whole team on versus
Google Calendar.
I have iPhone, so if
Google Calendar.
it still goes on there.
Yeah, Google Calendar. Like I've done everything with Google Calendar, and people can put stuff on my stuff. And then beyond that, like if you want to be able to get people to put stuff on there, is Calendly. Like if for me, like I know that I have got people that constantly want to have meetings with me. If I accepted every meeting I got, I'd go all week just doing meetings. So like I have to time block on my calendar. Like I'm only allowing 5 hours a week for meetings, and it's during these times. So if somebody wants a meeting with me, well, I'll share my Calendly link, and it's like, this is your opportunity. It's these 5 hours. And then no one gets time with me outside of those 5 hours unless it's just an absolute like must-have RGA that comes in. It's like, I have a business opportunity where I can partner with somebody. I'll get them outside of that 5-hour block, but you need to limit that kind of stuff. Yes?
So we love bandit signs. They are a huge bitch to put out, and we've attempted delegating them before. And what I found is when I delegate them out and we hire people to do it, I don't get the same responses. Like I'll go put out 150 bandit signs, and I'll get 5 calls by 8 a.m. the next day.
Use Simple Crew.
I did,
Okay.
and as I even gave instructions, everything like that. But the sign they would give up at like midnight and not put all 150 out, or
Well, then
I
you
wasn't.
need to either compensate them better or
Yeah.
find better people.
Okay.
Like that's a management piece. So
Right.
It's going to be finding out. Maybe you can set it up. It's like you get paid X per sign,
Right.
and you don't get paid a dime unless they're all done. So like you go out and you put 50 out, you're not getting paid for 50. You're getting paid for 150. Your job is 150, and you do not get paid until your job's done.
Okay.
So they go out and put 50 out, and they're like, F this, I'm going to get paid. Well, no, you're not. Your job was 150 signs. You didn't do it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I was doing the pay per sign, but I wasn't.
Well,
setting that
I'd
out
probably
right.
still do pay per sign, but it's a minimum of 150 signs. And until you knock out 150 signs, your day's not done.
Gotcha.
I'm not paying you for a job half done. Like if I got a tile guy and I hired this tile guy to come in and tile my tub surround, I'm not paying him for 2 walls.
Right.
You get the 3rd wall done or you're not getting paid.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you.
Everybody that's in the line of a rubber band, be careful. Oh, missed it. Try one more time. Try one more time. There we go. Got that one. Simple Crew. Simple Crew. All right. We're closing this one up. Well, 2 more questions. Yes, sir.
Hey, as far as KPIs go, do you recommend a particular software for that, or do you just use CallRail before?
So CallRail doesn't generate the KPIs for me. I haven't seen anything that generates the KPIs for me. Propelio is in the process of building out a phone system with a auto dialer, RVMs, text messages, with KPIs all built on top of it with the skip tracing and list building service. So all of that is on the way with Propelio, but I do not know of any automated KPI system right now.
Okay, so everything is just done manually. Okay.
At this point,
At
that
this
I,
point.
that I know of.
Okay.
I don't know of any businesses outside of ones that have paid to create their own in-house software that have automated KPIs.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we're going to wrap that one up, and we're going to move on after lunch. So we're going to lunch. We're going to be on lunch for the next hour and a half-ish, and we're going to come back. When we come back from lunch, we're going to be touching base on. Coming back from lunch, we're going to talk about taking the phone calls, appointment preparation, and acquisitions, and then we're going to end the day with a panel with Donovan Ruffin, R.J. Bates, Cassie, Jamie Burleson-Woolley, Jay Coleman, Michael Hernandez, and Grant Kemp. So we're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Hey, so just want to jump on here real quick, see, because it looks like we got a lot of people just probably on the hold screen. Just wanted to jump on here and see if y'all are liking it. What do you not like? What are you liking? What would you like us to change in the afternoon slash tomorrow? But if you're liking it, make sure you're sharing it out. Make sure you're giving us some thumbs up. Make sure you're dropping comments. The I'm back here monitoring the chat feed. So if you have questions, drop them in the live chat, and I will ask them. We want to make this as interactive as possible for everybody, and so you can get as much out of it as possible. Looks like we got about an hour and 10 minutes before we come back, so get a bite to eat, breathe, rest your brain, give love to Propelio. Thanks, guys. But yeah, so if you're watching, let us know where you're watching from. Looks like a Double E Investment Properties, Chris Jones, Cherry 97, Meet Kafui, Thoyo, Clinton Reynolds, Addie. Love it. Hi, Sonia. Always got to support Sonia. Byron, thank you. It's going great. You got the microphone for the questions. You've got a link for the stream, etc. So, how do we target certain houses with Facebook? Ooh, that's a good question. I know you can drop like addresses of. I will first answer by saying I'm not the correct person to ask that. I will secondly jump in and say you can, on the back end of Facebook, say what your properties are or where your offices are, and you can market to that. So it's like, hey, I have 123 Main Street, 256 Main Street, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't know how. Last time I checked, it was like within a quarter mile. So I don't know if you can get as granular as like 10 meters or something. But it looks like Byron Stewart says, I'm your Facebook guy. So hit him up. So, and it looks like he says you can't do that for Facebook anymore. So there you go. So, anywhere. Cool. So we got about an hour. Again, if you're watching live, make sure you drop some love, and we'll be coming back here in about an hour. So really appreciate everybody watching. Hopefully, I'm still going to do the 2 streams, so you're going to have the all-day stream or the stream specific. That way, it's easier to reference later. But anyway, I'm going to jump off and whatever. So, there we go.
They hear me. They can't hear me. All right. How was lunch for everybody? Good, good, good. So coming back from lunch, we're going to be starting with taking the phone calls and then working through appointment preparation and then closing out the day with acquisitions in the panel. So for those of y'all, I'm kind of taking this in a step-by-step order. We started out the day with understanding where the data that we're going to be marketing to is coming from. We moved into how to contact those people. And then we set it up with like, how should I schedule out my week so that I'm being efficient with what I'm doing here? And now we're going to move into, I just did my marketing. The next step in this funnel is I'm going to start getting phone calls. So we're going to go through taking that phone call. Oh, let me get you set up over here on the main screen. I'm going to go through setting up that phone call and then getting ready for the appointment and actually taking the appointment itself. All of those things to be said, how have y'all enjoyed the morning so far? Are y'all getting what y'all were expecting out of this? Okay. Thank you, thank you. So, if anybody in here wouldn't mind sharing the favor with me, help me get this out on social media. Share this to some of the other real estate investing groups that are out there online and help us kind of get the information out there. The key piece to all of this is the abundance mindset and kind of evolving into that we, not me mindset. So one of the things that I've said a lot here lately is we, not me, and we put the unity back in the community. What I have found as a real estate investor and what I initially started with as a real estate investor is I was an island and no one was going to get my deals. And whenever I started realizing that I could go so much further and faster by collaboration versus competition, it really shifted how my business operated. The better and better I became at working with other people and working with other people through their deals and through my deals, the better I became as a real estate investor. So understanding that everybody in this room is somebody that you can collaborate with. Some people only want to do remodels in Tarrant County. Well, if you are not in Tarrant County and you like doing Dallas, well, y'all have opportunity to do business together. Don't look at anybody in this room as competition. Figure out what their specialty is, figure out what your specialty is, and figure out how y'all get to work together on that. Jay and Marcia Coleman at the back of the room, they have both done a very good job of working with other real estate investors in the community and helping them get their deals across the timeline. So do not be afraid to network and find other people in the community that are willing to work with you. I consider it to be a great leg up to the next level of real estate investing, and that is the partnerships. You can do a lot more via partnerships than you really ever could by yourself. So moving forward with that, let's get on to this. So slideshow from beginning. I did not get a chance to roll through this and figure out where I was at beforehand, so I'm going to wing it. All right, so thank you again, Quest, for letting us have the building. I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for anybody that likes to ask questions, I've got some of these fancy little 2-cent rubber bands that I'll be glad to give to anybody that asks some questions. So if you'd like to get some of the rubber bands, go ahead and ask the questions while we're here live. I look forward to providing as much value for every one of y'all that I possibly can today, and I am excited about everybody that's out there watching on social media. We've had about 120 to 180 people watching live via social media, so thank you all for the support on getting that out there, and if you would continue with that support for everybody that is out there on social media, keep spreading the word, help us out with that, and let's keep the attendance up today. This is a 2-day class. We are about 1/4 of the way through it, so let's move on. All right, so we've done our data mining, we've done some marketing, we've got our schedules figured out, and now in the middle of our schedules, we're going to start getting something really exciting, and that's going to be a phone call. So, a mentor of mine back in the day was Jason Palliser, and one of the key tips that he taught me was, I am a social introvert. I am not a very good talker. Traditionally do not do a good job at communicating with people. So taking a phone call was nerve-wracking for me. Going on an appointment and discussing stuff with a homeowner was nerve-wracking for me. So one of the things he told me to do right out of the gate, if this fits your business, is go out there and find FSBO listings. You can go to FSBO.com. Those are for sale by owner properties. FSBO.com, go to Zillow.com. Find any property for sale by owner and start calling them and start offering those people half of their list price for their home. Sounds stupid. What this is sales training. So what you do not want to do is go out and spend all of your life. We're going to stop talking about money and we're going to start considering money life. Spend all of your life on getting that phone to ring and then F that phone call up. It's not what you want to do. I understand that failure is a good thing, but you really don't want to be your failure to be your warm marketing leads that you just curated. So before practicing all of your time on that phone call, get down and make 100 FSBO calls a day and get used to offering that FSBO seller half of what they are asking for. Now, here is the key reason why this is a good thing for you. You're going to start getting objections. You're going to start getting FUs. You're going to get a bunch of people hanging up on you. This is sales training. You're now going to say, okay, well, whenever I was like, hey, I know you wanted $240,000 for your house, but I'm a real estate investor that wants to make a lot of money off of you. Will you give it to me for 120 so I can make it 100 grand? Is that a good sales pitch? No. Did I just get hung up on? What you're going to learn through these phone calls is delivery methods that will ease that bite. Okay, I'll go through one that I developed. This worked well with my personality and this worked well with me on many appointments. I learned on one appointment that this strategy does not work on left brain people. But if I am on a right brain personality, I can throw this close out there and it worked quite well for me. Let's just throw an example out there and I'll kind of go through this quickly. I'm on the phone with the seller and I know they want 100K for their house. Well, I'm going to go through, I'm going to start building up rapport in the phone call. And one of the things these homeowners and or anybody in general is anticipating is a long drawn out negotiation. They start low, I start high, they start high, I start low, and then we meet in the middle somewhere, and they're preparing for some Pawn Stars battle. Okay? What I would do is if I know for a fact they're expecting 100 grand for their house, I would look that seller dead in the eyes and was like, if I could come up with 200 grand today, and repeat, I said 200 grand today, could we get this property closed? Now, what did I do through that delivery? I diffused some of the tension right off the bat because they're expecting me to offer 20 grand. I said 200 grand, get it closed today. More than likely what's going on now is through that person's mind, they're experiencing what they're going to do with that extra 100 grand they weren't anticipating. They've already got Barbados in their mind. They've got the cruise line picked out. They've already got all that stuff figured out. You've eased the tension a little bit. As I move forward from there, I'm like, I just playfully like smack myself in the forehead. Like, I've never really been all that great at this negotiation stuff. I know one of us was supposed to start high and the other one was supposed to start low. I think I messed that entire thing up. I think I went high when I was supposed to go low. I'm not really good at that. You know, if I paid 200 grand for this house, obviously my wife would kill me. You know, I would just kind of throw it out there, make it playful. I'm just joking around about this. And I'd get them to laugh and I'd get them to kind of like, okay, seriously, now what are we talking about? And I was like, well, obviously, if I paid 200 grand for this, I would be getting a divorce. And if I gave you 2 grand for it, you'd probably be getting a divorce. But, you know, obviously there's a point in time where we're both playing a game. Like 2 grand's obviously not it, 10 and 20's probably not it, but where are we at? What did I just do? I just offered them 20 grand. And I did it very playfully. And I just shut up. And then I kind of see where their bottom line is. Normally, whenever I open up with that delivery, this doesn't work all the time. This worked well for me. But whenever I would go through that delivery path, what would happen is I would diffuse the nerves some. And then I was able to introduce a very low price point that was a 1/5 of their asking price. And I did it in such a way that it came across playful, but then I go quiet and it's very serious. And a lot of times what I'll hear back is like, I can't even do that. I owe 76 on my mortgage. I can't even do that. I owe 85 on my mortgage. Or I've got to have at least 15 grand because I've got to take care of this, this, and this. Well, then I'll start running my numbers and see if their number meets the numbers I need and I can move forward from there. But you will need to learn your own style. And I would not have learned that style had I not made those 100 FSBO calls a day for 2 weeks straight. So what I don't want anybody to do is to burn your marketing dollars on practicing your phone skills. Take care of those phone skills now. Go ahead and just go out to FSBO and just start cold calling, cold calling, cold calling. Okay? So once I do have somebody on the line though, well, some of the first things that I'm going to want to do with the phone call is confirm my contact information. Hi, blank, 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 whoever this was. I'd like to double check, is this a good phone number for me to reach you back at? Well, they might be calling from, work or something like that. They'll give you an alternate contact number. Remember what I said earlier, where's the money at in this business? The follow-up. The contact information is extremely important to me. So I get that up front, and then I'll just move through and I'll start asking some basic questions about the property to start with. The address being the most important. The first thing I want out of their name is, what's your name? How do I contact you? What's the address of the property? Once I get that basic information, I move the conversation over to open-ended questions. What I'm trying to do through open-ended questions is more than anything, is just to get the seller to keep talking to me. Because while the seller's talking, I'm going to be listening for key points. Key points being like, oh, they replaced the roof. Oh, there's a leak in the roof, or the septic systems are backing up, or whatever. I'm just listening for key little things like that, and I'll jot those down as I'm moving forward. But while I'm on the phone with them, I've already got Propelio.com open, running a comp. Like while I'm on the phone, the second I get that address, 45 seconds later, I now know the estimated value of that property, and I do that very quickly. I do not waste time. I don't go through and run like a 20-minute CMA. I'm just going to go through and say, show me within the mile of this property everything that's sold, and I'll start getting a ballpark of what that neighborhood looks like. All right, this property is going to probably sell for around $105 a foot. I can figure that out in about 30 to 45 seconds. All right, now I have a really good ballpark understanding of what this home could sell for. And now that I've got the person, I'm going to start asking them, can you tell me a little history on the house? That's not a yes or no question. I might get a 20-minute phone call out of that. Now, the better and better you get at marketing, the higher your call volume will be, and you will need to learn how to navigate those phone calls to remove yourself from tire kickers, because you can spend a lot of time on tire kicking. But I will ask that open-ended question to buy myself the time to do some due diligence and start seeing if I can hear key motivating sentences or words that tell me that this person is likely in a position that they want to get rid of this home fast. Does anybody in here expect to get top dollar taking their stuff to a pawn shop? Why not? We know better. So, are pawn shops the horrendous thing of the world, or are they operating under a business model that we all understand? You don't go to a pawn shop thinking, I'm about to make a ton of money at this pawn shop. When somebody calls you up as a real estate investor, they're understanding that you have to make money. They're not if they wanted to sell it for full retail, they'd call a real estate agent. They're calling you because there's a reason. There's a reason why they are calling you. They want the property done, gone, and sold and fast. That's the value we bring to the table. I do not feel bad about making money for doing that. I solved the problem, and I solved it in a way that they were comfortable with. I do not feel bad about that. What I will not do is sit there and tell the seller a lie. I'm not going to sit there, and if the seller asks me, what do you think the home is worth in its present condition? I'm not going to lie. I'm not. There will be people out there that will do that. I'm not one of them. I believe that there should be an ethical line drawn, and if we don't draw that ethical line, the legislation will continue getting pushed against us, and we will end up in a position where our industry is heavily regulated without our own representation. You must be ethical in your transactions. But if I say, can you tell me a little history of the house? Some of the things that might come out really quickly is like, well, it was my father's house, and he recently passed away. That's an immediate indication that there's a probable desire for this person to just let this property go so that they can deal with whatever else they've got to deal with and move on with their might hear me and my husband are getting divorced. There's several key things that you can hear. It's like, I'm about to have to move because of my job. All right, now you're understanding that this person likely has a higher level of motivation than someone's calling up and just like, how much would you offer me for my house? I've been thinking about selling. I've talked to a couple agents, but I'm not really sure. Is that really a motivated lead? No. Is it a dead lead? No. But the motivation really isn't there. And if I'm a more experienced real estate investor, I'm probably going to say, well, would you be interested in taking payments on that property over time and create a better income than what you would just selling it outright? And if that sparks a conversation, then might be able to get into a terms conversation with them. But if they're not down for terms, I'm probably just going to put them on a follow-up to see what happened and or refer them off to an agent for a referral fee. I'm always analyzing the phone call as I'm going through. One of the things that Ronald Walker told me, and I don't know where he got it from, he may have got it from someone else, but he said, if I give you a Home Depot car with $5,000 on it, where would you spend it? That's a good way to figure out where the repairs are that the homeowner considers to be the most important. It's like, if I give you $5,000 on a Home Depot car, where are you going to spend it? That right there is a really quick way of finding out where the homeowner is going to put that money. And then after you ask the 5K, it's like, well, what if I gave you 10K? Well, if you gave me 10K, I'd redo the fence out in the back and I'd put a new roof on the house. All right, well, they didn't tell you about that when they asked about the condition of the house. Okay, why have you decided to sell? It's a very straightforward question, but it can open up the gate to kind of giving you a better understanding of what situation not only the homeowner's in, but what kind of situation you will have to deal with. We are real estate investors, and one of the key reasons why we are able to make the money we're able to make is because we are master problem solvers. Sometimes the properties we get are properties that otherwise would be somewhat difficult for the average person to close. We've got 19 heirs in this chain of title, of which 2 have deceased, which adds another 2 more layers of affidavits, and 2 of them are also in prison, and 1 of them has completely disappeared. Is that an easy property to close? No, that is not an easy property to close. That's why we got paid better for that property. Whenever the bigger the problem is that we solve, the better that we're going to get paid. If it's a super easy property to sell, it would have already sold. That's why we're in this business. We come in here, we create value where there is none, and we continue moving forward. And if you operate your business with that perspective, I don't think your ethics will ever get put into jeopardy. Okay? Are there any immediate pressing concerns that are needing to be solved? These are just some ideas of questions that you might be able to ask on this phone call to keep that conversation moving forward. The more that person talks to you, the better that conversation is going to go. Okay? If there are no immediate needs to resolve, would you be open to maximizing your profit? What was that question designed to do? If there are no immediate needs to resolve, would you be open to maximizing your profit? Terms. I'm opening up a terms conversation. And I might even skip that question of, are there any immediate pressing concerns that are needing to be solved? Because if I ask the last one, they kind of answer each other. If I say, if there are no immediate needs for you to resolve right now, would you be open to maximizing your profit? Well, everybody wants to maximize their profit. So the answer is almost always going to be yes, and it'll give you a clear opportunity with their permission to explain to them what creative terms look like. But they've also told you whether or not there was immediate pressing financial needs. Does that make sense? Okay, so what I was saying earlier is I'm not a fan of scripts, but I really like the way Chuck came back and was like, find a script that you like and then make it yours. That is what I'd recommend everybody in this room do, is I've given you a list of some open-ended questions here. The more and more time you spend on a phone call, especially if you take the advice that I gave you and that was given to me by Jason Palliser and actually go out and cold call 1,000 FSBOs, your phone etiquette is going to triple, quadruple what it was today. And if you want to close more contracts, more opportunities to speak with sellers is going to give you more opportunities to close them. So every time you get on that phone with the FSBO, that's the equivalent of you sitting in a chair in somebody's living room, because you're going to learn how to navigate those conversations. I strongly recommend doing it. So as I get that phone call rolling through, like I said, right there on the phone, I'm going to run the comp. I'm going to really quickly run the comp. And why is that? This might transition for you as a newer real estate investor to a more experienced real estate investor. But like Ryan Harper, he came through like a lot of the HomeVestors crowds and a lot of that stuff. One of the things that HomeVestors always said is get into the first 100 houses you can get into as fast as you possibly can. You're not even considered scratching the surface until you've been in 100 houses. So starting out, you might want to go ahead and take all of the appointments. You know what? Whether or not it's a deal or not, get through the experience of meeting a homeowner, walk in the house. The more and more experience you get in this, though, the better you're going to have to be at spotting the opportunities and not wasting your time going on every appointment. Because at the height of my marketing, I was getting around 300 to 400 inbound sales calls a month. That's 300 or 400 opportunities that need to be evaluated. On that level, you have to really quickly decide, is this phone call going to turn into money? And if it's not, I need to learn how to politely and quickly get off of the phone call and set them into a follow-up. The reason that is if I spend 45 minutes with this person that is not going to bring revenue into my business, and I miss 4 other phone calls that potentially could have, I wasted my time, I wasted my life, and I took valuable income away from my company. I don't mean to say that negatively, but you've got to think about it. I'll see this happen a lot of times with newer real estate investors across the board. You'll get one lead in, somebody that wants to sell you their house. It is by all real estate investing principles not a deal. And I will see a new real estate investor hold on to that lead until they are blue in the face, choking and dying, trying to make a deal out of it because that is the only person that is talking to them now. Do not be that newer real estate investor. You've got to quickly decide between who's going to be a deal and who's not, because if you do hold on to that lead and you continually try and make something happen on that lead for a month that nothing could ever happen with, that was an entire month that you should have been doing spinning RGA. That person was not RGA. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'll get to run through the comps. The reason that is through the phone call, as a more experienced investor, I'm wanting to see if this is a warm lead or not. I will always try and see what they're asking for on the house. I'll always try and get them to give me a ballpark number up front. If I'm scanning the neighborhood and I know that it's a $150,000 neighborhood and the seller's opening asking price is 95, what do I need to do with that phone call from that point on? Get it under contract. Get it under contract, whatever I have to do. Go get to the house, figure out whatever. 95 may not be enough of a spread for me, but I need to start controlling that and fast because I know that they're willing to take a discount. I know I've already got 55 off starting out. I don't know how many repairs it needs. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the situation is. But I now know that that person's motivation is enough that we're talking about a significant discount. Now, if that person's response was, you know what, I understand that you're an investor and that you've got to make some money off of this deal. And, real estate charges 6%. Well, if you'll do it for 5%, I'll give you a 5% discount. I was like, great, I'll take a 5% discount if you'll take it over 30 years. But that's not a deal. Why not? The discount's not great enough. 5% off of a retail property is not enough of a discount for you to make any money at all. In fact, it's almost a guaranteed loss. For us to truly make a discount for a flip, our margins really need to be in that safety net of a 30% margin. That is a tried and true method, and that becomes difficult in varying market cycles. But that is the safety net. Anything above that, you're starting to run yourself into a risk of getting outside of the deal. Now, I'm kind of getting off the topic on that. But the point that I'm trying to make on this is I want to gauge that person's motivation. The second I find out that that person is motivated and willing to take a discount, I would either A, try to get to the house as soon as possible. That is where I would go. And or B, contract it directly over the phone immediately. I would prefer to get face-to-face with the seller and contract it via face-to-face. That is what I would prefer. But contracting it over the phone is, by all means, a possibility. If you've got a seller on the phone that's truly motivated, the chances of them talking to you and only you is limited. So the faster you get at controlling that deal, the faster your probabilities of closing that deal will be. If you start seeing signs of motivation on the phone, get your appointment as fast as possible and or get the contract as fast as possible, because a motivated person is not going to sit around and wait on you. If a motivated person's on the phone, they're like, hey, can we meet this afternoon? Your afternoon just got cleared up. I don't care what you were doing. You find the way to do it because somebody else will. Yes?
You offer like a good faith deposit right on the phone?
So depends. Like, what's the deal look like? Like, if I know that the ARV is 150 and they're asking 95 for it, I know right off the top of my head that my repairs could easily eat up that spread. So I'd really need to understand from the seller what the condition of that property is. I might be able to, through that phone, get them to start sending me some pictures. Now, I would not give them a deposit directly. Like if I'm going to do an earnest money deposit, which I believe is what you're speaking on, that would go to my title company. Some things, and I'm jumping off a topic here, some things that I've done to secure contract whenever I'm in a competitive environment is offer a ridiculously high earnest money deposit. Like if I'm going to contract a property that's retail at $100,000, I'll put like a $50K EMD on it. Why? Because it shows that I'm committed to closing on that property. Whenever this seller is looking through multiple contracts and they see one contract for $5 EMD, $100 EMD, $1,000 EMD, and I'm like, I'll put 50 grand down on it right now because I want that property. It gives me a higher chance of closing that deal. Now, option money, I will pay an option money directly to the seller, but I don't really like running option money with seller. But if they need $200, I'll be like, here's $200 for an option. If I pay $200 to get that contract, some people be like, well, they could take your $200. Damn right they could take your $200. My thoughts on that is it's a marketing fee. If that $200 means I got that contract, that $200 is coming out of my back pocket. Could I lose it? Damn right I could lose it. But I just spent $14,000 in marketing this month. An extra $200 isn't kicking my butt. If I can get the contract for that extra $200, I'm taking the contract. Does that make sense? I'm not going to let $200 get between me and a contract because somebody might take it. I just consider that $200 part of my business operating principles. Okay? Did I answer that? So I run the comps, and I try to find out immediately if we're even playing ballpark. And if they won't give me a number over the phone at all, I was like, well, I'll start putting I think the correct word is onus, but I'm not going to try and use a big word right now. I'm going to put the responsibility back in their court. All right, well, based upon the questions I've asked you, you've basically told me it needs a new roof, it needs a hot water heater, it needs an air conditioning system, and a full remodel. If what you've told me is accurate and there's no other additional repairs anticipated, based upon my experience level as a real estate investor, I'm anticipating that the repairs on that house are going to be anywhere between 25 and 34 grand. At that price, I could ballpark and say that my offer is likely going to be somewhere on the really low side of 40 grand up to the way high side of maybe 75, 80 grand. Are we even playing ball right now? Normally, whenever I throw out a wide range like that and I say it's all conditioned upon me seeing the property and doing that, they're either going to say, we might be able to play ball, and they're always going to lean towards your high price, or they're going to say, hell no, I'm not going to take a dime less than 100. Well, now I know where I'm at on that phone call. That right there gives me the indication as to whether or not I need to set the appointment or whether or not I need to go home. Now, like I said, this is a conditioned salesperson on the phone. I am understanding of what I'm doing here. As a newer real estate investor, you might want to just go through and get some of the basics out of them. What's the property, address, how much are you looking to get out of it? Are you motivated to get this done soon? I'm not going to just come out and say that in that fashion, but I'm going to ask questions that lead to getting that answered. And if this sounds anywhere close to motivated, just go ahead and set the appointment. If you're newer in the business, just go ahead and set the appointment. The experience is worthwhile. Go out there, figure out what's going on. Yes, sir.
How many questions would you ask a seller before making an appointment or sight unseen, make an offer over the phone?
It would always really just depend. Like, I'm going to ask as many questions as I need to get the information that I need. If it feels like that, I'm going to get to it. I try to find a tire kicker as fast as I possibly can. I don't like wasting my time with people that are wasting mine. So moving beyond that, and then you're like saying sight unseen. Here's a clear indication of a property that I would contract sight unseen. I get a phone call. This is real life. I got a phone call. Area right now, the dirt's worth 400 grand. The dirt is worth 400 grand. The seller's asking $280,000 for the house. Contract it. I don't need to see it. Why would I ever need to see that house? Don't. The dirt's worth 400 grand. The house is irrelative to the conversation at this point. If the house is anywhere close to good condition, well, then I just made more money. But there's already $120,000 sitting on the table. Do I need to go see that house? Do I need to lock it up and control it as fast as I possibly can? If there was $120,000 sitting in the middle of this street in front of us right now, how long would it sit there? It's no different when you get that phone call. You get that phone call, that's $120,000 sitting on the phone with you. If you do not execute and move upon that fast, somebody will. You don't leave that kind of money sitting on the table for long before somebody's smart enough to say it's mine. Okay? Now, am I doing anything unethical by taking that offer? I gave them exactly what they wanted for it. Should I be upset that I just made 120 grand? No. I do not see where I've done anything unethical. Okay? Those are rare days, but they do happen. Okay? So, some of the things that I'll like to do through asking those open-ended questions is just kind of uncover the emotions. One of the things that will help you move towards getting more contracts is a lot of the times people will get emotionally connected to their property and they're not willing to understand the business aspect of the property and or the numbers behind the property. So if I can figure out what the emotions are that are attaching these people to the property and help remove that emotion from the property and get them to look at the property as a business decision, a lot of times I can start overcoming emotional people. Like I had one seller where he and his wife bought the house brand new back in the 70s, and she passed away like 9 years ago. And it's been vacant ever since because he could no longer live in that home where he lived with his wife. So he went out and moved somewhere else. But the house still looked like it did 9 years ago. Like everything's still sitting where it was. And it was just like a time capsule. He left it. Well, in his mind, that was still his wife. So he was making a bunch of emotional decisions about a business process. I can completely and totally understand and respect why someone would like that. He was with her for 30 plus years in that house. There was still a lot of grieving processes going on. But by being able to pinpoint the emotion that is creating the attachment and then helping that person through that emotion so that way they can disconnect the emotion from the property and understand that the position they're putting themselves in is a rather catastrophic one. He was not properly insuring that property. A fire in that property could have quickly turned into a $120,000 loss for him. There are things that you need to understand from a business perspective that is not a wise decision to do what you're doing. And it's the emotion that'll drown that out. So you've kind of got to figure out how to navigate the two. Moving forward, I am looking on time. Unless it's important, let me get through my slides and then I'll hit that at the end. Gauging motivation. We've already talked on that. I said I'd wing through this one quite a bit. Gauging motivation is going to save you a lot of time. A question that I do like to ask when I'm on the phone is like, if I can make you a fair cash offer today, would you be ready to close? That's a quick way to gauge somebody's motivation. Like if you're like, if I can make you a fair cash offer that we both agree on, would you be ready to close today? If they're like, no, I still, tire kicking, put them in a follow-up. If I can't give you a price that you agree to and you're willing to close on it today, you're not ready to move forward. You've still got other things going on in your head. You're not motivated, but I will put you in a follow-up. And if they are not motivated, I will almost always throw out a blind offer right then and there. Just like if I know they're not motivated, I'll just throw a number out there and see how they act. Okay? Now, if I throw that number out and they don't hesitate on it, I start digging in a little deeper. But most of the time, whenever I ask the question, if I give you a fair cash offer today and close today, would you be interested in that? If they say, yeah, let's do it, well, then I know that they're ready to sell. They're not poking around anymore. They're ready to get it done. So after that, you got to put that information into some level of a data management system, lead management system. Once again, Propelio.com can help you out with that. You would need a demo to kind of help understand how the lead management system works, but definitely do that. And then set it for a follow-up. You always need to set a follow-up on every time you get off the phone. Every time you get off the phone with it, put a calendar, put a follow-up, put a task in your task management system to follow back up in 4 weeks. Follow back up in 2 weeks. Don't care what it is, it always has a follow-up until the house has been sold. If you do come across though and you feel like there are levels of motivation, set that appointment and set it fast. Do not delay getting to a motivated seller's house. I don't care if you have to cancel all of your appointments. I do not care. I don't care if you've already got an appointment with another seller, but that other seller didn't seem nearly as motivated as this one. And this one's saying, I won't meet you any other time than that. And guess what? Which one's the higher probability of an RGA? Go for it. Okay? I always, while I'm on the phone, try to make sure that I'll have all parties to the contract at the house at the time. I don't want to go to the house to find out only half of the people are there that need to make the decision, and then I'm stuck in a situation where I can only get half of a contract. Now, I will not deny a half of a contract, but I will always try to make it a very clear upfront request that all parties of the contract be available there at that time. That also helps me with the negotiation piece, because oftentimes you will have an alpha and a beta in a relationship. And one will look to the other for their answers. With that to be said, I want the decision maker there so that way I'm not talking to the person that has to talk to the decision maker because things get lost in translation. I always want the decision maker on hand at times. Okay? My goals through this phone call, though, is to educate these people, help them understand what their options are, be open and honest about what's going on, and they convey my value as my business, and say what? I don't know what that last one was, but as far as practicing without a license. With that being said, I'm just going to throw this out there. Real estate agents are required to have a license. If we are out here doing this business, we do not have to have a license. But we are not in the business of helping sellers find buyers. Do you understand that? That's a real estate agent's job. We are in the business of contracting properties for our own equitable interest to be later sold or executed upon. I know that sounded very legal, but it is. Because if you do go out here and you start representing yourself as somebody that is helping sellers find buyers, you have just broken the law. Okay? We are not real estate agents. We don't help sellers find buyers, and we don't help buyers find sellers. We contract properties, and we sell our equitable interest in those contracts. Okay? Yes, sir?
Have you gone through the process of maybe?
Let's wait for the microphone. I keep forgetting about the microphone. So let him ask that one because he had that one going first, and then we'll get over to you, Royce. Sorry about that. So trying to be in order.
Sorry, just kind of going back to contracting on the phone. One of the things that I've noticed is getting a motivated seller with low equity, willing to accept terms, has been really difficult. How are you contracting? How are you shifting that conversation into terms, and are you ever having that term conversation actually contracting over the phone?
Yes, you can contract it over the phone. The terms conversation, if you're struggling to close it, is likely coming from your delivery.
Okay.
And polishing up and creating more opportunities to deliver that will increase your chances to close. Like Grant Kemp is an extremely well-educated terms buyer. He contracts many properties via the phone, via terms options. Now, the reason he's able to do that is because he's had so many of those phone conversations. He knows what the objections are, and he knows how to overcome them. So the key things that you will get hit with terms options, especially if there's already a lien in place, is, what's going to happen to my credit? What happens if you stop making the payments? What happens if you trash the house? What happens if there's a due on sale clause? Not many of them know about the due on sale clause, but you still need to disclose it. And then, the question is going to be, I don't know who the hell you are. Why would I trust you? So understanding what those objections are and then how to overcome them. One of the key things that I do anytime I'm doing marketing through probate, through pre-foreclosure, through vacant properties, is I try to do a brainstorming activity up front, and I go through and I say, this is my avatar. This is the person that I'm marketing to. If I am marketing to this person, what are all the life scenarios that might be going on that has left this property vacant? Well, if I can start thinking of all the possible scenarios that have left this property vacant, I can now at least mend a piece of my reality to relate to theirs. And then once I know what their reality looks like, I'll start asking the questions that they would ask. And if I do all of that up front, when I get on the phone call with them and they ask a question, guess what? I've already thought of it. I've already got an answer for it. If I start getting an objection about it's been vacant for 5 years, I'll just wait another 5 years till I get a better offer. Well, great, that's a quality objection. You'll hear it quite often. You now need to understand and relate back to them. You've made it through 5 years, and that's kind of like pressing your luck. I don't know if you've noticed it a lot in the news here lately, but copper theft has just been on an absolute rise. And while I see the copper still in your house, if someone does come in there and burglarize that property, have you heard of something called builder's risk policy? Oh, what? You haven't heard of a builder's risk policy? That's a vacant property. Even if you do have a landlord's policy on it or a homeowner's policy on it, it's not going to cover a vacant property. And once they find out this property is vacant, you'll be really lucky if through the theft of that copper, the home didn't burn down. Because if it did burn down, you will not get an insurance claim on it, and that asset will go to zero, and the $44,000 remaining mortgage that's on there is going to come back on you. So if you want to play another 5 years of roulette, go for it. But what I can do is put a fair cash offer on this property today and take that away. And you know what? We'll move this property into a much better condition. I know that you really want to hold on to it. It was your grandmother's house and you've got a lot of memories there. But what you're going to do is see those memories burn to the ground. And I'm not trying to be rude about it, but really, when you think about it from a business standpoint, is that vacant asset sitting there a liability or an asset? It's a liability. And if they are not looking at it as a liability, then they are not looking at it from a very wise business decision. They're looking at it from an emotional one. And while I understand emotions and business don't play well together a lot of the times. Okay? So, I'm at the end of that piece, but I hope that y'all have kind of got some insight into ways that you can direct and handle these phone calls to help kind of maneuver and move them forward. Do you have any questions directly on that? Yes, sir.
How often do you put something put something under contract over the phone and then end up having to do a price reduction? I know you put your always cost and variables in there, but once you get to the house, let's say, you know, it's a really motivated seller, they're going to be gone for 2 weeks. You want to put them under contract. What's your thoughts on doing the price reduction on people when you already tell them you're going to do it?
I won't ever tell them I'm going to do it over the phone. I'll say I'll do it based upon the condition of the property you've explained to me. And then when I show up and the condition's obviously not what they expected of it, well, then I will ask for a price reduction, but I'm never going to set a concrete in stone. I'm closing at this price. I'm like, based upon the information you've told me, if there's no unknowns that I'm not aware of at this point, I can likely close at that price. I do need to get my inspector over there to confirm what you've told me, which I believe is 100% correct, but out of my own business sense, I do need to confirm it. And from that point forward, we'll know whether or not this is a solid offer or not. Now, I would lean that back to ask that question again when the panel's here, because I did not do a lot of contracting over the phone. I wanted to get face-to-face with the person. So I've only contracted 2 or 3 properties over the phone. But you will find people like Donovan here today. He does like 40 or 50 properties a month contracted over the phone. So differences of opinion. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
My question was about, on the phone call with Propelio, right? You said that you would pull it up real quick and find the estimated value. Where does it pull it from? Zillow, or is it specific?
No, so through Propelio, like I can throw you a real quick example right now. Like if I pop open, Propelio is up there. I got to figure out how to get my mouse over there. Oh, so that is where it needs to be. All right. So this is going to be difficult for me to do from this right here. But if I just say like add a lead right here, anybody throw in an address here in Dallas? Doesn't matter what it is.
3955.
3955. Durango. And did I spell it right? I can't even see.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Okay. 3955 Durango?
Yeah.
Is that in Dallas or Decatur or what is it? Is that Dallas? I can't read it. All right. So right there showing up as a 2-1, 1,300 square foot, built in 51, owned by Robin Barrow. Mailing address, so this is an owner-occupied property. I will copy that information over. I'll click Save. And then right there, I'm going to hit Run CMA. Really quickly, with my limited field of vision, I can see a bunch of red ones. Red ones are sold. Light blue ones are active. Dark blue ones are pending. So looking through there, I can see a bunch of $300,000 to $400,000 properties. Let me see, scroll over. I'm seeing a 298 per foot, 204 a foot, 156 a foot, 114 a foot, 250 a foot. So I'm seeing a very vast range of values in that neighborhood, telling me that we're seeing a gentrification or something of that nature going on in that neighborhood. Really quickly, just looking at that, I'm immediately hearing opportunity, because when you have neighborhood values that are so skewed, it's churning over. And so I would need to dig in deeper to get an understanding of what the value of that property is, because it's not very consistent across the board over there. But I would say that's a regentrifying neighborhood that's on its way up. But you asked where the data's coming from. Does anybody know what that is right there? Yeah. Straight from the MLS here in Texas. Okay? Straight through the MLS from the real estate brokerage. All right. Next person. Ryan Harper.
This is from German on YouTube. What do you exactly say to get through seller emotional attachment to their home?
It's never going to be a script. It's going to be that's why I say take the time to do 100 FSBO calls a day for weeks until you've got 1,000 of them under your belt, because through that you're going to start learning that it's not cookie cutter. You're going to have to learn how to pull that off. So let's say like whenever I first tour a home, I see a lot of other investors, they'll go through and they'll just start ragging on the house. It's like, oh, you've got obviously foundation issues. We need a new air conditioner. It's like, damn it, they live there. They know this. You ain't telling them nothing new. So one of the things that I'm going to try and do going in there is find something about the property that I might be able to connect with them on and compliment it on. It's like, you know, I really do like that color, or like I like how it has the arched doorways over here. And then if they ever start pushing back on me on my offer, then I'll start bringing up the repairs and start justifying my offer through the repairs that I need. But during my initial walkthrough, I'm not going to trash anything. I'm not going to walk in there and be like, I really hate the trim work around those cabinets. Guess what you might have just done? That might have been their father that built them with them when they were in elementary school, and that was their high school project or their elementary school project. You just destroyed your lead. So what I'm going to go through is, I'll start making comments on this type of stuff, and I'll try and create an open conversation. And if I can start hearing the conversation moving forward, and they start telling me stories about what was going on there, well, now I know that there's some emotion going on in here. Well, let me ask a little bit more about that. How'd that elementary school project go? Well, yeah, like me and my father, we were real close, and we grew up in this house together. And when he passed away, it's just like, I've got all these memories I tied here. And it's like, I understand that. So now I know that there is emotion attached to the property. So now I'm going to try and replace that emotion with some level of logic. And it's like, okay, so I'm going to just butcher this as I move forward here, but I'm going to say something along the lines of like, hey, I really understand that like you've got all these memories here with your father. How would it feel to see this property completely redone to the best possible standards, all new, modern, everything, and a new family come in here and create the same memories that you have here with their family? You have now taken their self to replacing their emotions with someone else's new emotions of positivity, and it's allowing them to let go of that with the understanding that new positivity is being built into this home. Instead of this home sitting as a time capsule of memories, how about we start it over, give it a fresh, clean slate, and we allow this new family to come in here and build the same memories that you built with your father in this home. Put a little bit of cash into your pocket so therefore you can continue down the road with your life. And how would your dad know? How would your dad like to know that, you were able to sell this home, pay off some of your student loan debts, and go on a vacation with your family? Do you think he'd rather have that or you hold on to this house? Do you see how I wasn't trying to coerce him into doing something he shouldn't do. I was just trying to get him to remove the emotion from his decision that was blocking him from making the right decision and put him on an emotional path to get it done. Does that make sense? Okay. I got to wrap up on this segment, but we're going to take a short 45-second break and move on to the next one. All right. Good. All right, so we're kicking it off. We're going back on. So now that we've gotten the phone call, we're setting this property up for an appointment. What should I be doing before I go to the appointment? This is the preparation for the appointment, okay? Before I go on the appointment, I want to know what am I going to offer for this property? Like before I even get there, I already know what my numbers are going to be, okay? Now that's important. It really is, in my opinion. But I want to go through and I'm going to run my CMAs. I'm going to figure out what that is. I'm going to figure out what my highest cash sales would be from the MLS. And I'm going to start determining what the retail I might be able to pull out of this property is. But I need to determine what my maximum allowable offer will be. Okay? This answer is going to vary significantly upon multiple different things. Your maximum allowable offer will be dictated upon the current state of your market cycle. Whenever you shift into a heavy seller's market, your margins will typically move north. And whenever you are in a solid buyer's market, they're going to start going down the other direction. You need to understand where you're at in the market. Historically, we've always learned 70% of retail minus repairs is where we need to be. That is a very safe number. It is designed that way for a reason. It's safe. Now, What you will find is when you move into a heavy seller's market, which we are in right now, people start saying, you know what? I'm willing to pay 78 cents on the dollar. I'm willing to pay 84 cents on the dollar. I'm willing to pay 93 cents on the dollar. Well, when you start seeing that people are willing to pay 93 cents and you find yourself consistently getting beat on 70-cent offers, why is that? You don't know your market well enough. Other people are offering more than you because they know of a buyer that will pay more than yours. So knowing your buyer in this standpoint and in this current market is very crucial for you. Knowing if your end buyer would be willing to pay 88 cents. Or knowing that your buyer is buying on different criteria than percentages of retail value. Okay? This is where we start getting a little bit more in depth. Okay? Does everybody in here, let me explain what 70% means. If I have a house that's worth 100 grand, I never want to pay more than 70% of that, no matter what. Which means there would never be a point in time where I pay more than $70,000 for that property minus repairs. If it needs $20,000 in repairs, my offer never goes more than what? 50 grand. Simple formula. What you might be able to find out is if you start hanging out, remember how I told you earlier, immerse yourself into this new industry? Start going to your REIAs and start talking to all of the potential buyers around and saying, what margins are you buying at? Where are you buying at? What's going on here? What are you looking for in a property? You might find out they're like, we'll buy it 80 cents on the dollar if it's a 3-2 brick built after 1980. Okay, well now you know that if you can get something at 75 cents on the dollar, you just made 5 cents. 5 cents don't sound like much until you're on a $300,000 property. It's not a bad payday. It's not the best, but it's a good payday. All right? What if you find out that the people don't care about a percentage of retail value? They don't care. They'll pay full value for it. They don't care. Is that type of buyer valuable to you? Yes. That is where networking is important to you. That is where establishing a well-understood, flow of product in your market looks like. And the only way to do that is start talking with people and figuring out what people are willing to do. There are other ways of analyzing these deals. I would never in my right mind evaluate single-family rentals on a cap rate, ever. But you do have buyers that buy single-family homes on caps. Now, do I have the time to explain to you what capitalization rates are? No. But if you do not know what a cap rate is, remember how I told you earlier, when you start hearing words that you don't know, what is you're going to do? Google. It's an awesome mentor of mine. I'll go out there and Google it. Really, to boil it down in the simplest of ways, cap rate means nothing but what's my ROI? That's really all it's really asking. And you'll start finding people that'll buy on a 5 or 6% ROI on a single family home. I find that ludicrous, but you will do it. Now, there are reasons why they do that, and I'm not going to get into discussions about why somebody would do that, but a lot of the times you will find California investors that are just looking to park money to write off their earned income anywhere they can earn it, and they'll just park it into a full retail value asset at a 5% return. Well, if you can find those kinds of buyers, do you think your ability to wholesale just went up considerably? Because now when you're going on all these appointments and the people are offering 70 cents on the dollar minus repairs, and you just offered 88 cents on the dollar as cash, you just got the property. Okay? Now, another way of running through a real quick analysis of your numbers over the phone is what I call a rent ratio. A rent ratio, I don't know if that's the true term for it or not, but what is 1% of the after repaired value? If a property's worth $120,000, what's 1% of that? $1,200. How much will this property rent for? If the property will rent for $1,200, I have a 1% rent ratio. What happens if the property rents for $2,400 and the house is worth 120 grand? It's a 2% rent ratio. The higher that rent ratio is, the higher the probability of you finding a landlord that would be willing to buy it is. If you get on the phone with somebody and they're like, I'll sell you the house for 50 grand and it rents for 900, that's almost a 2% rent ratio. You have a high probability of finding a landlord that will close that transaction. I don't even analyze the deal past that. It's like, okay, is it currently rented? Yeah, it's currently rented. How much is it currently rented for? $900 a month. How much do you want for it? 50 grand. almost a 2% rent ratio right off the bat. I'll contract it. So it's different ways of analyzing deals based upon your buyers. Understanding that you may have hedge funds or iBuyers or other people that are willing to buy outside of traditional mom and pop buying criteria will expand your wholesaling to a different level. Okay? Get out, network, find your end buyers. One way to do that is call up all the investor title companies around town and say, who's closing a lot of volume with you? Okay? Your mobile office. I need to prepare for this appointment. I do not want to get to that appointment and realize that I forgot a significant piece of my paperwork. I do not want to get there and find out that this is an affidavit of heirship and I'm not prepared for it. I don't want to get there and not have a third-party mortgage, third-party authorization for a mortgage if it's going to be a pre-foreclosure. I need all that stuff prepared for me right now, because if I get there and I don't have the paperwork, what I've historically found is a motivated seller's motivation really seems to stop about the time they sign the contract. Your ability to get back in touch with them, your ability to get them to the title company, your ability to get them perform is often a struggle. That's why the transaction coordination piece of this business is so important, because it's that transaction coordinator's job to get that file across the finish line and to close. That makes sense? So what am I going to include in my mobile office? Exactly. Some things that I will keep in mind. I will always have third-party authorizations. Credibility package. And what do I mean by a credibility package? I will have bank statements showing my liquid funds. I will have testimonials from my previous closings. I will have anything I can to make me feel more like the expert, so that way I can convey my credibility while I'm on site. I will keep a letter of intent there with me. A lot of times I will not just leave a contract behind if I can't get one. I'll just put an LOI on the table and say, you know what, you've got 6 hours. I got $180,000 to spend this week, and I'm not going to spend it anywhere but where I want to, and if it's gone by the time you call me back, it's gone. Just leave a layer of scarcity on the table there. Memorandums of contracts. I'll get my sellers to sign them off right then and there if I have a sweet deal on the table. Offer to purchase, that's a purchase agreement. Assignment of contracts, receipt of funds, double close contracts, condo purchase agreements, seller's disclosures, lead-based paint addendums, HOA addendums, heirship questionnaires, intestate diagrams. These are all things, like take a picture of it. If you don't know what the answers are to these, go through Google. If I wanted to do a full days on probate, I could start talking about heirship questionnaires and intestate diagrams and all those types of things. But this is not a probate class. So, moving forward, I want all of that in my file folder, though, for a reason. If I show up to this seller appointment and I do find out once I get there, unfortunately, that it is a heir property and it hasn't gone through probate, I want to get all of the heirship questionnaire information taken care of as soon as possible. I'm going to throw out a little tip for anybody that is running probate and or deceased owner properties. Get the contract first and then run through the affidavit of heirship questionnaires afterwards. Because whenever they find out that their brother John, that they haven't seen in 35 years, that skipped out a long time ago, is going to get half of this property, they will be pissed. They get pissy, and they get pissy fast. But the reality of it is, John's going to get half of it. And then all of a sudden they'll be like, oh, I don't have a brother named John. Well, you did, and you do. So, we can't close outside of John. So other things, I'll keep a seller's temp lease on me, a buyer's temp lease, a sale of personal property, subject to package, wrap packet, short sale packet, bankruptcy questionnaire, mineral rights addendums, testimonials, blank testimonials, marketing releases, and powers of attorney. Those are all documents that I keep in my car at all times. I never know what type of appointment I'll show up to. I never know what will be discovered upon that appointment. So I keep all of that documentation with me at all times, so that way I can execute at the home right then and there, and I've got it locked up. I don't ever want to have to make another return trip. I want the deal and I want it now. I don't play around about that. Okay? Other things. That is, so growing up in a trade, as a tradesman myself, started out as an electrician, moved into HVAC and HVAC control. All of those things to take into consideration, I would show up every day on a job site with a tool bag with drills and screwdrivers and multimeters and all the tools that I needed to perform that day. If I showed up that day and I forgot half my tools, does my foreman give a damn? I just got fired. It's the same thing when you're pulling up to a house. That paper in that file folder is your toolbox. If you show up and you do not have the right tools, you might just get fired. Okay? It's important. Now, I don't want to use that as an excuse. I just gave you a long list of the things that you should have, but don't let that be an excuse for why you're not out there performing. Well, I don't have a third-party authorization yet. All right, well, guess what? You still need to get out there and start doing business. When I first started as an electrician, I had a multimeter, a 10-to-1, and like a hammer. I was making $9 an hour, but as my toolbox built up, I was making more money per hour. It's the same thing that you're going to be looking at on this side. Don't let these little hiccups be excuses. I also like to keep a small toolbox in my vehicle, so that way I've got a flashlight, a 10-in-1 screwdriver, hand sanitizer. You will go into some nasty houses. Oh my Lord, some of the houses you go into are bad. Coveralls. I've gone to some houses, I wouldn't even go in them. I'll just be like, I'll contract a sight unseen, but I'm not going in there. And I'll play it up with the sellers like, I'm not going in there. And they know how bad their house is. They know that the sewer cracked underneath their house 5 years ago and broke their foundation. It's been seeping up through their floorboards for the last 4 years, and that they were a hoarder on top of that, and their entire house is covered in feces water. It smells. They know this. That doesn't mean I'm going to go sloshing around through it. Gloves, camera, 4-foot level. I like to bring a level with me just so that way if the seller's like, this don't have any foundation problems, it's like, boom, it does. Don't argue with me. Just go in every room and put a T on it, put it one direction, the other direction, and then be like, and then if they see you doing that, a lot of times they already know they got a foundation issue, but now without me even saying it, they know I know. It's more so from a negotiation standpoint, because if I give them my offer and they start trying to contest it, well, then I'll start rolling back through my list of repairs that I just came through. I don't ever go in and just beat them up about their property. I always go in and try and build the rapport about the property, and then whenever they contest my price, I start itemizing why my price is what it is. So tape measure, key boxes. I always like to keep a bunch of key boxes in my car, because at the point in time I do get a contract, there's nothing worse than having to go back to the house to put a lockbox on it. I always try to keep lockboxes with me at all times. And a Little Giant, like if I'm really getting deep on it, a Little Giant's a small ladder, but it can get really big. You can fit a 4-footer in your trunk, but you can get up on top of a roof like that. So like if I'm getting in there and I'm really trying to get this property, and I'm really arguing with the seller, I'm like, the house needs a new roof. I'll get up there on the roof and I'll start looking through it, and I'll be like, here's the pictures. It's like, it needs a new roof. I'll do whatever I have to do. Whenever I get to the point that it's like, if I'm at the house, I'm gonna get the damn contract. I didn't drive 45 minutes for nothing. If I'm at the house, I am not leaving unless I get a contract, and that's the mindset you have to have when you go into it. This is not an opportunity for me to talk to you and find out more about your family. This is an opportunity for me to solve this problem so that way my company can bring in the revenue it needs to survive another month. Don't play games about it. Go in there and get the contract. So, dress code. I like, on my side, to kind of put myself in that seller's shoes and kind of dress, maybe right at where they would be or slightly above. Like, I'm not going to go into a $1.5 million house dressed like this, although I have. It's just not what I'm going to do. It's going to decrease the probability of me getting the contract. There have been times where I went in to contract a like $60-ish million contract dressed like this. But I did it with a very well understanding that I would probably be judged by this, but I also got attention dressed like this, making a $60 million contract. So you've got to kind of put yourself in the shoes. Like, if you're going to be going into an $80,000 neighborhood, should I really be showing up suit and tied? Maybe yes, maybe no. It really depends upon how you play the game. But your rapport level would probably be a lot better if you're going into a rural farm and country to put on a pair of Wranglers and some dress boots. You're probably going to make a better connection than your $4,000 suit. You just got to think about it. Just kind of think about it. Don't overanalyze it. Business professional, kind of figure that piece out and move forward from there. So that is what I would do to prepare for the appointment. I get my comps, figure out what my offers are going to be, and I'm going to start rolling through and really kind of, swinging back through here, making sure that all my paperwork's legit, my toolbox is ready to go. Everything's all good there. Okay? Any questions? How much time do we got on that? We got one coming from online.
It goes back to the 70%. The question was, do you include your title fees on there? And then on top of that, what about double closings?
So where I'm going to go at on that is 70% minus repairs. I don't include closing costs and stuff like that. That's kind of included in that 70%, that 30% discount. Now, if I am going to do a double closing, a lot of companies are used to passing that double closing cost along to the end buyer. But beyond that, like if it's going to end up being $1,000 to $2,000, my deal shouldn't really be that thin to cause that much of a problem on a double close anyways. I wouldn't double close a deal if it's that thin. That, a double close might cost me an extra $1,500. And the only reason I double close a property is if the property was that fat. So it shouldn't cause me that much of an issue. Yes.
Just a quick question. What do you mean by third-party authorization?
Third-party authorization. So if I'm working a pre-foreclosure property, I want to speak to that bank so that way I can do everything I can to get that foreclosure stopped. The banks aren't going to talk to me. So what we do is we have the seller sign what's called a third-party authorization, authorizing the bank to speak to me on that seller's behalf. I will file that authorization with the bank, get it imaged into their system, and then I'll start calling them up and being like, hey, can I get a forbearance agreement worked out here? Can I get a stay of foreclosure? Can I get XYZ? Can I do blank, blank, blank? And through that conversation, I'm allowed to speak to the bank and or the foreclosing trustee or whoever else I need to talk to on that seller's behalf. Let's get a, thank you, Sir Edwin.
So with contracts, does Propelio have like all those contracts that you listed there?
We do not currently have those. So I personally have all of those, but I have not ran them all through legal. I have not gotten a legal department to say, yeah, go ahead and let's do this. So no, my goal is to have a Propelio legal branch set up at some point in time where we can start offering, pre-reviewed contracts and all that, and kind of just say, you know what, you want your toolbox? Here you go. But we're not at a point to do that yet.
So if you're brand new to wholesaling, where would you direct somebody?
So
to
brand
get all
new,
those
the key
contracts?
things that you're going to need is a purchase agreement, an assignment of contract, and then some of the other ones on there are hit or miss. But ultimately, if you hit me up, oh man, I'll probably just, I'm trying to think what I can do here. Yeah, title company will provide a lot of that. But what I'd say on my side is maybe I'll put together some core basic ones, and I'll just email them out to everybody that signed up for this thing. And I'll put together third-party authorizations and some of the other basic ones. I can't give you my short sale package. I can't give you my sub-2 package. I can't give you those types of things. But the basic assignment and purchase agreement stuff, I can kind of let a lot of that go. Yes, sir?
Do you have a dollar amount that's attached to what you double close? One, and also...
Let's I want everybody that's listening, because we've got almost a couple hundred people watching live right now.
Do you have a dollar amount that's attached to what you would double close a contract with, and how do you feel about the assignment contract with a non-fee disclosure?
Okay, I do not know what you mean by non-fee disclosure. Like how much my assignment fee is?
Like instead of doing a double close, it's an assignment.
So okay, I see what you're saying. So here's my opinion on that. I've only double closed 2 properties in my entire life as the wholesaler. I've bought from people that have double closed, but I personally have only double closed 2. Why is that? Well, it increases my fees and everything else. And honestly, like up front, I'm going to do my due diligence with the buyer. Like even if I don't disclose my fee on the assignment, he or she will see it on the HUD. It's gonna get revealed to them. So up front, when I'm prepping the buyer, I'm gonna say, hey, if it's somebody I've never done business with before, I'm gonna be like, what would you say an acceptable assignment fee is for a wholesaler? And I'm gonna gauge my reaction based upon theirs. If they're like, well, $5,000 is a good assignment fee for a wholesaler, well, F you. You don't dictate to me how much money I get to make. Like, what if I told you I was making $10,000 on this deal? What would you say? And if they start giving me heat about it, I'm like, I'm either going to find a different buyer or I'll double close it. But a lot of times what I'm looking to find out of a professional investor is the response back is like, I don't care how much money you make. My numbers work. That's where I feel comfortable. Now, when I start getting to a point where, let's say I'm about to make $80,000 on a $150,000 house on an assignment fee, that is pretty freaking wild. I'm going to go ahead and just close it. I'm not even going to sign it. I'm not going to double close it. I'm just going to close it. You know, if the margins start getting that wild, you want control. And I guarantee you, if you do get like a margin that's that large, even if you do not have the funds to close it yourself, there'd probably be a hard money lender that wouldn't have a problem in their life closing that deal for you. If you have a deal that is that solid, you do not want to jeopardize that payday by introducing it to the market. Because the moment you introduce it to the market, as unfortunate as it may be, and especially as competitive as the market is right now, someone may try and circumvent your contract, and you'd lose that 80 grand. So what I would do is if I have a spread that is that solid, I would close it immediately. And if I have a spread that's a lot fatter, I'll probably double close it unless I have a solid end buyer that I've already worked with. But if I'm doing some due diligence on that end buyer up front, that end buyer's like, hey, you know, I don't want you to make more than 5 grand. You're making more than I am. I'm like, well, I've done a lot more work than you did. Does that make sense? Okay. Yes.
Now, couldn't you just do a blind HUD or a double blind HUD that would cover the numbers on each side?
The blind HUD only really works for the seller. The end buyer is going to want to see their side of the HUD, and your assignment fee is going to be on their side of the HUD. So they're going to know what your assignment fee was, unless you double close it. But we are getting into the dispo side. I've got a whole class in here just on dispo, so I'm going to defer any other questions about dispo until then. Do we have any other questions about preparing for the appointment? We're good to go. Then I'm going to go ahead and move on to the appointment next. And we're off to see the wizard. All right. So acquisitions. All right, like I said, I haven't had a chance to preview these slides, so I'm going to kind of wing it. I hope that's okay with y'all. Huh? Yep. All right. All right. So while Ryan's doing that, So we're firing up on acquisitions. All right. Thank you again to Quest Trust for letting us use this building. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so acquisitions. Come on, phone. Do as you're told. All right, acquisitions. So now that I've gone through, I've done my due diligence before the appointment, I've made sure that I've got all my paperwork that I need prepared and ready to go. I'm gonna start heading that way. I always wanna show up 20 to 30 minutes early. I'm gonna circle the neighborhood. I'm gonna wanna see what's going on in the neighborhood, see if I see anything else in the neighborhood. It's a good opportunity to do some driving for dollars. But the key thing is I'm wanting to get a good feel for the neighborhood because there will be times where you show up to a property that does not fit the neighborhood. It is just abnormal for the neighborhood and it might throw things off for you. And you just need to be aware of that before showing up. To give a good case in point, I got a phone call about a property in Hearst. Didn't see a lot of opportunities popping up in Hearst at that time, so this was a rather unusual deal. I also saw that it was going to foreclosure. Retail on it was about $240, and he was accepting $80 grand over the phone. Sounds like a smoking hot deal. And I broke some of my own rules. I almost always review the property via Google Street View before I do anything. I did not. I showed up to the house. It was on a cul-de-sac. As I turned into the cul-de-sac, it was kind of a deep one with a circle at the end. And as I pulled in, I was like, please don't let it be that house. I pulled in, I was like, please don't let it be that house. And as I get closer and closer to it, I was like, it's that damn house. I get into the cul-de-sac, and you know how they kind of rotate through? Didn't even park, just left. It was a damn geodome in the middle of like a Fox and Jacobs neighborhood. It was just a circle on top of the ground. I was like, I'm not paying 80 grand for it because there's no way for me to accurately know if I could sell that property. That property was so far outside of the norm unless I was able to secure it at a price point that was so ridiculously low, like 20 grand, like I would be way too nervous to buy it, you know? Or like there was another opportunity like I had over in the Bishop Arts District. Bishop Arts District, regentrifying big time. Prices were coming way up at that point in time. And I get a really good lead and they're asking a ridiculously low price point for the property. Well, it was on a triangle piece of land at a major intersection. And the home did not make the Tudor home style of the neighborhood. It was just a brick box. Not a deal. You know, the numbers sounded good until I really started looking at the due diligence of it. Just didn't make sense. So drive the neighborhood. One of the things that was taught to me by Harper was park in the street. It's something to do about psychology, but blocking that person in through the driveway is not a good thing to do. Stay parked in the street. Then, when you come up to the property, knock on the door and back up. Don't crowd the door. You know, step back 10, 15 foot away from the door, so that way when the homeowner opens, they're not feeling crowded. As you're going in, maintain rapport. Rapport, in my opinion, will buy more houses than money ever will. It's truly the motto that I lived by on my acquisitions appointments. Always develop rapport with the seller. Always try to find some way to connect with that seller on a level that's outside of that house. Okay? Always when I'm going in, I'm like, as soon as I'm in, I'm going to try and find some aspect of the house that I can relate to, and I'll strike up a conversation on that. Whether it be the pets, whether it be the furniture, whether it be the design, whether it be a picture I see on the wall, whatever it is, I'll find something to connect on in that house. And I'll start the conversation around that. Okay? While I'm there, I want to take videos and pics of everything, but I'm not going to do that as soon as I go in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of sit down with the homeowner. I'm going to make the initial part of the appointment about the homeowner. So it's like, let's talk about this a little bit. Can you tell me what's going on? Let's get that conversation going. I'm going to give you something else that, you know, may or may have not been with me, but it worked out for me on more than one occasion. A lot of times these sellers would stack their appointments on that day. You know, they'd get 5 or 6 people to come within a 2-hour period. And a lot of times I'd be sitting on that appointment watching these people come and go and taking pictures. And I'd just sit there talking to the seller, monopolizing their time. I would sit there for 2.5 hours while they'd come in for 20 minutes and it'd piss some of them off good. I'm sorry if I've ever done this to one of y'all, but it would piss some of them off good because they're trying to come in, they're trying to talk to the seller, they're trying to do their thing. I'm there to make money. I'm sorry, but we are on the same lead at the same time, and I do intend on getting this contract. So I would just camp in the middle of the living room with the seller and I would monopolize their time. I would strike up conversations and I would start getting them to ask me questions about what the wholesaler was saying. You start doing that, guess what? The probability you getting that contract is high. It's extremely high. So moving forward, get that credibility going, and then always ask for permission. It's like, well, would you mind if I take some pictures and video of the house? Oh, no, go right ahead. Well, would you mind coming with me? Always bring the homeowner with you throughout the whole thing. And the reason that is because a lot of times, yeah, just go for it. No. Try to say, well, can you come with me? Because I might have some questions. Ultimately, the reason you want them to come with you is because they want to see you. They've been living there for 20 years. They might not necessarily consider the tobacco stains on the wall to be nearly as what they are. But when you walk through the house and you see a poster and you kind of pull it back and you see the color change, that's your way of saying to them without saying to them, you smoked, 30,000 Marlboros in this house? I can smell it. That makes sense? But I said that without saying it, didn't I? And I'll take a picture of it. And now they're sitting there thinking, oh, yeah, it does smell like cigarettes in here. Well, that's the case in point, though. So you bring them through, go through, get all your pictures taken, get your video taken, and then you're going to sit back down. Now, I always try to establish myself as credible, and one of the easiest ways to establish yourself as credible is to educate the seller. If I'm sitting down on a pre-foreclosure, there are several options for stopping a pre-foreclosure, and I will sit down with the seller and I'll start discussing them. It's like, okay, what is your main objectives right now? Where are you at in this process? Would you much rather just get rid of this and say, you know what, let's put this thing in the rearview mirror, start life over again, and we'll start it off in a different path? Or are you still trying to hold on to this? All right, you are still trying to hold on to this. Here are 7 options for you to hold on to this property. Let's go through them one at a time. I'll explain to you what they are, and let's see if it's something that's viable for you to execute upon. All right? No. Short sale? No, excuse me. What? Loan modification? All right, loan modification. Do you currently have a job? No. Do you currently have any assets? No. Do you have any foreseeable future of getting a job? No. How long has it been since you've made a payment on this house? 18 months? You're not getting a loan mod. Now, what if they haven't made a payment in 4 months? And they do have a job now, and they just can't get caught up? Is a loan modification a possibility for them? Is a forbearance agreement a possibility for them? Is a repayment plan a possibility for them? Damn right it is. And I'm going to tell them. I'm not going to sit there and lie to the seller and try and get them to sell me their home when I know for damn good and well there's an option for them to get out of it. What I will do in a situation where they do have an option to get out of it is I always present them with a plan B. Okay? Plan A is, let's get this property pulled through a loan modification. Let's get this property pulled through one of those things. But simultaneously, since we are looking at a pending foreclosure, in the event that I can't get the bank to cancel the foreclosure, let me go ahead and sign a contract with you right now. And I don't ever call them contracts. I always call them purchase agreements. I'll go ahead and sign a purchase agreement with you right now, and I'll go ahead and state in here that if you're able to get your loan modification approved, the contract will be null and void. But in the event that you're unable to get the loan modification approved before it goes to foreclosure, I'll be ready so that way you're not stuck in a situation where you find out that doesn't work, and now we're so far along down the line that we no longer have the option to buy the house. So I'll always try and say, you don't always want to place all your eggs in that one basket. Let's look at both paths. That's the one you want, and I'll write it right here on the purchase agreement that if you pull that off, I back out. So they don't feel like they're locked in and they still have an option. Plan B got me a lot of contracts on pre-foreclosures. And you know what I found out, which is almost sad, but a lot of the times with pre-foreclosures is whenever you get them to agree to Plan B, all of a sudden Plan A no longer mattered because you were dealing with Plan B. Once they figured out that the problem was solved, they stopped paying attention to Plan A, period. Okay? But I try to establish credibility by being an educator first. And I'll let the seller self-select what option is best for them. I will lead them down the path of what the options are, and then I'll let them decide which one's best for them. It's less of a negotiation at that point in time, and it's more of an education. And a lot of times, a seller that is in a bad situation, the best solution for them is me. And that's why I educate them on it, because they will really quickly realize that, you know what, the man standing in front of me is a very good option for solving this problem. All right? Something that Grant Kemp is really good on is head, heart, gut. You're going to have 3 different types of people in that house. You're going to have somebody that makes all of their decision with their head. It needs to be logical. They need to see data, facts, and proof of this, and they will make their decision based upon that. You will have people that make their decision based upon their heart. Do they like you? Do they feel comfortable around you? Do they want to do business with you? And you'll have somebody that works off their gut, and they're like, and it's just straight up, do I trust this guy? It's like, that's how they're making their decision. And the quicker you are at determining how that person makes their decisions, the better you will be at tailoring that conversation to deal with that type of close. Stuff like this can be learned through several different books. There's one out there called The Psychology of Persuasion by not Nouriel Roubini, Cialdini, something like that. But The Psychology of Persuasion, Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion. There's another one out there called Never Split the Difference. I'd read that one. That's a never split the difference. You always hear people say split the difference. If you're a hostage negotiator, you'd be like, give me 2 dead ones and 2 alive ones and we'll call it a day. Can you do that? No. You never split the difference. So his negotiation tactic is, I give you nothing. I can't give you 1 single dead body. I have to get everything I want, and there is no option other than I get everything I want. So that book is a really good one to go through to learn that aspect of negotiation. That's called Never Split the Difference. So one of the things that I learned from Grant Kemp is I always establish this as a business decision the moment I show up to the house. It's not, I'm here to do everything I can to help you. That's not the truth. I'm doing everything I can here to transact a business transaction, but my ultimate goal right here is not, to do everything I can to get you out of this house. Because if my ultimate goal is to do everything I could to help you out of this house, I'd just go ahead and pay your past due payments. But that would make a good business decision for me, would it? So I try to establish right up front that this is a business decision. I will do everything I can as long as it makes sense as a business. And if I establish that up front, then I can always fall back on that when I go into negotiation. And when they say, well, why don't you just pay me $90,000? It's like, I most definitely would pay you $90,000, but that would not be a wise business decision. And I have to make all of my decisions today based upon what is best for my business. I can't pay you $90,000, and here's why. Your points? You had a question?
I did. I'm so sorry. That was the best gold nugget I think I've ever heard. That Plan B in the contract. My only question about that is, how do you assign it? How do you assign something with a Plan B in it? And then what happens if that Plan B comes through and you've collected a non-refundable earnest money deposit?
Well, that non-refundable earnest money deposit immediately becomes refundable.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I would just explain to my end buyer at that point in time that it's like, hey, they do have an option to cancel based upon a loan modification, but they've only got 6 days before the foreclosure, and I don't see the loan modification going through. Let's go ahead and assign and assume that we're going to be closing on Monday, but in the event that you don't, well, let's just go ahead and leave all your deposit at title, and if it doesn't close, give it right back to you, man. Like, my goal right now is to get the deal closed, not take $5,000 from you.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so when you're sitting down with them, trying to determine if there's any immediate cash needs. If you can determine if there are any immediate cash needs, then you can also start structuring your offers based upon that. Like if you know for a fact they've got $8,000 that they need and they need it right now, you might be able to structure an owner finance term where they get $8,000 up front. You might be able to structure X, Y, and Z, or you might just be able to figure out, if there are alternate ways of satisfying that cash need. Figuring out what it is that they need is a key piece to getting the deal closed. We can talk about negotiations all day long, but ultimately your goal is to find out what it is that they need to say yes. And then determining from that point is if their yes meets my wise business decision. If not, it's a follow-up. Okay? Making the offer is a critical piece to it. I kind of threw out there earlier one of the closes that I would often go through where, they're expecting I start low, they start high, or I start high, they start low, and we meet in the middle kind of thing. I kind of threw out how I would do that before. Well, that's how I'd often work with the heart person, the person that makes their decision based upon their heart. Now, I quickly found out, because it blew up in my face hard one day, I was speaking to a left brain person. And when I was speaking to a left brain person and I tried to pull that close off, the deal went south immediately. It was done. Game over. Wasn't even communicating anymore after that. He took that big of an offense to it. What should I have done with that person, and what did I start changing about working with those people? Is I'd start putting in together a net sheet where I would essentially say, here is the after repaired value, and I'll sit down and I'll educate this person. I'll pull up in my comps. I'm like, you're sitting here telling me your house is worth $180,000. Here's why I think it's worth $160,000. and I'll show them my due diligence. Now, if this person has any level of competency in them at all, I should be able to adequately represent why I truly believe it's worth 160 grand. I'm not going to lie about it. Yes.
Talking about value, do you tell them, okay, your house is worth 60 grand, and I'm willing to pay 70 cents on the dollar? Say that.
I don't really say 70 cents on the dollar. What I'll do, just go ahead and repeat it so that everybody online can hear.
So if you establish that it's worth a certain value, like 160,000, will you verbalize how much you're willing to pay, like a certain percentage, 70 cents on the dollar?
I won't say 70 cents on the dollar because they're not going to understand that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a seller net sheet and start showing them where my profit margins are and why I'm doing what I'm doing. Now, this is where I'm start working with a left brain person. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, this is what your home would be worth all fixed up, and I'll justify that via comp. So I'll have my laptop with me, and if they start combating me on that number, I'll show them and justify why I think that number is correct, because they said, yeah, my house down the street sold for 180 grand. Well, it did, but it was also 350 square foot larger. And if you're not taking that into consideration, we buy it, I'll help educate them. And then I'll go through and I'll say, and this is the estimated repairs that I have. Like, I think I need this much in flooring, this much in painting, I need a roof, I need an air conditioning system. They're like, oh, I can get an brand new air conditioning system installed for $1,200. Great, can I have your contact? Because as of right now, my licensed contractors that pull permits, which is required for my own safety and for the safety of my new buyer, charges a bare minimum of $4,300 for a new install. Okay? And then if they're like, oh, you can get brand new flooring in this house for 60 cents a foot. Pop open Home Depot right there in front of them. I'll pull open Home Depot and I was like, this is what 60-cent flooring looks like. Let me show you what all of the properties in your area are going for. They don't have 60-cent carpet in there. They've got hand-scraped hardwoods. Hand-scraped hardwoods installed are going to cost me $6.28 per square foot times 1,800 square foot. This is where I'm coming up with the values for your property, and that's why I'm offering you what I'm offering you. What I'll do is if they're stubborn, then there's limited that I can do outside of just continuing trying to combat the situation. If I'm getting to a point where it's coming to a head, I'll back off, divert the conversation, come back to it, and just keep pivoting back and forth. It's like a boxing match. You're just kind of moving it around. But ultimately, like if they're trying to tell me that they're going to floor the house for $900, I'm just going to say, prove it. Here's Home Depot right here. Show me how you're going to do that. Well, I got a cousin. Okay, even if your cousin's willing to do it for free, show me the material. And at that point in time, it's really hard for them to tell me that they're going to do it for less than what I'm showing them. It's just, it's a point of they are out of touch with the actual costs. And then once they realize that the costs are not the same as what they were doing back in 1972, that's a lot of times you'll find a much older man and they're running all of their numbers based upon what they were used to back in the older days or whatever. And with that to be said, you've got to understand that prices are a lot higher. You're not in touch with the current market on repairs, and that's what we'll do. So that's how I roll through on that side. And then ultimately, when I'm down to the line on it, I'm going to do everything I possibly can right then and there to get the contract. Everything I possibly can. And if they are absolutely like dead set saying, you know what, I want 90 for it, and I know that my top dollar on it's 82, I might just go ahead and say, you know what, I'll take it at 90 and I'll up front tell them I need a 3-day option to have a contractor confirm my repairs, because while I'm an extremely advanced real estate investor that has a strong understanding of repairs, at the price point that you're offering this to me at, it's way too close of a margin for me to feel comfortable on. Give me a 3-day option to get my contractor in here and see if I can get something pulled off. During that time, 2 things will happen. I'll market the contract just to see if I could get it moved, and I'll work on getting a contractor over there to really go through and give me a solid estimate, and I'll take that estimate back to the seller in the event that I'm unable to move it, and I'll try to renegotiate back to 82 where I knew I wanted to be to begin with. Yes, sir, Ryan.
Stephanie was asking, as a wholesaler, is it wise to structure creative deals? What if the ultimate buyer objects?
So whenever you are wholesaling creative terms, you really need to understand your end buyer, have an end buyer with a thought process in place. When I was talking about Plan B, not too many investors are going to object to that. They can see it in the contract. It'll state something along the lines of seller and buyer have agreed that if seller is able to process a loan modification and is accepted prior to XYZ date, then this contract becomes null and void and there's no further commitment on either party. It's a fairly understanding clause. But now if I've contracted a property subject to, I need to have my end buyer in play. And in fact, I probably need to be working with my end buyer from day one. Sub 2 and some of the more advanced and creative strategies are not just, come and play games stuff. Sub 2 is probably one of the most litigious strategies out there. You need to know what you're doing if you're going to play in that ball game. Okay? Any others? All good? All right, we're going to go to the next one. How are we doing on time, Sir Harper? The next class. How much time do I have here? I think I left quite a bit of time on this one just in case I... Okay. All right, so then let me go through and start working on some other things that are not here. How am I going to determine the repairs on this house? That's going to be a question a lot of people have. Is like, I don't know how to tell how much it's going to cost to repair this house. The basic, easiest way that I can honestly tell anyone in this room, you're going to have the big 5 on any property. You can write this down since we don't have slides. You're going to have the roof, HVAC systems, plumbing systems, electrical systems, and foundation. Okay? HVAC, roof, plumbing, electrical, foundation. Those are the big 5. Okay? Each one of those are going to have their own included repair costs and key things to look out for. All right? If we know that the house needs a new roof, you don't need to be a new roofer to show up and see that there's shingles missing off the house, and or if you ask the seller when's the last time the roof's been replaced, and they say they don't know, it's probably at a point where it might need a new roof. Let me give you a hack at figuring out the price of a roof. Single-story home, if it's 2,000 square foot, take 2,000 times 20%, 2,400 square foot. And then figure out what the average price of a square is in your area. A square is a 10 by 10 area of shingles. Roofers will typically bid their jobs by squares. They'll say something along the lines of, I'll do it for 190 a square. I'll do it for 165 a square. I'll do it for 200 a square. Well, if I know that I can probably get it done respectably for 200 bucks a square or 200 bucks a square for easy math, and I've got a 2,000 square foot house, I've given myself a 20% overage. Now we've got high peaks, we've got other things, I'm just trying to get a wag at this. Well, 200 times 2,400 square foot is, 2,400 divided by 100, which will give me 240, right? Right? Why am I getting to 240? Because now I have 240 squares up on the roof, and I multiply that times the cost per square of 200. I'm looking at about 4,800 bucks to replace that roof. That's a fairly decent ballpark estimate on a single-story home. If you have a 2-story home, well, you know what? Let's say kind of guesstimate how much roof's actually up there. If you got a 3,600 square foot house, maybe there's 2,200 square foot of roof up there, and then run the same calculation and throw extra 500 to 800 bucks on top of that for the fact that it's a 2-story. This is not a guaranteed estimate. This is it'll get you close. Okay? Now we got to talk about the electrical systems. Okay? We can get really deep in the weeds on electrical systems. There's a lot of things to look at, think of, and take into consideration. That comes with more and more experience. But if you have one of these 3 electrical panels, a Federal Pacific, a Zinsco, Z-I-N-S-C-O, FedPac, Zinsco, and what's the last one? Sylvania. Thank you. I always forget that one. If you have one of those 3 panels in the property, And it is common, and I have to clarify this with, is it common for those to be replaced in the neighborhood? You know, if I'm seeing a gentrifying neighborhood that's going through and seeing a ton of remodels in it, then I probably need to replace that electrical panel. Now, if I'm in a stabilized neighborhood that's never really seen any massive remodels, I might be able to assume that my end buyer will leave that panel there. This is where experience comes into play. But to replace that panel, $1,500 to $2,500. To move that panel, $3,500. Replace it means you pull one out, put another one in. Remove it is code says you have to have 36 inches of clear space all the way around your panel. Well, if I'm in a laundry room and I don't have that 36 inches of clear space around it, for it to meet code on a heavy remodel, that panel has to be moved. Okay? Just things to think about. You know, am I dealing with aluminum wiring? I'm just throwing information out there for you so you can see the depth of what this could be. But what I'm also not wanting to do is just overwhelm you with thoughts, because I want to figure out what the big 5 problems are, and then from there, move forward. HVAC system is a common one. If I have a central heating and air conditioning system that needs to be replaced, and all I have to do is replace the unit itself, I don't have to replace and add ductwork and do all that stuff, I can say that probably for around $3,500 to $5,000, I can get a brand new A-coil, condenser, and furnace. So if I just put $4,000 on there, I will be close. So if I know I've got a roof for $4,800, I'll just call that $5,000. And I know I've got an HVAC system for $4,000. I now know that I'm at $9,000 just for those 2 systems. Now, I always want to work with a local general contractor that is familiar with real estate investors, and I am going to ask them, and they should often be able to tell me, what is a good ballpark price per square foot to do a cosmetic remodel? Okay, I'm gonna say that again. What would you typically charge per square foot to do a basic cosmetic remodel? Cosmetic remodel means paint, flooring, light fixtures, doorknobs, stuff like that. Clean up the bathroom, clean up the kitchen. When I say clean up the kitchen, then we're not replacing all the cabinets, but they will put new countertops in. They will paint the cabinets. What are we looking at? Most of the time, they're going to be able to tell you, you know, way back in the day, you know, we're looking at 14 or 15 bucks a foot. Right now, we're looking at like 19 to 22 a foot. Okay, but once you figured that out, if you walk in the house and you know that right off the bat it needs a full cosmetic. Well, if it's 2,000 square foot and it costs $20 a foot to do a cosmetic remodel on it, how much is that rehab? $40,000. It also needs a roof, $45,000. It also needs an HVAC system, $49,000. There's your rehab. That sounds probably way too easy, but once you figure out the price per square foot model, you need to just get a WAG that is reasonable enough and close enough that you can take a pretty good estimate on it. Because guess what? Whenever you go to resell that property, somebody's going to come in there and be like, bullshit, it's going to cost $94,000 to remodel this property. And then somebody else can come in there and be like, $45,000, I can get this done for $18,000. Your repair estimate really doesn't mean anything, but you should be able to get it at least close enough that you're within a respectable ballpark. If you're saying that the property's going to need $8,000 in repairs and it clearly needs $60,000 to anybody, you're in trouble. But you get to a point where you're close enough on the repairs that you can start ballparking and getting in the door, you'll be able to achieve some contracts from there. Okay? Any other questions? Foundation does get really tricky to just estimate. What I look at is I try and figure out, is the foundation issues isolated to one part of the house? Like, is it just one section of the house? Then I can assume that portion of the house needs to be piered, and I'm probably going to be looking at around $3,000 to $5,000. I'll normally say if it's just a small issue, bare minimum, $4,000 or $5,000. Now, if I'm seeing issues all over the house, at that point in time, what I'll do is I'll tell the sellers, like, this is where I'm at, but before I close on this, you and I can both agree that this home is in some severe foundation issues, and that is one of the biggest problems for a piece of real estate. When the foundation, the word itself, foundation, clearly states it's an important piece to this structure. Before I can close on it, I have to confirm my repair bids on that foundation, because I have been the unfortunate one that's bought properties with an unrepairable foundation and got the ass end of it. So always confirm prior to closing on anything that's got significant foundation issues. Yes, sir? Mm-hmm.
Do you calculate that before you do the roof or the foundation? Do you add that?
The big 5 always gets stacked on top.
Okay.
The big 5 gets stacked on top. And then if you're up there and you can clearly see like the fence in the backyard's falling over and I need to put a new fence in, well, you know what? Maybe I'll put $15 a linear foot for a fence.
Do you
And
add anything for, let's say, a double roof or if you...
if it's double roofed, I haven't historically seen that really cost me anything extra, because like they might charge me extra $300 to scrape off the second layer. Well, if it needs to be decking, decking does cost more. Like double roofed is a little bit different. So decking, if I see from the street just a ton of sagging on the deck, then yeah, I'll probably want to go ahead and at that point in time get a contractor bid. So I'll get it under contract and just let them know I need a roofer over here to contract it, and I'll have an established relationship within my network of a roofer I can get over there fast. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. I've heard a lot of successful people do it. I've tried it twice and ended up being more headache than I was wanting to deal with. So I just baked it into my initial cost and moved forward. So yeah, what you're talking about is viable. I just haven't done it. Okay. How much dead space do we have here? Yes, sir.
This is more of a comment / question, but Anthony was like, why have most wholesalers gotten away from doing a proper rehab estimate?
Because of what I said earlier is, as a wholesaler, nobody's ever going to be happy with anything you do. Your ARV's too high. Oh, your ARV's too low. Your repairs are too high. Your repairs are too low. You're going to get bitched at by everybody. So more of a trend right now on the wholesaling side is you don't even give a repair price. That is a very common trend right now. It's just like, this is my sales price. This is my estimated ARV. Do your own due diligence. I've seen that happen a lot more. But if you're going to contract this property with any assumption of being able to move it to an qualified investor, you're going to need to get your prices at least ballpark close enough that they'll bite on it. You know, if you're trying to put $10,000 on a $50,000 remodel, no one's going to buy it. Okay, but if you're able to understand that, you know what, it is a $50K remodel, you know, you can move forward from there. And really the offer starts coming into the play-by-play of understanding that, you know what, this business is a relationship business. And the better you understand your relationships, the better you understand your end buyers, the better you understand your network of remodelers, the better you will be to perform on this business. So getting started out, remember why I said it's going to take 9 months to get your first deal? Anybody remember why? Because you're going to fail. It's a 9-month education. Like if you're constantly out there making offers, you're constantly out there getting into as many houses as you can, you're constantly making FSBO calls, you're constantly going out to network meetings, you're constantly seeking and acquiring more and more to get you along the business. Well, the first 3 properties that you contract that you failed to close, you realize that you messed up your repair budgets, or you failed to get it through escrow, or you failed on this. Well, you mess up 5 or 6 times, and then all of a sudden you close a deal. So that's kind of the key thing to it. So a lot of the things that I'm saying might have some people in this room hitting those, oh, I don't know what I'm doing breaks. You don't. That's why you're here. Well, the key point to it is go out there and fail your way forward. It sounds so damn cliche, but if you're not willing to go out there and fail, you're never going to ever find out if you could ever do it. Because no one's ever going to perform flawlessly. No one's ever going to go out there without failure. And one of the biggest things for a real estate investor or for an entrepreneur to learn is failure is your advancement forward. So, all right. Anything else? Yes, sir. Microphone. Oh, this one. Sorry.
Do you shy away from houses with aluminum wiring, and have you done work with them before? Do you always replace it?
I have never replaced it unless I do a gut remodel on it, which I don't do too often. I've only done like 4 gut remodels in my life. But aluminum wiring is not as scary as it could be unless somebody has gotten in there and just started trying to play electrician. So like For me, I've remodeled plenty of them with aluminum wiring. It adds more to my budget for repairing it. Each receptacle has to have special wire nuts on it with special lubricant. So I have to take all that into consideration. So where I'd normally say it's $5 per plug to replace, I'm gonna say it's $20 per plug to replace because the wire nuts are really expensive. But beyond using special wire nuts and then just doing a service on the panel, there's not a lot of extra concern for me. There are landlords out there that just refuse to deal with aluminum wiring, and I can respect and understand why. They're doing a long-term asset, but me as a flipper, aluminum wiring doesn't bother me that much. This one, okay, yes, sir.
So once you have a property under contract, and let's say that you're not able to sell it to the end buyer for whatever reason, how do you address that with the person that you bought the property from?
So where I'm at on that side is I always prep the seller up front. I have kind of several classifications I move to up front when I'm contracting the property. Scenario number one is I've got it at a price that I'm comfortable saying that no matter what, I'm buying it. And I will project that to the sellers like outside of an abnormality, I'm closing on this property. Like if, let's say the property's worth $240 and I got it under contract for $40 with $50 in repairs, that is a deal. I know for a fact I am closing it. I don't care if I have to sell a liver. I'm gonna get that property. I have that level of confidence and I'll convey that level of confidence to a seller. But now let's say I'm sitting down with the seller and we're going back and forth for an hour trying to figure out a price that makes sense and they've pushed me beyond a threshold that I'm comfortable with. What I will often do with that seller at that point in time is I will prep them with the understanding of, okay, here's what's going on. I have several options. The reason I started out up front offering 50 is because my primary motivation for this is I wanted to buy it to fix it up and sell it. And to do that, I must have the largest spread possible to give myself, some wiggle room there. And then when we got up to that $60,000 mark, I'm like, well, okay, I can no longer remodel it because that just doesn't make sense at $60,000. But I'd be okay with holding this as a rental. At $60,000, I'd be okay with holding this as a rental, and it spreads my risk out over time, so I'm in a better position there. But when you're asking me to pay $74,000 for this property, it no longer makes sense to me as a flip. It no longer makes sense to me as a rental. But let me tell you this, since you and I have already spent so much time together, I do work with a solid list of real estate investors here local. I'm very well networked. I've got about 5,000 people here locally that know me and know me very well. What I would say is instead of you continuing down this path of 20 more conversations like the ones you and I just had, what would you say is if I went ahead and contracted it with you at $72,000, and then I would talk to my network of friends. I've got close to 5,000 of them. I can shoot out an email tonight, and I'll have all of them in front of it, and I'll see if any of them would be willing to partner with me on this property at 72. And they have a different buying criteria than I do, so they'd be willing to probably pay a little bit more. But right now at 72, I cannot guarantee you that I'll close on it, but I do have such a strong network of people around me that I'll ask all of them if they'd be willing to move forward with this as a partnership. And I've already prepped that seller for two things. One, it might not happen. And two, that I'm going to bring a partner in on the deal. And that right there opens me right up for a wholesale. So anytime I'm working on a cash, I start out low enough that I'll buy it no matter what. And then if they start moving me up to a price point where I'm forced to wholesale it, then I will start disclosing right then and there. It's like at this price point, I'm at a point where I know you're tired of having these appointments. Instead of you doing 20 appointments one at a time, I can get 5,000 people to look at this property right now. Yes, sir.
So my question, have you ever had somebody sign a contract and then bag out of it?
Oh, yeah.
Want to get out of it?
Oh, yeah. It's just part of the game.
You just let them go?
Most of the time, yeah. I mean, like, it sucks, and I can spend a lot of time fighting it, and sometimes I would to a point, but at the end of the day, it's like, it's really going to boil down to a lawsuit. And really, at that point in time, it's like, is it worth my time anymore?
That happened my first deal, and that's my mentor right here. He was like, that's usually don't happen.
I'm not going to say it happens often, right, but it's happened often enough that in my business that I've learned to just accept it and move on.
And you just be
like out of maybe 150 transactions, 3 or 4 times. So it's not often, but it will happen.
Right.
It sucks that it happened on your first one, but it will happen. Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, Ryan.
Matt Smith was asking, when do you decide whether you're hoteling or not?
when do I decide if I'm wholesaling or not? That really just goes through the negotiation and the price point that I'm able to get it at and what I want to do with the property. Like, for those in here that don't understand what wholesaling is, I believe I have a whole section in here just on wholesaling. But wholesales is like I'm getting it at a discount and I'm moving it back out on a discount market. Wholesale, you know, we'll argue over definitions of this stuff, but wholesale is essentially I get the property at a discount and I take it back out to the MLS. It's basically I'm taking a property that I get at a discount and I'm listing it on the MLS without fixing it. Well, I might go in there and do like a fluff and puff, like some lipstick on a pig kind of stuff, just to get it prepped for a retail market. But the property is in good enough a condition that it doesn't warrant such a significant discount, but the margins are still wide enough that I could likely take it, list it on the MLS with minimal risk, and take the cash out of it. So let's say, here's an example of a deal where I'd likely wholesale. Retail on it's worth $250. The seller owes $210 on it, $205 on it. The spread isn't really large enough for me to take it down with any sort of hard money and or private capital where I'm having to pay points, holding costs, and everything else. What I might be willing to do with the seller is like, hey, right now, I think I can sell it for $250. But if what you take into consideration, I have to pay 6% in realtor's fees. That's what, almost $13,000 or $14,000, $15,000, about $15,000 right there. So that $250 really quickly becomes $235. And then I'm gonna have to put another $5,000 or $6,000 in to just clean up the paint in the house. Well, that takes me really quickly back down to $219. Well, at $219, and if I buy it from you at $210, the margins are so close, I might be in some trouble. If you'd be willing to let me make your payments for you on your behalf, I'll contract it from you at $205, and then I'll have your loan paid off in the next 6 months. What I'll do is I'll take the property down subject to, list it out on the MLS, I'll get it sold, I'll put 15 to 20 grand in my back pocket with a fairly simple problem, and then I'll get them cashed out of their loan and I make my money. So that's a common scenario where I'll wholesale something. I'll wholesale something if it's, or in the instance that the discount is so incredibly great that I don't want to try and introduce it to the investor market, I'll take it down right there and then I'll stick it out on the MLS, which is the largest viewership of buyer pool, and I'll sell it that direction. So those are two scenarios where I'll wholesale something. Yes. No. All right.
Quick, Daniel.
Yes.
Can you go into the difference between on Propelio.com where, like, in certain areas we have access to True MLS? What's the difference between that and like the data nationwide?
Okay, so we have, through our partnerships with real estate brokerages, Propelio.com is a virtual office website. That right there is essentially a brokerage back office. I'm getting into technicalities because when I speak on this, I have to. We're partnered with like 15 brokers in the United States right now. All of Texas data is pretty much coming through brokerage partnerships. Arizona, St. Louis, Chicago, Indianapolis, most of Florida. But for us to get national MLS access, we found somebody else that was already doing what we were trying to do, and we just paid them for their services. So they are aggregating the national data. So in services areas outside of the ones I just mentioned, we are using a third-party data aggregator to get that MLS data in. It's still MLS data, but we are not the ones curating it ourselves. All right, let's take about a 5 to 10 minute break, and we'll come back. All right? Woo! Do oftentimes. I told you about Plan B earlier. I always do a second chance as well. So whenever I'm presenting that offer, if I'm unable to get to a signature at there, I will always sit there and tell them, it's like, all right, you can see that I, as well as many of the other investors that have came in here, we didn't have a general contractor with us. We didn't have anybody in here like that. So the way we are driving our numbers is based upon probabilities of percentages. I am looking, to try and get this property, and I think that I can pay you $70,000 for it because it needs $30,000 in repairs. Well, let's say that the person that came in before me thinks it needs $25,000 in repairs, and he still wants to get you around that 70, so he's offering you 75. So I offered you 70, he offered you 75. Well, the reason he offered you 75 is because he thinks his repairs will be less than what mine are. If you do have somebody that comes in and offers you a higher price than I do, I would like to think that, the time that we have spent together, that you would give me a second chance to earn your business. I really want to do business with you. If you would give me a second chance and you do happen to get an offer that is greater than mine, at least give me the opportunity to match it. If you would do that for me, I would love to earn your business, and I promise you that the experience that you've had with me today will continue throughout this entire process. And from the time we start this till the time we close, you will see the same level of comfort and control that you've had and experienced right here. That statement right there has awarded me a ton of contracts, and I have still secured contracts at less than other people's values because they call me back up and they'll be like, this guy offered 88. I was like, there's no way I can do 88. There's no way I can do 88. There's no way I'm coming above 79. And they'll be like, you can't do 82? I was at 70. You've already got me up to 79. And at 79, that's putting me at risk. Like, I'm doing this because I committed to you, but 79 is my bottom dollar. And you know what? They'll look at me and be like, I still want to do business with you. 79, you got the contract. So always go for the give me a second chance. Other opportunities would be JV a seller. If the seller's sitting there and they've got $50,000 in equity and they're struggling or something's going on, you do need to deal with your legal department, make sure you're doing this legally, but go in there and say, you know what? I'll JV you on the deal. You're behind on payments right now. I'll catch up your payments. We'll list it on the MLS. We'll split the equity 50-50. You got to make sure that you're doing that correctly, though, especially depending on what state you're in. Those can get into some high issues. High-low bids is something else that we would do. Like Harper mentioned this to me at once, and I've experienced it on my own. When you start getting really well networked with other wholesalers, and you're in these houses and you got other wholesalers coming in behind you, it's not uncommon for y'all to know each other. Well, if you've got a good enough relationship with them, be like, what are you offering? You're offering what, 60? I'll go in there right now and offer them 40. Well, I'll go in there and offer them 40 knowing that $60,000 just looked really good, and then let that person call the person right back and we'll split up the assignment fee. So we'll do stuff like that. Sub 2 sale, like I said, that'd be a wholesale. I'll take it down subject to, turn around, sell it on the retail market. Wholesales, give the seller clear expectations of points of contacts and the path to closing. That is very key. You don't want that seller ghosting you after that. So you want to make sure that they understand what's going to happen and what the communication deadline should be. Always set that up front. Let them know who the title company is and who should be reaching out to them. And oops. And that was all the shit that I should have been talking about during that time that I didn't realize. So there you go. Break. Yes. She's a rock star. She's a rock star. There we go. All right, so everybody welcome Marcia to the panel. All right, so for everybody watching Facebook Live and or YouTube that didn't get an opportunity to hear some of the introductions, I'd like to introduce everyone on this panel today as a way of saying thank you for not only for them being here, but for the relationships that I've built with them over the past several years. So here on the left, we have Donovan Ruffin. Donovan, would you mind kind of explaining a little bit about yourself, your past, and give yourself maybe a 4 or 5 minute introduction?
What's up, guys? I'm Donnie. How are you guys today? Okay, cool. I live here in McKinney, Texas. My office is like 7 minutes on the road here in Addison. I got into real estate almost 6 years ago. I did like 6 deals my first year wholesale, and then I was really intrigued by like the fix and flip, like a lot of you guys probably are. So I really took that serious. And, you know, I just constantly reinvested into my business, into myself, my personal development. Constantly making people around me better, you know, and I had a marketing company for a long time, and then about almost 2 years ago, I shut that down completely, and it was kind of like conflict of interest, you know. I was hiring sales reps for 2 different companies, so it just made more sense to just stick with one, and I chose real estate, and I mean, it's just been a journey ever since I started, really, and I'm here to learn as well.
So how many transactions last year? And from there, I don't know if you like talking about this, but would you share how old you were when you got started?
When I first got started, I was about 20. I'm almost 26 now, so yeah, I guess almost 6 years in the game. And yeah, we almost did 200 transactions last year. Obviously, it's not just me. It's like there's no way in hell I could do all that by myself. I have a great team. They're rock stars. They're awesome. They make good money too, so it's like,
awesome. That's what
business
this is
great,
about, right?
But it's business, you know. It's like gross profits is a little bit different than net profits, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, still growing, still looking to learn, and here to answer any questions.
Awesome. So Michael. Oh. That's up to them. I think I think at the end, if y'all would like to disclose that, you know, we can discuss that towards the end. Okay. Michael?
Man, so Dallas, see, I come from San Antonio, and I got my boy Frank with me. And Dallas, man, you guys are so awesome that, one, you guys have Propelio here, man. So shout out to Propelio.
Thank you.
So San Antonio, man, we're very fond of Daniel and the Propelio team and the Propelio Academy, so just a shout out to that. But if you guys don't know who I am, my name is Marco Llanes. My partner's name is Charles Fernandez, couldn't be here today. We run and operate Home Buying, Home Selling Solutions. We're out in San Antonio. Like I said earlier, we have a staff of 22 individuals with all different tasks, from calling to text messaging, bandit signs, from flipping houses. So we do a little bit of everything. I know Daniel talked about as a wholesaler where to start off and where to begin. Charles and myself, we started together about 8 years ago flipping houses. And we were flipping houses, and I think at one point we had about 7 flips at a time. And we got another flip to come in. I was like, man, this is a good deal, but we're so tight on funds because we're so leveraged. I was like, let's try this wholesaling thing out, man. Let's see what all these people are talking about wholesaling. So we wholesaled it, and I think we made $8,000 on that deal. It's like, man, $8,000 in about 2-3 days versus we're doing all these flips. Cool. Did another one. Next thing you know, we shifted our focus from flipping to wholesaling, and we really try to perfect it. We really try to fine-tune in just different systems and processes. But yeah, 8 years. We do flipping house. We still flip houses. I think currently we do 4. Probably at the last year, the peak, we had about 8 at a time. Subject twos. I know we didn't talk about too much about subject twos, but we do quite a few subject twos in San Antonio. And of course, we're doing subject twos in El Paso, Laredo. We're doing deals in Laredo. We're trying to do sub 2 in Corpus. So we're doing a little bit of that. We do rentals, and we started our Airbnb. And of course, we try to be diversified. So we do a little bit of multifamily. We're part of a syndication deal. It's here, as a matter of fact, it's in Fort Worth. It's a 142-unit deal that we did here. But
awesome.
in essence, if wholesaling is what we're here to talk about, we do wholesale. We love wholesaling. Our team does wholesaling. We really try to perfect it as a craft because that's what it is, whether you're starting as your first individual or maybe a team of 3 or a team of 22 or a team of 47 VAs. However you guys do it, man, I really want to provide value. I'm sure everyone up here wants to do the same thing too.
Awesome. So Jay Coleman, Christopher Fiedel.
Hey everybody, my name is Jay Coleman. This is my wife, Marsha Coleman, and we are a tag team here with JMC Property Group. So a little bit about us. So we basically kind of got into real estate. I could say, so this is going on our 4th year. So I could remember basically 4 years ago being on the exact side of the room that a lot of you guys are right now. Like just looking like, oh my God, this is just an amazing opportunity. It was all overwhelming and all that type of stuff, but we saw the opportunity. So nonetheless, fast forward. So we've been doing wholesaling now for about 4 years. My wife and I, so I left, so we started in 2016. I left corporate America in 2017 and did wholesaling full time. My wife left corporate America in 2018. So we've been doing it full time together since 2018. And it's just been a wonderful opportunity. Like this is all we do. We primarily do wholesaling. We are gonna start getting into some rentals this year. So just so you guys know, we're not just wholesaling, we are buyers as well. But it's a wonderful opportunity. I can't tell you guys how much it's changed our lives. So awesome. Everybody on this panel right here are great people. Everybody wants to see you guys win. I want to see you guys win. And my wife and I, we actually do a lot of JV deals. It's also called co-wholesaling. We'll talk about that. I actually have a whole section tomorrow where I'll actually be kind of talking about that. But basically kind of what just in a general gist what JVing is helping you guys. So essentially everybody in here right now, you're gonna get a lot of value from today. You're gonna get a lot of gold nuggets from today and tomorrow total. But then you need to actually put it into action. So having somebody that can actually be there to kind of help you guys get those deals across the table and be that resource for you. My wife and I do that every month with a lot of wholesalers throughout our market. So I'm sure I'll definitely be working with a lot of you guys, and I'm looking forward to helping you guys get to the top.
Awesome. Christopher Friedel.
Both of these work? Yeah, my name is Christopher Friedel. I'm a little bit different, and I'm an individual investor. I do work with wholesaling, kind of, started out in the business doing my first property, doing a flip, and just one after the other. So started a couple of different hard money lending companies, built those out. And now focus primarily, I've got do some private lending, flips, a lot of owner finance, and a lot of wholesaling. The way that I work with wholesaling though is I don't do direct mail. I just work with individuals in the marketplace. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. If you have the knowledge to make money, even if you do not have the marketing dollars to go out there and maybe send out the direct mail. So right now, a lot of deals that I'm working with right now are just working with an individual wholesaler. I like the private loans, getting private loans, so I like helping wholesalers sell their deals so I can get the loan out of it. And then I like buying deals, and maybe a wholesaler doesn't have the money to take it down and it's an interesting property and needs to stay out on the market for a little bit, and we'll just list it on the MLS. So there's a lot of opportunities out there, and I'd say everybody's talking about how many deals that they do. I probably one of the smaller ones. I'd say last year I was party to 80 transactions or so, and so my objective is 10 a month, but sometimes we get there, sometimes we don't. I'm a huge fan of the cash flow deals. Getting to that point where your cash flow exceeds your monthly expenses is just once you hit that point, it's amazing. It's you basically bought your life back from corporate America or whatever needing to you bought your life back. So
awesome. RJ Bates.
Hello. Oh, it does work.
We both need one anyways.
Yeah, I talk way more than you.
So I'm RJ. This is Cassie. We're local here to Dallas-Fort Worth. We both live in Fort Worth, Texas. Our company is Titanium Investments. As of January 1st, we've officially been doing this full time for 5 years. We did do some transactions in 2014 when we were contractors.
We didn't like that very much.
Yeah, contracting's hard. And January 1, we were working because we were so broke. And I went into Cassie's apartment because that was our office. And I told her, I was like, I'm done with this. I believe in wholesaling. We're going to do this. We had just closed a transaction that we made $27,000 on as the wholesale fee. And we basically use those funds to springboard us into that first year. So for all of you guys that are wanting to do this and achieve something, I want to tell you that it's so obtainable and it's easy to be done. That first year, we did over $700,000 in assignment fees, and we did not know what we were doing.
At all.
So if you just go out and you take massive action and you listen to the advice that Daniel put together today, which I caught several hours of it today while we were working, it was incredible. Take all of that, put it into action, and incredible things will happen. Now, as far as what we do wholesaling still, but we do flips, we do rentals, we do owner financing, we do Airbnbs. We've done multifamily. We've pretty much done everything that you can think of, which I would not advise to do.
Yeah, and I'm a broker.
Yeah. So far in 2020, I know, what is it, the third? Yeah. So in 2020 so far, we've sold a rental in Ohio. We've owner financed a house in Texas. We bought an Airbnb in Hawaii. And we have appointments in Arizona and here in Texas. So
And we sold 2 houses.
Yeah. So we do quite a bit across the country. I don't know what our volume was last year because our KPIs were not as good as they should have been. I actually watched the KPI section earlier today. We have it broken down by market, so I don't know exactly how many deals we did last year, but I'm going to assume it's going to be well above 150. So
I was going to say right around 200, I think.
We've owned a couple of hundred units as far as rentals go. We've sold a bunch of those because we failed forward. And as far as wholesaling goes, I suggest to everyone in this room that's the best strategy to get started. And from there, I mean, you become the next Jay Coleman. I mean, I've watched this guy come up, and Marsha. I shouldn't say that, but I know, right? But I've watched these guys come up. You know, I mean, they started a year after we did, and I've seen them come up, and seeing them now branch off into rentals. It's awesome. So, super excited to be a part of the panel today and pour into you guys.
So
What he said.
Thank you
no,
all.
so our operation works basically, just so you guys know, for your questions, he's more CEO, I'm more COO. Yeah, I mean, and then everything that he said. So your questions get specific, go from there.
Awesome. So here's the plan for the afternoon. I'd like to say thank you all. I respect all of y'all greatly. Y'all have all accomplished far more than I think I ever could. And all of that to be said, I want everybody in this room to recognize the time frame that they have accomplished this in. Donovan looking at 6 years, 8 years, 4 years, another 4 or 5 years, and probably 7 or 8 years. This is all a very short period of time, and can I across the board agree that real estate investing has changed your lives? So this is a large group of people standing here saying, in a short period of time, this can truly change your life. So where I'm trying to get everyone here is you've got a wealth of information in front of you. We talked about a lot of topics today. Now is the time for the next hour and a half to just let questions flow. Let's chop it up and have some fun. So anybody in here got some questions? We got hands popping up here.
Okay, I'm not sure who to direct this question to. As far as executing a contract over the phone, and just basically getting the thing tied up so you have control over it. Do you go in, whoever answers it, do you go in and tell the customer, hey, we're going to set it at this point, and then do a price reduction afterwards and explain the process and the documentation of it? Or you just slide it in and say, hey, we can do this much and we'll evaluate it after I get there as long as everything is you say it is?
I'll take a swing at this one. And then I think Donovan also probably does a lot over the phone. So I actually still do quite a bit of acquisitions for our company myself because I get energy out of it. It's not something that I want to delegate to other people full time. I enjoy doing it. So when I try to lock something up over the phone, I try to base everything on square footage, the year built, the market knowledge. While I'm on the phone, I'm pulling up comps and I'm looking at the pictures of the properties that have either sold or are on the market, and I'm analyzing, this is not a new kitchen, this is not a new bathroom, or maybe it is, and then I'm basing my contracting knowledge on that, or just price per square foot. So starting with something like $25 or $30 a square foot for cosmetic rehab, that's how I'm coming up with those numbers, and then that's what I'm basing my offer on. So when I'm locking it up, I'm not locking it up at a price where I think there's gonna need to be a price reduction. I'm trying to find what their pain point is, and while I'm doing that, I'm running my numbers internally in my head. We're never actually talking numbers. I'm just trying to figure out what their pain point is. And then when I get down to actually talking numbers, at that point in time, I should be deep enough where I never have to worry about doing a price reduction.
And we do tell them that it's contingent upon, and this goes for our entire acquisitions team, it is contingent upon us verifying upon a walkthrough, but we're trying to get to a very close number on the phone. So, I mean, obviously if we go there and, you know, the roof is falling apart and they're saying it's fine because it's not pouring down water, that's something you can explain to your seller. So we don't go into it anyways, assuming we will be doing a price reduction. But we do say it is contingent upon us verifying this information with our own eyes on site.
All right. Well, I guess a simple way to answer that, especially because who in here has yet to do their first deal? Or who has done at least one deal? Okay, so you've done one deal. Okay. You have to understand from the mindset of the seller is only going to sell maybe one or two houses their entire life. And I mean, you got to think about how many times they're actually going to pull comps on a house their entire life. It's probably never, ever. They have no idea. So essentially, kind of what we do is, because we do everything over the phone. Like 95% of our business is all over the phone for multiple reasons. But it comes down to the reality. It's just you have to understand from the seller's perspective, what do they want? At the end of the day, they contacted you or you contacted them or whatever, and they agreed to sell their house, right? They care about the money. So what we do is, we use Propelio, right? Anybody in here use Propelio? Okay, cool. The event was free, but you guys have to get Propelio. No. Not kidding. But we look for like the cheapest houses that have possibly sold within a half mile, and then get it under that.
Can I disclose how many comps you run a month?
You said what?
Can you disclose how many comps you run a month?
Like hundreds.
Thousands.
Like you probably check it on Propelio, huh?
I can see the amount of comps ran, and you run about 3,000 to 5,000 comps a month.
Really? I didn't. Yeah. So. Yeah, like hundreds of properties. We get like hundreds of leads, or a little over 100 leads a day now, but it's like constantly running comps. So I just look, hey, what's the cheapest house that's sold in a half mile, and ever, and the past or however much time, and try to get it under that. But we have certain ways where we can get we hit them with 6 different price drops every single time. But we want to make sure we lock it up around the price that we need it at. But we ask them, it's just like right before we're about to lock the contract up, we're like, hey, so, this is super tight for us. Obviously we're going to have to go look at it, but, can you help me out a little bit with this price? And then you just wait for them to respond. You guys would be so amazed by what they would tell you. And a lot of people are trying to give them the price, but you want to get the price out of them. You never know what they're going to say. There was one time where we asked them that one question, and we were on pause for like 15 minutes, literally not saying anything. And they gave us $30,000 off. We only wanted like 4. And then we get to the property, and it's just like, man, this house is shitty. You know that. Or we don't say it in that standpoint. And then it's just like, can you help us out with the price? It's just way too tight. I want to be able to deliver on you. We're getting numbers out of them versus us giving them numbers. Does that make sense? And I think that's the biggest thing, especially when it comes to ethics. We're not getting under contract and then shooting them $100,000 less. We're getting out of them, and then we're constantly doing that. And especially when we send buyers through, so we get pictures, before we get the property under contract, we get a price drop. We walk the property and we get pictures, we get a price drop, and then we walk our contractors, which is our buyers, and then we get their numbers, and then what do you think we do again? A price drop. Does that make sense? And then the HUDs come back, and then what do you think we do again? The price drop. So, I mean, it's just constantly asking them, and it's just a simple question. It's like, hey, can you help us out a little bit with the price? And just wait for them to respond. So, long answer to a short question.
All right.
Wouldn't mind chiming in because he said something about the contract without looking at the house. We kind of been venturing. I was speaking to someone during lunch about virtual wholesaling. Yeah, I was talking about virtual wholesaling. So I was thinking about the question and what we're doing in San Antonio. I'm sure these big heavy hitters are doing the same thing. We do deals out of San Antonio. We're doing deals in Houston, Virginia, Corpus, and all the other stuff without seeing the property. So what we ask the sellers actually to send us photos, and they do. So based off the photos and based off software programs they can use like the Propelio to pull comps in different markets, and then once we just do the DocuSign. So doing that outside the box thinking. Now we didn't target the first few virtual deals that we did. It just happens to be the seller in San Antonio own a home in Corpus or Houston, and we close those deals and you just venture with someone like Bates and Coleman and everyone else here that's in that market, and that's the power of social media. So that's what we do on our end. We ask the seller to give us photos, run software systems on comps on Propelio, and then joint venture with someone in that market.
Awesome. All right.
Next question.
I'm here. Good afternoon. My name is Sean. Thanks for being here, all of you guys. My question for you guys is, I'm rather new in real estate. So I've done about the past 5 or 6 months in education, right, online. So for you all, did you all have background in real estate before you started this adventure? And if you did or did not, did you prefer phone calls? How did you get the knowledge, or did you like to speak to the people in person, right? Because that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know the full gamut of it all, so I'd dislike going to a customer and trying to talk to them appropriately about something that I don't have confidence in, right? So I guess 2 things. Where was your background before you started this? And then where was your comfort level whenever you first started? Where did you find that confidence, right?
I'll answer this real fast. Our background is, obviously we were in contracting and we also had a consulting business. Me personally, I preferred very much to be in person. It only came with scaling that we started taking more of that in person and started building more remote rapport, and putting those kind of tactics into our business, because you can technically do more if you're not having to build a team that has to go be it in the homeowner's face through every step of the process. But you know, I've learned to love both. I think everybody in our business has as well. But personal preference, if I was still in the field all of the time, I would like to be. I just enjoy getting to know different people, so. That's me. That's my answer.
For me personally, I came out of insurance sales and financial services. I couldn't hammer in a nail if I tried. So I did not have that background in rehab. And I think it's one of those things when you jump into real estate investing, you have to start accumulating skill sets, and running comps as a skill set. Being able to look at a kitchen and know, hey, that's going to cost me $4,000, or that's going to cost me $9,000 to do. That's a skill set. And so you jump in with both feet and you start accumulating those skill sets. And one of the great ways of learning is to go and apprentice with somebody, start working with somebody. You could go to any one of these guys, and I guarantee you they've got work that if you say, hey, I'll do this for free, let me take sales calls for you. Let me try and sell your houses. And that's literally how I started. Was I contacted a wholesaler that still have a great relationship with today, and I was working with Eric Badawala, and I said, hey, I don't know anything about this, but I've got this property that I managed to put under contract on the MLS, and think you can help me sell it? And so it kind of reversed the tables. He worked to help me try and sell that contract. It was a bad deal that I got under contract, so he helped me get out of it. And then I helped him, move some properties, and it's just kind of gone on from there. So you just start building that up, and I think what people try to do is they start, they get confused trying to do 8 strategies at once. And you focus on one strategy, learning that skill from someone that's good at it. Try and get yourself a mentor, and expand from there. Just expand yourself. So. That's how I did it.
Awesome.
How long have you been trying to learn, did you say?
I would say about 5 or 6 months now. It's the months are just ticking by, aren't they?
Yeah, so when I was in a room just like this in 2014, I was placing offers on properties before the speakers stopped talking. You need to stop trying to learn and go take action. That's going to be the best way to do it. And as far as not feeling comfortable when you're in the seller's house because you don't know what to say, don't say anything. Just listen. They'll tell you everything that they need. Like, they're going to tell you why they need to sell their house. They're motivated for a reason. And if you just ask questions and listen, the best closers, the best salesmen in the world, they don't talk. They just sit there, they listen, literally just reiterate what they sold you, and then ask a question from that. And before long, they're going to get to why, the deep-rooted pain of why they're trying to sell their house. And they're literally going to get down to such a low number that you're not going to have to think about anything. You're going to realize, I could contract this. This house is worth $200,000. He just told me to sell it to me for $50,000. Like, I can absolutely wholesale this, right? Like, you don't have to know anything at that point in time. So, and as far as like Cassie said, obviously we like just being out there. That's how we learn. I think everybody up here would say that's how we got to where we are today, is just by going out there and getting in the trenches and doing things. And like he said, working with other people.
Yeah, you only need to know a handful of things that you need to know. And then other than that, it's just learning to talk to people, relate to people, have a good relationship with people, which you can do in any room. I mean, that can come very naturally. So.
Or unnaturally.
And to kind of add on to kind of what RJ and Cassie were saying, I 100% agree. Like, I would say the biggest thing is actually just go out there and just start taking action. Go out there, start talking to people, and book an appointment. That's the biggest thing. Talk to people, book an appointment. Once you book an appointment, anyone up here is willing to help you out. Marsha and I, we help a lot of wholesalers out. And when we, in our JV process, when we're helping them out, that's what we tell them. We'll give them a sheet, and we'll say, hey, when you're talking to the seller, make sure you get these questions answered, book the appointment. Once you book the appointment, just give us a call. And then they'll call, hey Jay, hey Marsha, I have an appointment scheduled for tomorrow. And we'll actually start analyzing the deal and everything with them, and we'll let them know kind of the ballpark range of where they actually need to be before they even go on the appointment. And then when they go on the appointment, now they're a lot more confident because they kind of know where they need to be, where they need to lock it up, so they're going in there kind of equipped. And then after they get the property under contract, then they just kind of come back to us or whatever. We'll partner with them, we'll do a JV assignment, and then we'll bring a buyer for it, and they're learning the whole time as they go. So just, I would say, putting yourself around key people that actually are already doing the business, that are willing to work with you on the deals, that's a great way to learn as well.
Make money while you learn.
Yeah, earn as you learn.
If you throw out the get rid of the ego and get rid of the fear, it'll go a long way. So you can go, if some people get started in the business and they want to fake it till they make it. The best thing to do is go to somebody that's doing a lot of deals and just say, hey, listen, I here's what I'm working on. Here's what I'm willing to do. Here are the resources, because everybody in this room has a unique set of skills and resources that they bring to the table. So you communicate that to who you want to work with, but you have to first acknowledge, hey, I'm just starting out, and don't try and fake it. The fastest turn off for any of these guys, I'm guessing that and certainly for me, is when someone comes and they're like, oh, they start talking a big game, and anybody that's been in this business for a little bit can just sniff it out right away. And it's not going to help you out. It may be helping your ego in that moment, having that conversation, but it's not going to help you achieve your goal of being able to, make extra money per month, or provide for your family, or financial independence. So.
The question was the background. So myself, I did 12 years in the Army, and I think the Army teaches me so much different tactics, strategics, and how to organize certain things. Now my partner, he brings a different play to the table, so I think it's important to, if you're gonna do this by yourself or a partner or someone you're working with, spouse, or whoever the case may be. But that yin and yang really helps out in our business. But 12 years in the Army doing that, and like I said earlier, we were flipping houses at first, and when we did this wholesale, I heard of it. I've never really done it. I think I Googled it maybe 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I just did it. Just find the assignment, call somebody, hey, how do you do the assignment? sign the paperwork, read it, send it, and just do it. So I think our first true wholesale deal, I don't know, after 30 minutes of Google and YouTube. And then something like my main man said here, going to someone's office and learn. I think anyone here, especially this being the Dallas community, my boy Edwin is back there is helping out with the Propelio event. He actually came down to San Antonio and asked, hey, can I come in? By all means, and I think he can attest to this, open door policy, come on in. What do you want to know? We actually put him in the dollar system, make calls. He actually got a lead, a corpus deal that we're working with him. So just come in, and I think I'm open to it. I'm sure everyone else up here is open to it as well. Just hustle. Just turn up the hustle.
Love it.
I got. So what do you do right now?
I'm a business analyst for a smaller company. So that's what I do right now. I'm also build sliding block doors on the side. But so business analyst.
Like what do you do? Like, are you on the computer all day, or kind of? So you just look at numbers, or do you talk to anybody?
Also process orders. So someone said order taker, I love taking orders because it's like, yeah, done, check. Yes, I'm in the office all day.
Okay. All right. So I think, like you're asking us our background. Like, I come from a very aggressive sales background. Like, I come from door-to-door sales. It's like there's not too many people that's cut out for that. And when I first got started, like, I started laying bandit signs. I think the question that you're asking, I think you're looking for like that one saying or that one thing that's just going to kick you in gear and convince you that this is possible. There's thousands and thousands of success stories out there, and I think the biggest thing that you have to do, man, is you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that it's possible and that you can do it. And that's what happened for me. It just took one of my close friends to actually do it first, and it just clicked for me. I was like, well, there's no way in hell if I know this person and what he's capable of doing that I can't do this. Like, he's dumb as hell. Like, right? That's literally what happened for me. Like, that's all it took. And then 3-4 weeks later, I got $4,000 and I made it happen. But, just the belief is one thing, and then making a decision to do is another thing, and then actually taking action and physically doing it. You know what I mean? So I think you need to find something that you're comfortable with, that you can consistently to work on to get your first deal. And then after that, I think it's going to be downhill from there, just because it just takes one. It's kind of like having sex. Like, you have sex one time, and it's like, boom, I know how to do this now, right? Same thing.
It's so true, though. Once you get the first one out the way, it makes it so much easier.
It's wholesaling, right? You talking about wholesaling?
So for me, okay, so back to the question. So I had we did not have a background in real estate. I'd never heard of wholesaling. My background is in IT project management, and I work for an insurance company. So no background, but my other half here, when he heard about it, he was like had a bone and he wasn't letting go. I did not believe initially, but we took some time. I think I could have been a professional student, where when you go to school, you're taught to learn something, and then you need to take a test. And then in order to take that quiz or the test, that allows you to go forward. This is not like that. You have to literally fail your way to success. And for me, it was getting out of my head and getting comfortable being uncomfortable. That was for me the biggest thing. And I will never forget our very first deal. It just so happened to be an actual investor, and we came with our one-page contract, and he did it just like he flipped it in our face. But we got the deal.
That's awesome.
So, but I was scared. Very scared. I was going to say a curse word, but I was very afraid. But I'm more processed. Like, I feel like I got to go to this step and this step and this step. And he's like, no, let's just go by the, like, you don't need, look, let's just go. So I was out there scared, and I was like, he brought his granddaughter along, and I was just talking. I like talking in person. He's more over the phone, like just say the time or whatever, but I feel like I am better naturally in person, but I've kind of shied away from that because, it's like you always want to say your time, because that's your most valuable commodity. But I would say, to Donovan's point, you gotta do something. And I think one of the best quotes that I heard today from Daniel was saying, when he said that knowledge is not power, knowledge applied is power. So you have to get out of your head and apply what you got to do and learn at the same time.
I love that. So, okay, we got another question, and we've got a bunch online. So, all right.
When you started putting your teams together, how did you figure out the compensation for the different people that are doing the different things, from the acquisition people to how do you break it apart to figure out how to pay them?
So for me, when I started, I come from, I have a sales background. Like, I had a marketing company, so how that was designed, I mean, it worked at that company. So I was beta testing different things that worked in real estate. So basically, how I pay my guys now, they make $2,500 base, 5% commission. For dispositions, just 5% commission. Transaction coordinators, they make salary, and then like $100 per closed deal. See what else? I think it's pretty much it. Acquisitions, dispositions, transactions. Cold callers, $3 to $7 an hour, depending on which country. Leadership, it's a little bit different. You know, I pay them a percentage of their team and their organization. So as they continue to bring new people on, recruit people, train people, they make a percentage on their sales. So they get paid a percentage to train. And these are some of the things that work for me at my previous company, and I've seen some other successful people in this industry work for them. So that's what works for me in my business. Now, obviously, there's certain people in my company that get paid a little bit different. Like some guys like all commission, and I'm okay with that. And they make like anywhere from 10 to 12%. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's like when you go to hire somebody, you know, like first is like, can you afford to do it? Stuff like that. Anybody can go and hire anybody and pay them all commission. Doesn't cost you anything, to be honest with you. And yeah, so that's kind of what works in my company.
It's all pre-recorded.
So I think it varies on how your company is structured and how well you have their role defined, but I definitely think the short answer to this is make sure that it is merit-based. I personally, like, we've tested it all. I think that I prefer a small base plus commission in most positions in our company. And I think it's also how much you're going to be putting on that person's shoulder, how big your organization is, how just their roles and responsibilities, and making sure you really have those trained well and defined well. As far as structuring their pay, you know, I would personally just make sure that there is something very merit-based within their role. If you are going to pay them full salary for any reason, even like if you were hiring an assistant, an admin, anything like that, we've learned the hard way that things need to be very merit-based. So.
Well, and one other thing about that is if you're asking that means you're already doing deals and you're thinking about growing your team, right? So when you get to that point, you've already achieved some kind of metrics, and I love reverse engineering things along these lines, like where do we want to be and how are we going to get there, and then how does that look? You know, a certain percent that your company wants to keep as net profit, right? And so reverse engineer that on each individual deal based off of your KPIs that Daniel gave earlier today. Start keeping those KPIs, and here in the next couple of months, you'll be able to look at it and say, you know, if I want to keep 50% profit or 60% or whatever it is, then you can break that down and reverse engineer it that way on how you pay your people.
You can make sure one of the things that I always struggled with early on was commission positions were not something that I was used to hiring for, even though through college I worked in the restaurant industry. I worked on all commission. But I wasn't really comfortable hiring people and explaining. I had this negative mindset around it. And when you do what RJ said there, it's really easy to show people, hey, if you go to work and you do this, you'll make that money. And it makes it pretty easy to structure it that way.
I think there's no right answer. It's just where are you at in the company and where you can start your first team and how you get there, because it's always fluid on how things work. Now, if you're gonna start a team, the next step is to create a business. If you're wholesaling houses now, someone say that's somewhat what you could call a job. You do one wholesale deal, that's the one time you make that money. But if you want to create a business, you really got to understand, am I doing a 2-man team, a 5-man team, or to a 10-man team? And it's kind of fluid. With us in San Antonio, the majority of everyone's pretty much commission-based, based on the deals that they closed. But we only have one that's salary, and that's the one that's in the leadership position. And also that includes the commission based on the overall satisfaction of the office closing deals together. But what's more importantly is finding the hustlers to put in that position, knowing, like Donovan said, not everyone's made for that door-to-door sales. Not everyone's made to be that person. Like, as soon as you say commission-based only, like, if you put someone in salary, I see it could be tough if they're really putting their full effort, or they're okay making a base salary, or whatever the case may be. But finding that person to be in that position, that's the hard part. Finding the one you really got to get. In San Antonio, we have our boy, his name's Manny Cash. He really goes in there and hustles every day, pushes the others because they have the vision. So.
Good stuff. All right, so Ryan, do you want to start see some of these from online? Or?
Yeah, I got you. I was just giving the preferential treatment to everybody that was here in person.
All right.
One of the questions was, which niche would you say is the most motivated?
Niche list. I'm thinking they're asking and that's a question that you can ask, but most people aren't going to necessarily disclose their core lists that they like to market to. But they're basically asking, which lists do you find the best profit out of? That might be a question that people don't want to answer for you.
For us, the ones that actually bring in the home run deals. So we're going to talk about it. Let's provide value. So, of course, this is Dallas. It may be different here than San Antonio. The one that brings value to us, the ones we've done multiple six-figure wholesale deals, those come out of tax foreclosures. That's the niche that we have in San Antonio. Now, why the tax foreclosures? Because if they're in pre-foreclosure for taxes, at that point, if you know they're behind on taxes, $25,000, $28,000, 9 times out of 10, all they owe is $28,000, $30,000, whatever the tax says for the county, because most loans nowadays are escrow. So if they're behind on taxes, 9 times out of 10, the mortgage should be free and cleared, and they just owe the property for whatsoever. So that already gauges you when you get there. If you're doing a cash deal for a tax foreclosure and the tax record said these guys owe $28,000, you know that's your starting point. You got to be higher than $28,000, and if they're really motivated, find out what the factor is on why they really want to sell, whatever the reason is. That's the most important part. But for us, and from what I see, is tax foreclosures.
Great one.
I'll give an unpopular answer to that. I don't think it matters, because if you have the appropriate sales skills, when you go in and you locate their pain point and you solve the problem instead of buying a house, you can buy it as deep as you possibly need to. And we've had an array of high profit deals specifically just on wholesaling that come from many different lists. So that's why I sat in silence, because I can't sit here and say, like you did. I mean, that was a damn good answer. But I mean, I wouldn't say that there's a specific list that, hey, this is going to be guaranteed high profit.
Yeah.
Right, you're gonna obviously find the more motivated sellers on per list, on a list of people that are gonna lose their house. I mean, at the end of the day. But I mean, it just depends, how big is your list? Like, how are you pulling it? Are you scraping it? So the list itself doesn't matter. It's how you pull it.
Yeah, I mean, like for my company, it's just like, I mean, we don't really specialize in niche lists just because we have so many cold callers, you know, like we'll saturate one of those lists in like 2 hours, you know what I mean? So that's just being honest. But when we do go into new markets, typically what we do is we go to ListSource, and this is literally how we open markets. We go into ListSource, we do market research on where the cash buyers are, and there's multiple pairing of, the criteria. So we do absentee. Our first list that we buy is absentee high equity. Absentee high equity, it means it's high equity, the owner doesn't live there. Another one that a lot of people aren't doing is unknown, the unknown list. Like there's something wrong with the CoreLogic or whatever ListSource is. that the data isn't always public or whatever, but there is so much data in unknown, and we get a lot of deals from unknown because nobody else is hitting it. You got all these gurus that are telling to like do absentee or whatever. Nobody's telling them to hit unknown, right? So you got all types of those are pretty much those three criteria. That's how we open markets. Is we go in, get that data, and then we start blasting it.
You can probably get that in Propelio now.
So what?
Absentee unknown.
Oh, you can? Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you can get it on Propelio.
I'm just letting you know. So if you wanted to look through that, and just let me know how that looks compared to ListSource.
Yeah. So I guess to confirm, I thought the question was what niche brings the most value, and that's what I see. But no, like Bates said, and I'm sure everyone up here agrees, there's no specific niche and say if every deal counts, every dollar counts, whether it's a pre-foreclosure or a divorce list or a probate list. A subject to for even the deals that have little to no equity on how to make money on those deals. I mean, no niche per se, but.
I know where I got on my side in marketing is I could consistently say if I was doing probates, I can probably pull, 18 deals a year out of probates. If I'm doing foreclosure, I can probably pull 22 out of that one. And then if I was doing water shutoffs, I could probably pull 44 out of that one. And it was one deal source, one marketing channel I could count on a specific volume out of. And if I wanted to increase that volume, I just added other strategies that I could count on multiple volumes from.
We're gonna spend the rest of the time talking about what we've read for the next hour and a half, right? So I probably read, no exaggeration, probably 50, 60 books a year. So there's just a ton of them for me. I'm a big fan. And the question was, because you didn't have the mic, is what is the one book that's been the most influential or that you would recommend a wholesaler read? There's a ton of them, but a great one that maybe some of you haven't read is Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. It's a great book on negotiating. So that's the one I'm gonna throw out there. I could keep going on and on, but each guys.
Real quick, Sell or Be Sold or Traction?
I mean, if you're just getting started and you focus on mindset, a book that really hit good for me was The Magic of Thinking Big. I really like that book.
For me, I would say Traction and The Way of the Wolf by Jordan Belfort.
10X Factor. The 10X Factor, Grant Cardone.
Extreme Ownership and the Dichotomy of Leadership.
She's like, I don't read.
Let me think of another book that has a name and get back at you. Get on my Goodreads. Get on my Goodreads app, and I'll send you a few just because I know a little bit about maybe how to target you on that book list too.
That was a great question, by the way.
All these are great recommendations. I really like the books about ownership, probably.
If you read Traction, you got to get it.
Sean Whalen's book is a really quick, good read. I'm not even kidding you. Like that? Oh, sorry. Sean Whalen's book.
You're welcome.
I think, and to be honest, I think personal development isn't really expressed as much as what I would recommend. I mean, honestly, it's just like that has a lot to do. I mean, I could attest to a lot of you guys with a lot of our success. And it's not just reading one book. It's a consistency. It's consistently doing something to feed your brain, especially when you guys start building companies and businesses. These people that work for you or work under you or are on your team or a part of your team, they're on your team so they can learn something. And as you continue to build your brain, you're able to re-energize your team with what you learn. So for me, I love books. I love personal development. I love going to I'm like an event junkie. Like I go to as much as I can, just so I can learn as much as I possibly can, because I'm always growing, and it's because I care about my team. I want them to grow too.
Awesome.
One last thing I was going to say, there's also a lot of great podcasts out there as well. So I know from RJ has a great podcast. Cassie gave me that. Yeah, RJ has a really great podcast, but there's a lot of great podcasts out there. And, I think that, one recommendation I would have, for personal development is, so for me, I love to listen to podcasts on my way to appointments because I kind of make it drive time university just to kind of get my mindset into it. I mean, because there's a lot of stuff when you're driving. Driving takes it can take a lot of time of your day sometimes when you're a real estate investor just bouncing around doing different things. So to put that positivity and that energy into your mindset, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's just wonderful. So I would highly. What's your podcast, RJ?
Titanium Vault.
Hosted by RJ Bates
The third.
If y'all had no money, how would you get started? Oh, sorry.
I hear some D for D.
Driving for dollars, the D for D. That's how we first got started. We, when you are working, we were both working a job. We had so much money, a specific amount of money that we could put towards the business, and it was a lot of sweat equity at first. So we did two things. One, we would drive for dollars, and we do that to this day. When we go on an appointment, we have a goal, and we drive that area that we have the appointment in. And then secondarily, because we're a tag team, we would do some Bonnie and Clyde on Friday nights, have date night and go put out some bandit signs. So I was the driver, and he would go. He had his little, the little muscle gloves that you wear at the gym, and he would just hop out, and I'll be on the lookout. So bandit signs and driving for dollars for us.
And I always like to attack this question a little bit different. If you're trying to get into this business to spend more money, it's probably not the business for you. And I always like to keep it direct and straight with you guys. It's going to cost money. So you have to look at like your past or kind of like how you got to the point you're at now where you don't have money. And sometimes it's a simple fix, but maybe finding solutions to make a couple $1,000s so you can invest into marketing, like bandit signs or gas money to drive for dollars, because even driving for dollars costs money. It's just like it's a lot easier, in my opinion, and you can get to success a lot faster if you find the solution to just make a couple $1,000s to invest into the business. Versus, obviously sweat equity. Like when I first got started, I would lay bandit signs. I would work from 9 to 9 every day, Monday through Saturday, and then when I get off on Fridays and Saturdays, I would work from 10:30 to like 4 a.m. laying bandit signs every single Friday and Saturday for months. And that's how I got started. That's how I got my first couple deals. And it wasn't that expensive. I used to even go to Walmart, cut the poster boards in half, and lay them out, nail them. Like I would find I would be driving around 6-7 different blocks to find a tree close enough to the street just to nail it, And to be honest, like, I don't know a lot of motherfuckers that are able or are willing to do that, and that's why a lot of people don't see the success that they want. They aren't willing to do the work. So if there's anybody that can keep it straight with you guys, it is going to cost money, it is going to cost time, and you have to put in the work, because if you don't, you're just going to be sitting on the sidelines watching everybody else win.
I would say the same thing for the most part. Driving for dollars and bandit signs, those really help out. If you really in a tough position and you have the hunger, you have the motivation, you have the hustle, I would say link up with someone who's in your local market and say, hey, what can I provide to you? I'm hungry, I'm motivated, I have the hustle. Teach me. In return, I'll work, I'll be here late, I'll make phone calls. Get that, because that experience sometimes can be more than the value of your first deal.
I agree with that, but I'm going to take driving for dollars a little bit deeper than that, because I think sometimes people think about driving for dollars as I'm driving and I'm trying to find the distressed properties and then I'm going to do some form of marketing. Personally, for me, if I had no money, $0, which this person doesn't have $0 because they're probably on their cell phone or some form of Wi-Fi right now on their cell phone or their laptop watching this. Somehow. So they have money, but let's assume they don't have the $100 to buy Propelio. Go ask somebody for $100 for Propelio, and you're going to then solve someone's pre-foreclosure problem. They give you the pre-foreclosure list. You can go 14 days before the auction dates, and you can go knock on their doors. Someone's going to open the door and say, no one has come by to try to solve my problem. How do I know this? We literally just did this 3 days ago. We still do it. New Year's Eve. When everybody else was getting ready to get drunk and do all that, RJ and Cassie and Dutch, we were in the car with our Propelio list, knocking on doors, and we literally pulled up to a house in one of the hottest zip codes in all of Fort Worth with a pod sitting in the driveway with them moving their stuff. And when Dutch walked up and they said, yeah, we're losing it all. Nope, we're going to get you money. So
you can't tell me everybody's willing to go out there and do that.
and I'm going to sell that deal to Donovan because he's going to overpay for it.
What I'd like everyone in here to see, though, is that every one of these people work in the same market, and every single one of these people are working together in some form or fashion. Like, there is, like I said, the unity in this industry is unlike other industries I've seen. Every one of these people have likely and or will likely in the future do business together. The we not me mindset is critical to getting out of your island. And if you're trying to perform on an island in this business, you're going to be separating yourself from opportunity, separating yourself from knowledge, and separating yourself from great friendships. So, you can see how they're interacting with you. They might mess around and play games, but they all do business together.
Absolutely, and not only that, if I will tell you this much right now, because we were an island when we started, and we stayed an island way longer than I wish we had. Most people that stay in that mindset are not going to make it in this industry. That's just reality. If we didn't have each other, if I had been doing this on my own, I would not have made it in this industry trying to be an island. Just full disclosure.
Yeah, so me being an outsider, being from San Antonio now. However, the same unity and community like Daniel's talking about, it's the same in San Antonio. The big key players there, you have Quentin Flores, he's down there, you got the Hilco team. We do a lot of work together. We bounce ideas off each other. We visit each other's office. So I think this industry alone, I think you got so many individuals that are up here, San Antonio, whatever the case may be, is willing to just give value and share the we, not me mindset.
I would say also, we're in a very intimate setting, and even for the people who are viewing online, we're all very accessible. I know all these guys are like on social media, and don't be afraid to ask questions and to reach out. We can do business together. I remember, meeting Cassie and RJ for the very first time. I was like, oh, hey, it was just like, at Propelio events, meeting Ryan, meeting Daniel. I mean, it is like, make yourself known and ask the questions. I remember we were at the movies sitting down, and Jay saw Donovan and just walked up, and he was like, hello, but don't be afraid to talk. That's what you're in the business. Don't be afraid to talk to people. Get out and ask some questions.
I got a question.
She's been waiting for a massive minute, man.
All right, looking for advice, I guess. When you're dealing with out-of-state properties, how do you verify your criteria? Do you depend on MLS, or do you have connections in those locations? Like y'all said, you had Airbnbs in Hawaii. Well, I don't know you, but I doubt you flew over there to walk through those two properties. So how do you verify your criteria and make sure that there's no unknown conditions before you sign a contract?
So we actually have boots on the ground in Hawaii. So we actually did fly someone from Oahu to the Big Island to walk that property. But to your point, there are times where, like Mike said earlier, we don't have boots on the ground, and maybe we're talking to a seller, and we'll have the seller send us pictures. There's also companies out there that you can hire that will send pictures. I think we spent like $35 on a St. Louis property where they went out and took pictures like an inspector would. You can have contractors go out and walk the properties for you. You have to have somebody trusted and verified to go out and do that for you. Unless you are strictly wholesaling, you do get good pictures, and then you can send it to your buyers, and then essentially your buyers are verifying it for you. I mean, they're going to be the ones that are taking on the responsibility anyway. So if in this case where we're taking down an Airbnb, we had to have somebody go walk it. We will not buy properties any longer without walking them.
So I like to we actually had built multiple remote branches and hired boots on the ground and stuff like that. But if you're not like looking into like get in a market or build a team out in a market, you definitely want to like just hire an inspector. It's worth it if you've done the upfront work right, and it's just a verification. Hire an inspect. Like they have companies like he said that will go. You can send a separate contractor out if you can't find an inspector in a reasonable amount of time. Like we struggle with that in some other markets, but have a contractor go out. And you can find contractors on places like Thumbtack all over the United States. You have the ability to have a company go out and take a picture, but hire an inspector. I mean, it's better than not doing the deal if you're not building out something in that market. I would just make sure, you ask the really good, basically close it on the phone, and it be a verification process from there.
If you are going into a market, you should be familiarizing yourself with the lenders, the local hard money lenders. And those hard money lenders have inspectors that are going out and running out and looking at properties. And I guarantee you, if you call, like here locally, I know, 4 or 5 guys, if I called them and just said, hey, I need an inspector to go look at a property, that is such a small, they'd be happy to hand that person to you, and it'll cost you. I mean, most inspectors are running looking at those properties. They're doing it for hard money lenders. They'll get on the phone and for $100, they're doing it for $100. They'll send you pictures, they'll buy all the stuff. So it's really not as difficult as you might think.
Yeah, for the numbers, if you're gonna do out-of-state deals, like I said, we have some of you that we're working on. You can use Propelio, for the comps, or you can use different third-party sources to get the comps and do that. And I think there's a website. It's something along the lines of meet me there, or meetforme.com, and you can find a local individual there that would actually go and take the photos for you, send them back to you for like $35 or $40, or have the seller do it for you. So yeah, of course, boots on the ground is very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, long story short, boots on the ground. I mean, for us, I mean, I don't know how you guys' social media presence is, but a lot of times I just post on Instagram. It's like, hey, I need somebody to go take pics for $50, and we can hop on a phone call. I can help you answer whatever questions. I mean, that's what works for me. Sometimes when I'm not in the office and transactions trying to figure out how to get pictures so we can display a property, they're uploading ads on Facebook and Craigslist. Like when we open a market, for example, we're posting ads everywhere, like Facebook, Craigslist, because we're looking for boots, and not just one person, but multiple people, so they can handle that type of appointment when it comes up.
A lot of times people do that with us too, because they'll know like we have a pretty strong foothold in many markets across the nation. They'll be like, hey, do you have anybody in this? And I'm like, oh, I don't, but like I know somebody who will.
So I have a quick question. I know the industry is romanticized, like it's real easy. Can you tell us a little bit about the difficulty, the work ethic, what is needed to be able to perform and succeed in the industry?
So there's the thing.
Pass it around.
Sorry, I'll jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Jump in real quick. So I think what people confuse a lot is easy and simple. So I think this business is very simple, but I don't think it's easy. I think it's something that takes a lot of hard work, and I think it takes everything from being willing to start off with something new, be wrong, look like an idiot, do something that's outside of your comfort zone, work late. I mean, I remember when you talk about bandit sign stories. Like I remember, like the only time I got to spend with my daughter when she was 2 years old was she was sitting in the car seat and I was driving around at night putting out bandit signs. And so there are so many factors adding the skill set. And so I think that's just something that you have to be willing to do. You have to be willing to, if you want a big change in your life. I mean, if you have $0, we had the question about no money in the bank. You really have to look at, why do you have no money in the bank? Is it that you don't have the skill set? Is it that you don't have the work ethic, that you're doing it? Have you had hard times? Have you, what mistakes have you made? So I think it is something that is tough, and you have to
So we can switch. No. So it's something that's very difficult. I think it's very attainable. You've got all sorts of skill set, all sorts of backgrounds that come into this. People that have construction, people that have financial services, IT, and so you can do it. It does take dedication. Like there's a story from one of my mentors, and he talks about how he went out there and he had this great paying job, and he wanted to be able to retire. He wanted the cash flow. And so he got there and he had all this cash flow. And so one of his friends said, "Hey, I want to sit down and I want to do this. How do I do this?" And he explains it. And I said, "Well, I want what you've got, what you've accomplished, but I only want to do about a third of what you just described. The other 2/3 just does not sound like something I want to do. And you have to be willing to do all of it." And just, yeah.
So, this could be easy, right? I mean, everyone who's here on a Friday, everyone's going to be here tomorrow on a Saturday. That tells me that you have the fortitude, you have the entrepreneurial mindset, you have the hustler mentality to make something happen in real estate, wholesaling, whatever the case may be. And you talked about how to get that drive or how to get the dedication. Keeping accountable for one another, like we have in our team. We have this thing called Turn Up the Hustle. And Edwin, can you pull out your phone real quick, man? What does that say? Turn up the hustle. Right? On his phone, something to remind you at all times. Someone tells my boy, "Hey, man, get it. You didn't close a deal this month, whatever the case may be. You're still learning. You haven't got to that point where you want to be at. Turning up the hustle. Something to remind you, like, man, I see the bigger picture. Let me turn up the hustle and let me move forward to it." Reminder: keep your accountabilities from your boys, from whoever the case may be.
And I was going to say, so for me, I think that just knowing ahead of time that the wholesaling in itself, like they were saying, is very simple. The challenge is making it an actual business, because there's so much that goes with that. And it's an emotional roller coaster at times, and it's like you're going to have your really, really great months, but then you're going to kind of have those months that suck a little bit, and then you're going to have those months that are great. So you have to understand that mentally you have to come to terms with, what? Everything is not going to always go the way that I plan it to go, but I need to know also how to make lemonade out of a lemon, and you have to kind of have that mentality, because straight up, seriously, honestly, guys, it is not going to be easy. And there's going to be a lot of times where it's just going to absolutely suck, but you have to just hang in there and you have to keep on pushing. And again, it's going to be an emotional roller coaster, and you have to be okay with that. If you are not okay with that, if you're not comfortable with being uncomfortable, it's not for you. It's not for you. But if you're willing to be uncomfortable and grow and just really position yourself and your family for abundance, then it is something for you. But you have to understand that there's going to be blows that come along the way, and you got to be willing to deal with that. But the great thing is, that's why there's so many great books out here. That's why there's so many great mentors out here. That's why there's so many great people out here. All of these guys have been through something. That's what makes them great at what they do. That's why they have success, because they've overcame a lot of obstacles. So just understand that there's going to be obstacles, and just know that ahead of time. But just have the mentality that you're going to overcome that obstacle.
So,
go ahead.
I was going to say that Jay has this phrase that he says to me sometimes, and he'll say that he's willing to stand on an island by himself. You have to have a why. And whatever that why is for you, you have to be willing to stand on an island and push through, because it's going to be a very lonely journey, because most people are going to look at you like you're crazy. They're going to think you're insane because you're immersing yourself in something that they don't understand. Most people are not entrepreneurs. They're employees. So if you start thinking outside the box and doing something different, they're going to be looking at you like you're crazy, but you have to be willing to be consistent and keep sowing the seeds. And when you're sowing the seeds, you never know when the harvest is going to come. You never know how much of the harvest is going to come, but you have to keep sowing the seeds. So I would just encourage you to be willing to stand on that island by yourself and stand on what your why is. Why are you doing that? That hustle will come. If you have it internally, you're going to hustle for you, because you're doing it for something better. we're unemployable right now. I'm never going to work for somebody else. Even, I mean, it is, you know, you may take some blows. I just had one of the hardest deals that I closed. I mean, I shed a few tears because I was just like, I can't be this stupid. And sometimes when you're failing, especially when you're failing in front of your partner, even though they may not be looking at you, but you're failing in front of somebody else and you're not producing. And you have to keep pushing. You have to keep sowing. And that is hard.
So, the way you worded that question at the beginning, I want to touch base on that. How I think you said this is romanticized, right? That's 2019, 2020. That's the world we live in, right? I've never seen an industry that you can become more quote unquote famous for not really doing a whole lot. I broke this down to Dutch the other day. We were going through our goals for 2020, and I showed him how simple it is to have a 6-figure month. And no, just a 6-figure month as a company, okay? Wholesaling only. And he looked at me and he goes, "It's that simple?" I said, "Right. Think about how many people have built massive platforms and these groups and this following on this 6-figure, $100,000 a month wholesaling, right? And in all reality, it's really not doing a whole lot, right? And when you achieve that level, like a lot of these people have said, wholesaling at some point in time, you have to stop doing a job and you have to start building a business, and it can become very lonely. And you could feel even more lonely when the whole world tells you how great you are. I'll never forget one of the times we went to, I think it was probably the first Propelio event, and I was literally freaked out. I had I'm not even joking, probably 6 to 8 people come up and stroke my beard, like weirdo style, like, "Oh, you're RJ Bates." And I'm like, that's effing weird, dude. Like, I don't know what's happening right now. And then everybody told us how great Titanium Investments was. And I'll never forget, open bar, slightly tipsy after we were leaving. I looked at Cassie and I said, "Apparently we run a perfect business. We better get to work and figure out how we're going to run this perfect business, because everybody thinks we are." And that's kind of the world that we live in. So for anybody, if you feel that way, just understand that that's just kind of the world that we live in, and you have to ignore that noise, unplug from it, and just get out there and focus on doing the work and not worried about likes and comments and shares and things like that go to your head and make you think that you're doing something that you're really not. Because to be quite frank, I've said this, and this might be something that I continue saying, I've yet to talk to anyone in the real estate investing industry that I think has done anything worthwhile and compared to other people in other industries. And I think Daniel and I, we've had conversations about that where we have not done anything yet to date that has changed the world. But yet people come to us and they talk to us like we're doing something amazing. And it's like, dude, all we've done so far is fail. Like, give us some time, give us some traction. We've only been at this for 5 years. Daniel, how long you been doing this? 12 years. Think about that. Like, for some people, 12 years, I mean, they're just now getting started. I mean, Tom Brady was just starting to get on his, 4th, 5th, 6th Super Bowls by that point.
Oh, God, you always have to find a way to bring old Brady into it. I will say this. I'm going to go a little bit, off course there. I think that when you're first starting wholesaling and when you first become an entrepreneur, especially if you don't have a team, it's very easy to feel like the world is on your shoulders, right? Because you're not used to everything depending on the results come directly from your single actions, your actions every day. So I would actually go with the note of I am obsessed with real estate because it's a very lucrative industry. And so there are parts of it that I feel they're romanticized that aren't romanticized. I mean, it's accurate. Real estate it changed our lives completely. We're obsessed with it. However, whenever it comes to people, what they don't talk about is that if you can master yourself and master your time and master a process, even if you're just by yourself, it's a formula. I heard Daniel say that earlier. It's a formula. If you can break down how many appointments you have to go on, if you can break down how many people you have to call or text or knock on their door, it's a formula. All you have to do is master yourself and master your mind and master how you react when you come up against a challenge. It's a challenge. We all have gone through them, or we wouldn't be sitting up here. RJ calls it failing forward. We failed forward a lot. We've taken a lot of imperfect, massive action. So really, it's how you respond and mastering yourself and realize you're going to come up against challenges, but also that you have like a security blanket that we didn't have when we started. And, you know, everybody talks about reaching out, call people, you can JV, they'll help you walk through. But the reality of it is you have resources online too, like the podcasts and books and things like that. I've met a lot of really incredible people who said, man, I wanted to approach you 6 months ago just to ask you this question. I'm like, why didn't you? Like, you may not have had my phone number, but shoot me a message on social media. I might not respond right away, but take me 10 seconds. I mean, I'm on the darn thing anyways. I might as well be productive or helpful. Because if we didn't have people to ask questions to, we would not still be here. And so I say, just master the fact that you're going to have to just know yourself and learn how to come up against those challenges. And the whole world isn't on your shoulders. It's one deal. It's 2 deals. It's however many deals. You just find a way to help the seller. Find a way to help the property. Find a way to help your buyer. That's all it is.
Damn good answer. That was good. That was good. I always say this, guys, is things are never gonna happen when you want them to happen. Things happen when they're supposed to happen. And that, I mean, I'm young, I understand, but like I've experienced some things in my life where it's just like, why am I here? Like, has anybody like faced a problem where it's just like, man, this fucking sucks? Anybody? Right? Or like with your regular job or whatever you guys are doing now, it sucks. Like, it's terrible sometimes, you know. But the cool thing about, especially in this business in real estate, once you overcome a problem, you know how to do it the next time and the time after that and the time after that. So a lot of people get frustrated when they first get started because they're seeing these challenges and these problems and they're just stopping and going away, when the reality of it is you gotta start leaping over these challenges, because you guys gotta, like, those challenges that you're facing in real estate is what's gonna pay you in the future. Does that make sense? Unless you guys are overcoming challenges, you guys are never gonna see success. Because if it was so easy, everybody would be doing it. I mean, that's probably why there's so many wholesalers doing it, because it's not that difficult if you actually put in the work and stay consistent, right? But I mean, the reality of it is, like, I mean, if you look at, like, you guys, anybody in here have a pet? Okay, nobody has pets. I guess everybody hates pets. All right, so you see a turd on the ground. How much is it? Like, how much would you be willing to get paid to eat that turd? Like, seriously, ask yourself that question. There is a dollar amount. Even for me, there's a fucking, like, if there's shit on the ground, let's negotiate, right?
What's the dollar amount?
What is the dollar amount?
What is the dollar amount?
We're not going to get there right now because I'm the one asking the question, RJ.
Because I could bring a turd tomorrow and see.
Like, seriously, like they always say eat shit, but what would you be willing to go through to have the success that you deserve? What type of work do you have to put in to make it happen? How much work and how much time and how many challenges do you have to overcome to actually push through to make it happen? And then when you actually get there, you're going to look back, just like we're kind of telling you guys, is like, man, that's why they always say it's easy, but it's not, because you push, like, you've already pushed through it. Does that make sense? So I always recommend you got to keep pushing, stay consistent. And I keep saying that over, like, consistency is everything. Consistency is staying power. Like, if you view this first row of chairs, and by the way, there's nobody but this guy in the first row, but if you filled the seat enough times, somebody's gonna fucking buy. Somebody's gonna sell. You just gotta put the people in, like, you literally have to go through the motions to make it happen. You have to put in the efforts to see it's a numbers game. Long story short, does that make sense? You have to find your number. You have to find your number in that niche, kind of like what Cassie was saying. You have to have data, because once you have data, that's when you start to feel a little bit better. Like last year, I was doing KPIs, and I'm like, man, our guys don't suck. They're just lazy. It's crazy. Like I went to the sales floor. I'm like, hey, congratulations. None of you guys actually suck. You guys just need to hop on the phones a little bit more, you know. And you can literally track every single appointment and figure out how many appointments that you have to go on to get a deal. You have to track how many calls you have to take in order to get a deal. You have to go through how many contracts and offers you sent out before you get a deal. And by God, like I promise, when you guys have 10 deals under your belt, you're gonna look back and track those numbers. It's like, man, I'm gonna eat shit on the ground 7, 8 times, and then boom, I got paid, right? And then you're gonna feel excited every time you face these challenges. It's like, cool. There's 10 other people in the house. How many other times did this happen, and how many times did I win? Does that make sense? And then you start making yourself better, and you can constantly improve yourself over and over and over and over again. But you're never gonna get there if you just quit. You know, basically everything I said is just gonna go to shit if you don't actually do something. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
A lot of turds, man.
We got another question. So.
Yeah, so I have been actually downloading Propello lead list for 2 solid months. You plotting the data into a map and then using it and hitting these doors religiously for 2 months, and it's lonely. It is, you know, you gotta, if you have to have someone around you all the time doing stuff, you need to know that it's going to be lonely when you're hitting that car and it gets so dark that you're using the map to find houses because you can't even see. Or you come home and now your dinner's cold. So just be prepared for that, because it's a real deal. So that might be the first thing that's going to stop you from pushing forward. But if you can push through that, like everything else is going to be like easy. And I did get a contract signed yesterday, so I got 2 more.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I got 2 more folks calling me. So my question was, I need to be more effective when I'm knocking on that door. I'd love to hear your best pitches for a foreclosure list, probate list, and just a straight your house is ugly as all get out list. Can you give me your 3 best pitches when you're not cold knocking on a door?
Hey, I'm RJ. I'm here to buy your house because you're in pre-foreclosure, and I want to solve that problem for you. It's real simple. And honestly, we changed that up because we used to like do the more professional ones. And then what I realized is if I'm not open and honest about what I'm here for, how are they going to be open and honest with me? So when I say your house is in pre-foreclosure and I want to solve that problem for you, it's amazing how many times they just open up and they're like, all right, yeah, let's talk about it. So my wife, you know, she got in a car crash and she broke her leg, and then we don't have the disability, and so that's why we're in pre-foreclosure. And so it's like, holy cow, I just learned everything. So that's why we started going with that.
I say that, but he really does. He cuts to the chase like nobody else I've ever seen. And so I don't necessarily, if you're not ready for that or that doesn't suit your personality, that might not work for you. I've never seen it work for anybody like it does for this fool, but I'm serious. I could not do that. Like I get to the point way quicker than I used to. I used to try to church it up real big, but I tend to go with more like I get to why I'm there. You know, whether it be like you came across our marketing channel for this. We're out here. I use a lot of we're doing a house down the street. We noticed you have, weeds up to your roof. Are you guys struggling? We're looking for another property. I just cut to the chase and let it be authentic to you, because if you're stammering through, like I used to do that all the time. I'm a talker. It takes me 3 times as long to say something than it does to him. When I try to sound like him, it doesn't work. So that's my.
Stop throwing water on that guy.
It's his personality. I don't know.
Are you saying I intimidate them into selling?
I was in the door-to-door B2B business since I was like 18 up until like 2 years ago. But And we sold all types of products, you know, from energy to water bottle, like whatever, name it, we probably sold it, right? But when we were going in and training our sales teams and especially training our managers, I think the biggest thing that you have to understand, it's not about the product, because I mean, real estate is sexy, right? You guys are all here because you guys think it's sexy, right? Yeah? Yeah, it's not, you know? It's just another product. That's all it is. It's just a higher ticket product. And it's cool looking. You see it on TV shows, and you see how lucrative it is. And a lot of people forget that it is a product, and just like you sell anything else, like have you ever sold anything other than real estate before? Or? Okay, cool. Well, I mean, great. So entry-level sales guy, right? So the conversation that you have to understand that when you're first approaching somebody is not about the house. It is not about whatever you're selling, even if you decide to go sell something else. It's about that person. And one of the easiest ways to be able to connect with that person, to be able to have them at least listen to you, is you have to be able to connect with that person. That's the first and foremost thing. The second thing is it's going to be a lot easier for you to connect with that person if you can connect with that person emotionally, right? Did anybody laugh at my dumbass jokes? Right? So a way I can connect with you guys. That's the easiest way you're going to be able to get somebody to at least listen to you, is you're able to connect with that person emotionally. So as soon as they open up the door, what's the first thing that you need to do is you need to figure out how to find common ground and make them laugh in the first 90 seconds. That has to be the absolute thing that you're doing as soon as they open up the door, is figuring out a way to make that person laugh. And I am not a funny guy. I had to just off survival mode, I had to find out what makes other people laugh and what's funny to them to be able to connect with people emotionally. Does that make sense? And I remember when I was in the field, like if I didn't make that person laugh, the chances of me closing that person dropped significantly, right? And I even use this method when like closing people in the field. I remember when I first started dating my girl, we used to go in the field and drive, and people would be losing their house in all types of shitty situations. And I was like, look, here's the goal. I'm going to make them laugh. I'm going to make them feel super on top of the world. And then I'm going to make them cry. And I would literally be in the living room crying with them. Straight up. Like literally crying with these people. Like they're in really shitty situations. And I am good enough now. I've overcame all the challenges where I can help that person. And now we're going to laugh. Now we're going to have a good time. Now we're going to be kicking beers back with each other, and you're going to be wiping your tears at signing this fucking contract. That makes sense? So you have to find a way to connect with people emotionally. And that's my biggest advice. And you can be the worst salesperson in the world. You can be the best salesperson in the world. But the easiest way to get the sale at least listened to is by being able to connect with them emotionally.
So the emotion is very important, right? If someone's in pre-foreclosure or probate, whatever the case may be, I mean, if you have that character like Bates is, we're just straight to the point. If that works for you, obviously it works for him and his team. Depending on your type of character, your type of personality, a good word that we like to use is fine. You know, instead of telling someone, hey, your property's in pre-foreclosure, what's up? Versus, hey, we find that your property we find that your property's in the pre-foreclosure, or it may find itself in the pre-foreclosure list. But you say you got a contract yesterday? What type of deal was that one? In a pre-foreclosure, what type of lead was it?
Oh no, it was a house that wasn't pre-foreclosure, but she ended up having a whole different house. Absentee. Yeah, she couldn't live in it anymore.
Okay. Have you done pre-foreclosure knocking on doors as well?
Oh yeah.
What's the pitch you use?
My pitch. So you probably know that this house is on a publicly available list of about being in foreclosure. I'm just wondering if anyone has explained your option.
That works. Works.
Most of what everything in life is it being able to evoke emotion and connect with people through that. Even if you're not using laughter, it really is. If you can get them to, if you can evoke any kind of emotion in them, maybe you're right. Maybe RJ's just so intimidating. They're back there like, okay, what did I do? What do I need to do? But it's just like going back to it, like just be authentic. Like that is a great opening sentence. It just, however it makes sense coming from you that fits you, and then get into the connect with them, evoke emotion. Like I'm really big on, I try to help. I'm just here to help. I'm really here to help, no matter what kind of lead it is.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the one you had is perfect. You know, I mean, if you can go with someone, if you like Donovan said, if you're an entry level sale, if you can go with someone else, like back in the day when me and Charles used to knock on a door. Charles has quite a few years than I do, so depending on who that individual is, he can kind of send something out that I didn't sense out, vice versa. He probably build a better rapport with him than myself. If it's tattoos, right? If the gentleman has tattoos, probably be more comfortable with me. Another thing is San Antonio, they speak Spanish a lot. Right? And unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, right? Ain't that crazy? Yeah. So the guy that goes with me back in the day was Charles, and he would speak Spanish. So just things like that. How can you take that to the next level? And but the pitch that you had, man, was perfect.
What about foreclosure? I mean, not sorry, probates and former substitute trustees. I mean, probates and affidavit heirships. What's your pitch for those?
Well, the affidavit heirships, I mean, it's the same thing as a probate. If it's a loss, right? Someone's family lost. I mean, the same thing we just said applies to pre-foreclosure. It's a sensitive subject. Someone lost. Now, sometimes I've seen some crazy stuff, man, where the person who passed away, the executor or the heir for the estate did not get along with that individual. And I've actually had someone say, hey, you can have it. Straight up. You can have it. I didn't like the person. It was the uncle. Unfortunately, the uncle and the niece, had bad relationship growing up. If you can read between the lines, and straight up, you can actually have the house. I think the contract was for like $1,000, and it was a true house, full-blown house. So.
Are you knocking on
Yeah.
probates?
Probates,
I would
affidavits,
pretend.
yeah.
I would
It's-
pretend I didn't know. Honest to God, I would pretend I didn't know. I would just say you came across our marketing channels, or I think it was in our vacant property list. You're on my list to let you know I'm here to help with any of your real estate needs. I've had people on probates. Like, we don't really do a lot of probate anymore, but I've had people on probates get really upset, and like that breaks my heart because death is, it affects different relationships. They affect different people differently, and so straight up, I just pretend I didn't know.
Yeah,
That's me.
it's a sensitive subject for sure.
My input on that side, because I did do a lot of probate marketing, is I personally, I don't think I'd have the balls to go door knock probates. Like door knocking for pre-foreclosures is bad enough, but I don't think I could door knock probates. But what I found doing probates is I had two windows that were the most effective for me. The first 2 weeks after the probate filing was done, there were not a large, but there was a sect of that group that were just like, I want it done. Like, I want this done. I don't want to deal with it anymore. Get it gone and go. And that was probably only maybe about 10% of the people. Like, it was a smaller majority of the people. The rest of them had to deal with everything else going on in their life. They had to deal with the emotions. And most of those started selling at like the 4 to 6 month mark. So what I found for myself on the probate marketing side is I would get my marketing out ASAP day one, super fast, and hit them with a really quick follow-up campaign. Like, hit them like 5 or 6 times within 2 weeks. That would be market number one. And then I would follow that one up from that day moving forward with a monthly market, and then I'd start ticking that marketing back up at around months 4 and 6. So I would do, let's say, 5 or 6 pieces within the first 2 weeks, and then a monthly piece from that point forward. And then once I hit months 4 through 6, I would tick it up to like 2 or 3 pieces a month. Because what I found is most of the times around 4 to 6 months is when it started picking back up to about month 8 is where I'd start really picking up the rest of the probates. So I would, as I started getting towards the ends, I started upticking my cold calling of the probates. I would never cold call the initial probates, but after month 4, the initial sting, I believe was fairly well dealt with. And then from months 4 on, I'd start adding in the cold calling set point. And I would just come in from the approach, not even of like, hey, I know this is a deceased owner's property. I just come in and say, hey, I'm interested in purchasing properties in this neighborhood. I saw this one hit my list. Would you be interested in selling it? And I just boom, 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 boom.
So, I mean, kind of what works for probate for us is like, I mean, somebody is always dying, you have to be able to connect with that person and think about like somebody in your life that died, and I talk about it. Like, I was talking to a lady today, and she had a piece of land, and she was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, she was heartbroken that her husband died. And I'm like, heartbroken because my grandma died, and I understand where they're coming from. And it's not like I'm like being sleazy, but like you have to come to senses and being able to like connect with that person where they're currently at. Because if you just go in from like that greedy approach where it's just like, hey, somebody died, give me all your shit, they're gonna sense that out pretty quick. You know what I mean? But if you go in, it's just like, hey, I literally understand because I experienced that, you know, and really just listen, and you'd be surprised, man. People just want to talk. People just want to be able to let their emotions out, and for somebody to be there. And just by if you're that guy that's there more than anybody else, chances are you have a higher chance of success. I mean, to be honest, I definitely get a lot of referrals, but I mean, it's just really hard to, like, I'm a KPI guy. Like, I look at metrics and math and stuff like that. And referrals is kind of like free money. You know, when it comes in, I see it as like bonus money. You know, it's like, oh, let's go rent some cars or take a bougie vacation to somewhere, you know, with referral money. So that's why I buy from wholesalers.
All right. Any other questions coming in?
I got this little short question. I have a short question regarding driving for dollars. I'm probably going to go back. What's the best way for skip tracing?
So,
I used to drive for dollars like 8 months ago, and I'll get like 50 houses, and it would take me like a whole day just to get the whole data. You know, like to search for the owner's name and then look for the phone number. It would take me like a whole day just to get 50 houses. So, like, what's like a best way to get all the information? Yeah.
the audience wants to answer it.
So with the Propelio app, you can actually skip trace right there on your phone. Hit the button, and it'll dial the number right on your phone.
Mobile Driving for Dollars app. You're driving down the road. Yeah, it just released about 2-3 months ago. So you just driving down the road. It tracks your drives, so you know where you've been in the neighborhood. And if you see a property, you just tap on it, and it'll pull up the owner's information, tax rolls information, and then from there you can take a choice of, do I want to send direct mail? If you want to send direct mail, you click it, it automatically sends it out. And if you want to skip trace it, you click that, it'll automatically pull the data. The data comes through batch skip trace or skip Genie, depending upon which service you choose. And when that data comes back in, you can cold call it right there.
Got those for you. Get an app that has a caller ID app, and as the phone numbers are dead or disconnected, change that caller ID to disconnected. So that way you'll see that you've dialed it before in the past.
Okay.
Because if you don't have a CRM to track all these calls and the 17th time you've called, there's apps like Call App, and it'll help you track the number of times you've dialed it. But if you change the caller ID to disconnected every time, you'll know not to dial it again when it shows up in your caller ID. That's something to kind of I figured out, kind of try to hustle and save some money.
2 to 3 days just to do the whole data, man.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Got a question.
We have one more.
Hi. Oh, was it you? No, you're good. No. It wasn't me? Okay. So how do I'm really very interested in working with wholesalers to source my my projects, my flips. And what is the best way to collaborate with you? Because in the past, and I'm a very new investor, I started last year, but on 3 of the deals that I did with wholesalers, once I got into the foundation repairs, then I had the plumbing issues under the foundation, and that ate my profit. And while the wholesaler probably did a double-digit profit, mine was in the single digits. I made $8,000-9,000 on one house, and another just $4,000. So how can I collaborate to get, to negotiate better? Like, how do you work with somebody like me who's interested in the buy and hold or the fix and flip, where I can actually do better on my deals?
So to answer a couple of those questions, 1, get better at doing due diligence. 2, find somebody you can trust that runs their. I mean, straight up, when we first started wholesaling, probably the first couple years, we send ours out. Nobody does this. We send ours out with full rehab budgets. Like we would tell you, it's gonna cost you $4,000 on your foundation. It's gonna cost you this much to do your roof, just to prove a point. Like our repair numbers were gonna be very close, and then we built very good rapport with our buyers list. You know, you want to get in with a wholesaler that you can trust like that. Ask the right questions would be what I would say. You know your criteria, know what you're looking for, know how you're like run your numbers, like run what it's going to cost. So many people don't run their holding costs. Like I don't know what your holding cost is. I'm making an assumption when I'm wholesaling a property, but I also flip houses. I've done rental properties. I also, you know what I mean? So I guess just know what you're trying to achieve and ask for those properties.
So I would say clarify responsibilities and what roles you're looking for. If you're looking for your wholesaler to be your contractor, your mentor, your lender, if you're looking for them to fulfill lots of roles, you know, maybe you need to take a step back and look and say, hey, you know, I'm looking for a wholesaler. When I look for a wholesaler, I'm looking for a wholesaler to find me a deal that's under contract that I can purchase, that I know will close, that there's not some sort of scam for earnest money, that they're taking the earnest money and running from it. I'm not looking for the wholesaler for a description of, is my rehab budget going to be $20,000 or $25,000? And you know, when I first got into the business, you know, I really had an issue with wholesalers sending out rehab budgets, and the rehab budgets would say $25,000. And I knew I knew for certain that rehab budget was a $35,000 rehab budget, and you know, because I would get a bid for it, and so for a long time I just had the biggest issue with it. And you know, what I've come to learn over time is that, you know, everybody has different resources. So, you know, she may be able to get a rehab budget down. That 25 that she's sending out for 25, she may be getting that done for 15. Someone sending a deal out and you know, for 35, you know, they may be able to get that done for 25. And so it really comes down to that personal responsibility. If you as an investor are buying from a wholesaler, you need to be able to look at it and do your due diligence. And all comps, you know, this goes for the rehab budget, this goes for the comps. The type of finish out that you're going to do for that property, if you say 135 or 150 or 200, that is a possibility for the submarket. That is not depending on, if you go in. I had a borrower once, and they did a deal. They bought it from the wholesaler, and I was working with them. I worked closely with the wholesaler. We, you know, got the deal done. We did the appraisal. They purchased the house. They go in and they decide, you know, for the flooring, I'm going to go in, I'm going to get the discard from Seconds and Surplus, and I'm going to use, and they use, I kid you not, 5 different types of tile throughout that house. So did they put in new tile throughout? Did they put in new carpet throughout? Absolutely. Was it the equivalent of, and I'm going to be completely sexist here, was it the equivalent, you know, a bachelor goes in, a guy goes in and says, oh, I'm gonna go pick out all the colors, and I'm gonna go pick out all the items for it, and does a horrible job. You know, that's the difference between interior decorator coming in and putting in the same items, same quality of items, but selecting it properly. And so I think that it just kind of comes back to knowing what you're looking for the wholesaler to do. And so now some wholesalers have different skills and expertise. So everybody sitting up here, you know, some of us have done, you know, 150,000. I think, Daniel, you did a crazy large rehab. You know, I personally have never done a huge rehab. So, you know, if I look at it, if I can get a deal under contract that's going to need 150,000, but I've not done a $150,000 deal. Now I can turn around to a builder buddy that has done it, and you know, I can say, hey, this is approximately, using rules of thumb, what I think it's going to be, but he's going to be the one that knows everything that needs to go into that submarket. So I in that question, I would just say, you know, take a step back and say, hey, what do I want the wholesaler to do? If I'm looking to work with a wholesaler, what is it I'm trying to get from that wholesaler? And is one of those things, if it's the rehab budget, if it's the comps, if it's all that, maybe you know, they're looking at it from their lens. I need to look at it and say, okay, maybe I need to get a contractor or a couple of contractors to take a look at it and form a good relationship there. So.
I'd like to add some.
Many things went wrong. You know, it's like I got the CMA were higher. I talked to a realtor, and I knew they were lower. But when we fixed the foundation, all the cast iron under was broken, and that was something I'd never done. I was new. I didn't know how much it cost. It was $8,000. It extended my timeline by a couple of weeks because it then rained and it filled the house with water. So fast forward, but it wasn't that I wanted to do big cosmetic rehab. It was a house from Carrollton. But by the time that I tried to get to the nice stuff, I was out of money and I was out of time and I was new at this. So it's not that I was looking for the wholesaler to do that, but like, what do you? I don't know. Like
I got you. I can help you. Okay.
Okay, please.
Okay. So I think I know what you want. How many emails a day do you get from wholesalers? Several, like 4 or 5.
Like 8 to 10. You know.
Okay, so I get like a couple hundred a day just in DFW. A couple hundred. Yes. There's hundreds of us that wholesale, okay? You don't walk into Walmart and say, Walmart, tell me what I want to buy. You go into Walmart and you pick what you want, right? So you need to be on more wholesalers' lists and then get very picky about what you want to buy. You know what you want to buy. Right now, I will not buy anything over $250,000 ARV. Okay, I'm only going to buy a brick house. I only want 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. I don't care how good of a deal it is. This is what I'm going to buy. I'm not going to buy in Dallas. I don't want to drive all the way over here. So you know exactly what you want, and when that comes, you go look at it and stop buying houses with foundation problems.
To further that also, I think that it's really important that you understand from a wholesaler's perspective. I thought you brought up a very good point in that he used to get mad when people would put out a $25,000 repair budget. It's an estimate. So my point being, you can give me a $250,000 ARV house, and it depends on what that wholesaler, their perspective, what did they comp that to? What was their blueprint property that said, if you take this house to point A all the way over to this blueprint house, point Z, then you can get this on the market. That's all they're saying. But you could also do a little bit less work, list that house for $235,000 and potentially make more money. So when I say know how to run your numbers, you'll probably have less days on market. There's so many different factors that you can do here, and maybe play it a little bit safer so that you're not worried about having to do this insane remodel. Like get a few under your belt where you just gotta go in and do some paint and some carpet and some granite and some tile and be done with it, right? We went into some insane remodels in our career, and I mean, it's not for the weak. So I sympathize with you there, but really build out your buy box and recognize that I can pull comps in my sleep. I can see this house being worth $250,000, but what you go and do to it, it might only be worth $235,000, and that actually might have been the best strategy. A lot of people over rehab when they're new flippers. They'll go in and they're like, oh, I'm gonna make this, and there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. So just know what you need to do to achieve your end goal, and look at each project and have a map for that project, a roadmap for it, and that will really turn it around. And your wholesalers, all of them will send, like every wholesaler I know will send you a good property. They might send one that doesn't fit you too.
I think that was a great question from a flipping standpoint. If we're here to talk about wholesales and you guys want to get into the wholesale business, understand the frustration of what an end buyer goes through is the first thing. Understand, as a flipper, let's not have a wholesaler have a bad name to the industry, as it could be so easy to do so. Of course, it's the end buyer's job to do the due diligence. But for most wholesalers, especially if they're starting off, I think most wholesalers haven't done a flip before. So that's something to think about if you want to start maybe interviewing some of the wholesalers you're working with. Of course, I would suggest everyone up here get on their buyers list because they're reputable, right? They're reputable, they're doing deals. Daniel has them up here on the Propelio show. So he has, whatever you want to call it, the approval of these individuals. But as a wholesaler, take that standpoint and understand, me as a wholesaler, that's who I need to deal with. Me as a wholesaler that's never done a flip, let me understand the flipper's point of view. Us flipping houses, whether you're using hard money, private money, or cash, what is holding costs as a wholesaler? If I know ARV is 100 grand and rehab's this, I want to sell for this amount. But understand holding costs, private lender, hard money lenders charging points, right? Appraisals, the FHA 90-day rule. As a wholesaler, understand that verbiage, like Daniel said. If you don't know it, go to Google, understand, or go to a mentor, someone who's here local, understand what the flipper wants to do. Understand what the landlord's looking at. What's the 1% rent rule? Understand how does it pertain to him. Be a good wholesaler where you'll always get a repeat buyer that will always buy at all times. And that's more important than having one bad wholesaler.
Well, that's your customer, right? I mean, without them, you have no company.
So
there is some thought processes to look at beyond that, and there are some very large wholesale houses that their entire business model is on that you're a one-time customer model. Their goal is to extract as much equity out of the middle of that deal as possible. They'll get the deal under contract as low as they possibly can get it, and their goal is to sell that contract for as much as they can get it. So they have no problems with working with your ignorance. So that is common. Another thing to look at beyond that was for this being your first venture, the simple fact that you made money on both is something that most people don't do on their first venture. Many people going out on their first venture, especially going into rehabs, they lose out because they are not aware of those problems. And now that you've done this, you've kind of got paid to get your experience. You've gotten some paid experience off of both of these properties that should make you better at your due diligence, make you better at your conversations with the wholesalers. And I look at it as a positive experience. Like you went through 2 deals that you made money on both and you got a lot of experience out of both as well. So it makes you a more avid flipper for the next deal.
Real quick, and I actually have to head out a little bit
Yeah,
early.
I was trying to give the shout out for Christopher here. He's got to head out.
I'm
Final
sorry.
thoughts for you, contact details.
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody wants to get a hold of me, just text me, 214-202. Ryan, you want to like put this down so that somebody on the
Kill his mic.
214-202-3046 is my cell phone. Just text me. Real quick on that.
What's your terms?
I'm sorry?
What's your terms?
You offer capital,
Terms
right?
for private lending?
Yeah.
What's your deal and what's your experience and how much? Tell me about yourself. I mean, it's kind of all over the place. So I've done all sorts of deals. So, but I operate like a private lender, and I actually run out to my deals and look at them, not one of those companies out there that's broken.
So if you guys need money,
214-202-3046. Gosh. Oh, whatever. It's time to get a new phone. I was needing a new phone anyway. But no, a lot of people on mentoring, they're paying $25,000, $50,000. If you run into a deal blind and you end up walking away with making money, that is a big hand to you, honestly. So that. It could have been a heck of a lot worse. I know people that have lost $50,000, $100,000. That's no exaggeration on a deal.
That's not hard to do.
It is not. I mean, I personally have lost $45,000 on 2 different deals. So there's not many people that will tell you that in this business. A lot of pros will like beat their chest. They'll be on Facebook. Hey, I never lost money. I never make any mistakes.
That makes me nervous.
Yeah, that's it.
I remember my first Propelio TV. I got on there and I was like, "Yeah, I lost money." He's like, "We got to cut that out." I'm like, "Okay." But,
No, I'll save that for another time.
it's a joke. But I just want to touch on your man. I don't remember what's your name. Christian or no? Hey, it was nice meeting you, bro. Yeah, if you guys need money, he's the man.
Awesome.
But just to touch on your question, ma'am. Just because one of my main business models for a lot of years was just buying from other wholesalers, and I'm being dead honest with you. I did no marketing. I had a complete other business, right? And all I was doing was just buying, or I was raising private money, like networking with guys like him, and then networking with other wholesalers, and just put the two together, and then have GCs do all the work, right? And that was my entire business model. And there's a couple of things that you have to understand. Is for one. You don't really have a lot of control, is because the wholesaler kind of did the lead work, did the marketing, did the sales, did the acquisitions, and the market, he's going to sell it regardless, right? So you want that deal, right? So what worked for me when I was in that position is just networking with more people. You know, it's going to every single meetup, making sure that you're on everybody's buyers list, and just shooting your shot. Shoot your shot, and a shot that works for you. And I promise you will find a stat or a KPI or some type of data where it's like every offer that I shoot out to wholesalers, this one works, and you'll be able to be more confident when you're shooting offers out. You know, and you'll have wholesalers that get upset with you and stuff like that. But the reality is you're going to get wholesalers that are, you know, are fairly new, or you might need help. You might be able to help them. It's just like, hey, maybe we can get it a little bit cheaper so we can make sure that you get paid. I used to do that all the time with other wholesalers, is let's get in there, let's talk to the seller, and let's try to get a little bit cheaper and then make sure that you get paid, and that's what I care about, right? And you can generate relationships like that because, yeah, the wholesalers all the time get properties under contract at the wrong price, and they're trying to overprice it and don't even know what they're doing. And you can be there for an assistance and add value to them, and you know they get paid and they're happy, and they'll bring you more deals, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what worked for me. So
if y'all didn't catch that, sell a property to Donovan and then convince him to go to the seller and make you more money. This is what I'm going to do from now on.
Yeah, I should. Like there was literally times. Have I ever bought a deal from anybody in here? No. Oh wow, that's a first.
Show me your HUDs, bro.
Well, no, it's just like, I mean, there's times where it's just like I want wholesalers to make as much money possible because I know if I help them do that, they're going to put the money back into the business, and which I hope. You know, I've seen wholesalers make $25,000, $30,000 and go on vacation, and you'll never see them again. You know, like, are you in business to go on vacation, or are you in business to have a business, right? So, you know, make your money. You guys are all here to learn, so you guys can be profitable, but be smart with your chips. You know.
All right. So this question's like tax business purpose, because we're all obviously we're all trying to be out of business one day, right? So when we're wholesaling and everything, when do we start the whole LLC and the whole, you know, owning the business standpoint, building our website, you know, cards, you know, all that jazz?
So let me hit that one. So for me, this is just, I think that's a personal preference. So I think initially when you are first starting, you do not need an LLC. You do not need all this other stuff when you're very, very first starting. I think when you first start, the biggest thing is just to start getting deals. Okay. Once you start closing deals, then focus on doing all the extra stuff. To be quite honest, on your very first deal, in my opinion, our experience, you don't even need a website for your very first deal.
Right.
You don't need an LLC for your first deal. But I would say maybe like after you've done a couple, like, you know, get 2 under your belt, then reinvest some of that money that you've actually made from that assignment fee, then start doing that. So I would say get the first couple deals first, then start focusing on doing the extra stuff.
You do need some business cards though. Vistaprint $9.99. What said?
Yeah, that's my personal preference, but that's my personal preference.
To be honest, I still to this day don't have business cards. I have a company website. It sucks. It's a on Carrot website. The LLC, you know, like I only have an LLC because the government made me get an LLC. Like I remember, I'll show you now. My title company called me. He's like, "Dude, you got to get an LLC." I'm like, "What is that?" Like, I had no desire to do it. You know what I mean? So it's you can't put that as a limiting belief to make something happen. You know, you make something happen, and then things will just fall into place as need be.
Answer the question. Good with that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Do a couple deals like they said, and I would say once you know this is what you want to do, you're successful, you see the big picture, I would definitely get an LLC and do all the tax purposes for sure.
There are two benefits to an LLC. One's asset protection and the other one's asset preservation. You get different taxing through an LLC. You'll be able to structure yourself with the right CPA and save yourself money on taxes. And then it's asset segregation. So in the event that you do end up in litigation, your LLC, if it's properly maintained via, you know, your corporate veils and corporate minutes and everything else that you need to do to protect yourself, it gives you a way to protect your wealth. So some of the things I tell people starting out is if you have no wealth to protect, I wouldn't worry about it too much. And if you're not really worrying about saving your taxes, I'd worry about all that at the point in time when I'm generating the revenue and I have the assets to protect.
Hi, my name's Robin, and my husband Raymond and I are flippers. My question to you is, how long did it take for you to get your list, and what's the most, how fast can you get your list? I know Donovan, I know how he does it. He got me on his list pretty quickly through Facebook, and I assume all of y'all are using a social media of some sort, if not several.
Talk about a buyer's list?
Yes.
I would think just a text message.
Uh-huh.
If anyone here, I would think it'd just be a simple text message, right? Add me to your buyer's list. I think these guys, being in this market, would love to add more and more to their buyer list. Let's correct me if I'm wrong. No, you want to? Oh, you want to start wholesale? Oh, I thought you said. Oh. Okay.
So
Yeah. So you're trying to create.
You're asking what's the best methods to actually build a buyer's list? So a couple. So one thing is start getting very, very involved in the Facebook groups. You'll start seeing like there'll be other wholesalers that'll post a deal. Hey, I got a deal in Dallas at 322. Who's interested? And then you'll start seeing all the emails and things like that. So you can pull the emails that way. You can even, if you don't feel comfortable just pulling the emails and putting them in your database like that, you can even PM the people once you see that they've posted an email. For me personally, what I personally do is I will go to a Facebook group. I'll look at another wholesaler's post, but people respond to ours a lot as well. But I'll look at another wholesaler's post, and what I'll do is if I'll see all these different emails, and I don't just automatically implement all of those emails to our buyers list. I'll actually look at the person's Facebook page too. Like for instance, if they don't have a picture on the Facebook profile, I'm like, like where are you hiding from? Kind of that's just my personal thing. So I'll look at their Facebook page, and if I see that they're kind of doing investor stuff and things like that, they're talking about flips that they've done and rentals and things like, I'll add them. So that's one way. Another way is you can go to gosection8.com. You can find buyers and stuff like that there. Those are landlords on there that are looking to sell properties, and you can go there. You can go to Craigslist. You can partner with other wholesalers that are already established, that have buyers. Man, there's so many ways. You can go to Zillow, to the rental section in Zillow. There's just a lot. I mean, if you have a great deal, it's going to be very easy to find a buyer.
I would say simple networking for sure. And then what type of platform do you have now to use to send out the emails? Have you got that far? On what type of platform? The flip side? Yeah. Okay. Sure. So you got the mailing platform like MailChimp, Constant Contact to actually gauge how many emails are opening. Because you get, I don't know how everyone else feels, but if you want to send emails, a buyer or a lead or anything, a wholesale deal to anyone and everyone, I mean, if you're not really preventing them, they could be what they call daisy chainers, where another wholesaler will try to add a fee on top of your fee, and that could go on for a couple of times. That's happened to me. I'm selling a deal for 50. Next thing you know, I get a phone call. Hey, you want to buy this deal for 58? Well, I'm the one that got the contract for a certain price. If you want to vet all the buyers leads, that's if you want to do it, especially if you're starting at an app. If you already have a 10,000, 5,000 buyers list, I mean, that's a little tough. But if you're starting fresh, I would interview or just a quick phone call. Can you send me a proof of funds, or do you have a hard money lender? Are you doing it? What type of deals can I look at Beak or the CAD here and see if they actually flipped the house before? That's be the first thing. Because you don't want to send an email out and someone circumvent you, because unfortunately in this business that can happen for sure.
Yeah,
But
I
the
really
MailChimp,
believe in also MailChimp. If
Yeah.
you're going, we use MailChimp to this day. You can lose your buyers list very easy through these huge ones. We've been there, we've done that. You also have to scrub your list. That being said, I'm really big fan on people opting into your list. So creating a link and saying, please opt into my list. Like, we have to do that in several markets because we're in so many different markets. And so we have to, like, you can have a buy and hold. Like, I don't really like to do buy and hold list versus a flipper list. I like just one list per market, and I like to keep it clean and intimate. You don't have to have 30,000 buyers. If you had a link right here, You know, like if I had a link, I mean, I posted up there if you really want to be on our buyers list. You know, you can do that cold calling for buyers. You know, but I honestly, you go to anything like this, you go to the Propelio meetup next week. You can do it organically. People will buy your stuff if you put out a good product. It'll sell itself.
All right, so you're asking the quickest way to build your buyers list, right? All right, this might be a little technical for everybody, but this is what I do. I go to one of my buddies has a list you can buy per state. It's called cashbuyersplus.com. You can go and buy that list, and you'll get the entire state of every single licensed realtor. But on top of that, there's cash transactions of buyers on there, and you can scrub that list, make sure they're valid phone numbers. And what I do is I send a text blast. I'm like, hey, first name, someone told me you might by chance be interested in off-market properties or fix and flips. Is that true? If so, what's your email? And the people that respond with emails, I download that list and I upload it into Constant Contact, and I put it into a cold list. And in that list, I start sending deals to without the address with pictures. And then people start reaching back out to me and they're interested. And now what I do is I have, or a sales guy, or it could be you, is now we vet them. Now we make sure that they're legit before we give them the address, and we have them sign a non-disclosure before we actually put them on our VIP list. And then they move from the cold section to VIP. So every time we get a deal, it hits their cell phone or however they want to be contacted. So that's how you build a buyer's list of like 30,000 in like 15 minutes.
Well, one last thing on that. Don't overthink it, just like everything else in this business. I've never once sold a house to 10,000 people. I only sell it to one. You only need to know the one. Like the last property we got under contract, I was like, I already know who's going to buy it. It was one phone call. And then I sent it out to my list just so I could tell them, oh, sorry, it was sold.
Yeah, use it to keep marketing, you know, so you can use a property to still build your buyers list. You can even say on it like, hey, got more deals like this coming down the pipeline. Missed out on this one, you know, however you want to do it.
Yeah. And then on top of that, I use Propelio, or my guys use Propelio now, where we go around the property and we look for properties that look like they're fixed up in rehab. And we skip trace and find the LLC owner, and we call them directly. If they don't answer, then we call the agent, and then put them on our list like that. And I would recommend finding a deal first, because if you have a deal, you'll find a buyer. You know, the buyers is the easiest part.
So on one side of that, Propelio now has the ability to type in an address and then say, show me all cash sales within a 1 mile, 5 mile, 10 mile radius. So if you've got a property, say, show me all cash sales in the last 2 years within 5 miles, you now have a list of everybody that's real nearby, likely landlords or flippers that are buying and transacting in that area. Export that list, skip, and go to town on that. So it kind of helps the dispo on that side. But we are getting close to the end, so I'd like to give maybe one last question if it's going to be quick. If not, I'd like to go ahead and let the panel, one last question, and then I'd like to let the panel give a moment to say kind of a little bit about who they are, if they offer any services. I know a couple of them have masterminds and stuff like that. Let them talk about that, and we'll move on.
Okay, real quick, what's the onboarding process when it comes to hiring virtual assistants for like cold calling? Maybe if they were like maybe in the Philippines, for instance, is it training on video, or do you do everything over the phone, or how does that work?
So with us, we have a boiler room, and my boy, his name's Manny Cash. He handles that along with Frank Tovar, who's the manager of the office. They find the VAs, they train them. A lot of them was what's the one, James, or John Martinez? John Martinez, if you guys have heard of that, put them on John Martinez, put them on Propelio Academy. Everyone that comes to our office, we put them on the academy if they're brand new, right? But when it comes to the VAs, TTP, have you heard of Britton Daniels? Yeah, so a lot of these guys, a lot of these VAs that we found actually came from other companies that were already trained, just mistreated for whatever the case is. So they already have the knowledge, and these VAs have actually already went above and beyond, knowing the knowledge that when we make these phone calls to the VAs, they already know call tools, they already know investor views, they've heard of Propelio, they know CRMs. It's a lot easier most people would think with the VAs. They want to get paid. They're hungry. They want to work, and there's just so much system out there. Antone Campbell, he has a good VA program too, so go and check that out.
So I always recommend. I mean, it kind of depends on the angle that you want. I mean, just a piece of advice, guys. If you guys are looking to hire VAs for cold calling, and you get somebody like especially if you don't have a high budget, I would always recommend spending a little bit more so you can get better English. Because if you get somebody for like $2-3 an hour, and you put them on the phones and you can't even understand them when you're interviewing them, chance you guys getting a deal, it's just not gonna happen, right? I mean, we have like a bunch of them, right? And then they're like coming with bazookas, and it's just you want to hire them in bulk. That's what I'm saying. So how we hire them is we call them kingpins, and you'll find them on Upwork where you'll have one guy, he's charging like $350 or whatever, and then he's selling a service of his virtual or of his team. And we always like those, what we call them kingpins, is people or somebody that has multiple VAs that work for them, because we just train that one guy and then he trains the VAs to call. So I don't have to work with each one individually. I can just train that one guy.
I would say one other thing. When you're training them, schedule the interview during the times that you would actually want them to be working, and also watch out for the background noise. I think we interviewed a VA one time, and we heard roosters in the background, and we were like, "Is that a rooster?" They were like, "We don't hear anything." Yeah, she said it was her fan. So that is you want someone that's clear, get a voice sample. But when we do our training, like when we're training our VAs on something specific, we do video training, and you can use like free tools, like free conference call or whatever, where you can share your screen and stuff like that. But they can reference back to it as well. So it just depends on what you are looking to train them on.
And then you can use it again if you have to hire more or fire and retrain. I document that closing note, document everything.
Mr. Moore, do you want us to wrap this up? So I'll go with our shameless plug. Cassie and I, we're part of Next Level Flipping. It's an online mastermind. We specifically run the group called the Rising Stars Program. It's for people that are doing 25 or less deals a year. It's $100 a month or $1,000 annually. And what you get from that is pretty similar to what this room is right here. But we do it all online. We have Zoom calls where we bring in people that have been referenced already, like Brent Daniels, John Martinez. We're talking to Mr. Moore back there about getting Propelio involved with Next Level Flipping as well, because our core values align and what we want to accomplish. But we have Zoom calls where we bring in service providers. We talk about your needs in your business specifically and how we can help each other, how we can network and grow and collaborate. You already stealing it from me?
Get the other one. It's like it is in a true sense a mastermind. It's not a coaching program, but it's lifetime, where you are in your business, where you are in your journey, and the group actually helps each other a lot as well. So you're basically surrounded by think of it round table style.
Yeah, so a good example of that is that we've done multiple deals with people in the group. Now at this point in time, anytime I get a property under contract, I'm going to send it to. I mean, we refer to it as our family. I'm going to send it to the people in the family first and foremost. We also have service provider discounts with some of the service providers that were already mentioned in here, like Batch Skip Tracing, Yellow Letter HQ, which comes along with List Source. Things along those lines. If you utilize the service provider discounts, you should be profitable just by being in the group. So yeah, that's our shameless plug for Next Level Flipping.
Everybody, again, Jay Coleman, Marsha Coleman here of JMC Property Group. We're very active on Facebook, so if you guys want to actually contact us, that's one of the best ways to contact us is via Facebook. So Jay Coleman, Marsha Coleman. But hey, I know that you guys have had a ton of information, a ton of value being given to you guys right now. If you guys need help with this and you guys are looking to get those deals done, again, Marsha and I, we do quite a few JV deals every month with new and experienced wholesalers, so we're here to help you get those dots connected and get some of those deals across the table.
Go green and white. Also, we have a JMC Realty Group. You need a realtor? I'm your gal. So give me a call. JMC Realty Group, JMC Property Group. Where hopefully we can be your one-stop shop. Please go like our page on Facebook as well. Thank you.
All right, guys. Again, I'm from the San Antonio market, but we like to provide value. I think everyone up here is the same thing. If you guys are interested, you can join our Facebook group. It's called Home Buying Home Selling Association. We like to share a lot of tips and tricks on what we do. I know this is a wholesaling event, but we do subject twos, rentals, Airbnbs, and all the tips and tricks that we're doing for each subcategory. Feel free to go to the Home Buying Home Selling Association and request membership. We also like to do daily training. With that daily training, we have a website. This website is www.turnupthehustle.com. On our website, there's always something going on every single day. On Mondays, when it's masterminding or marketing. On Tuesdays, we do a lot of SMS. SMS is where we send out text message blast. We respond back and forth with buyers on selling the properties and how we're closing deals in outside of markets. Our boy Alejandro, who's heading that event, he does Zoom calls every Tuesday. We call it Texting Tuesday. Myself and my partner, we do a podcast every Wednesday talking about different subjects, whatever deal we do for that week, whether it's sub-2 or owner financing, wraparound mortgages, however the case is, we will share, we'll provide value. On Thursdays, we do what we call guerrilla marketing, how it is to have other outside ideas of creative marketing on Thursdays. And then on Fridays, one of the most important ones is how to talk to sellers, cold calling, where we'll actually go on a live call. We'll show you the seller's name, seller's number. We'll go on a live call and you'll see how we're talking to those individuals, what key points, what scripts we're using, and how it actually works. And in other times, we're actually locking up a contract right then and there on a live call through Zoom. So again, that's www.turnupthehustle.com, and you can join us on Facebook at Home Buying Home Selling Association.
What's up, guys? I guess the service that I have a one-day intensive at my office. So you guys will be able to come to my office, see how our team operates and flows, and essentially how this is designed is it's a workshop. And it's not, to be honest, I know there's a lot of people that haven't got their first deal yet. I don't recommend this for somebody that haven't got their first deal for a number of reasons, just because it is kind of like a pretty advanced training, and it's pretty advanced stuff, just because we're going to open up your entire business model, see what works for you, see what doesn't work for you, and then we're going to open up our entire business with no secrets from A to Z and give you everything that we possibly know, and then you'll leave with like a 30 to 60 day game plan on success in a business model. But like I said, it's a couple $1,000s, and once you guys are serious about scaling your business, and actually turning it into like something that you can do full time, and start hiring people, we can go through that entire process from A to Z, all the way from finding how we do market research, all the way to how we're hiring managers to hire other people in the sales office. So you'll pretty much get everything. So if you guys are interested in that, you guys can reach out to me on Facebook, Donovan Ruffin. I'm actually easier to contact on IG. It's the Donovan Ruffin at the Donovan Ruffin. Probably faster on there, just because my VAs work my Facebook. Or you guys can ask me in person if you guys are interested. So that's what I have. Also, I buy houses. So if you guys have any wholesale deals in the Dallas market, you can shoot them to me on Facebook. One of my VAs will pick them up, and then my team will review, see if it's something that we can pick up. You got a question? To be honest, we're looking for 1985 and above in 3.2s. We like brick, but we can do. I mean, we can work with it, but I mean that's pretty much our criteria. We'll give you a number and what we need it at. We like Tarrant County, to be honest with you. We don't really like Dallas, but if the numbers make sense, we can buy in Dallas.
One more thing, guys. I'm really heavily involved in Subject 2s. So if you guys I'm open to buying Dallas Subject 2 deals. So if you guys have a Sub 2 deal, I'll be open to looking at those numbers, and hopefully we can create a relationship with you guys and everyone up here. And again, of course, a huge shout out to Daniel, Ryan, and Edwin, the Propelio team, for putting this together.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's it, man. Let's turn up the hustle.
Where's the alcohol? No.